The school bully forces the biggest female villain to be his girlfriend. She would rather die than agree. As the school bully, he has people beat her up every day, beating her until she agrees. After I finished taking over the school bully's memories, the female villain had already been beaten for half an hour. The system suddenly reminded me, "Host, if you don't go and save her, the male protagonist will arrive soon, and things will become irreversible." I hurried forward and told the rowdy group of youths to stop. "All right, everyone stop what you're doing." At this moment, Mu Wanning was covered in dirt from the beating, and she was staring at me coldly. The system reminded me that the villain's current favorability score is 91. The moment her favorability score turns to 100 will be the moment I die. I quickly squatted down, took a tissue from my pocket to wipe her face, muttering in dissatisfaction, "I told you just to scare her. Why did you actually hit her?" Mu Wanning is not a fool. She knows I'm putting on an act. So I heard again, "Villain's favorability 92. I quickly said to the lackeys beside me, "All of you, leave. Just let me handle this myself. I'll treat you guys to a meal some other day." Villain's favorability 93. What's going on? I only said 2 sentences. Why does the favorability score keep dropping? Could it be that Mu Wanning is preparing to make a move? I held the tissue, not daring to make a sound, watching her staggering figure. Perhaps it was too painful. She stumbled and almost fell. I rushed forward to support her. I only heard the young girl suck in a sharp breath of cold air. Villain's favorability 94. I glanced down and saw that I was holding her injured arm. I carefully asked, "Did I hurt you?" Just as I was about to explain, Mu Wanning shook my hand off, her tone cold. "Even if you have your men beat me to death, I could never like you." As soon as she finished speaking, the system's voice rang in my ears again. Villain's favorability 95. I looked up at the sky and kept a 3-step distance from her. Mu Wanning hadn't taken 2 steps before I pulled her back again. She turned her head and glared at me. "What else do you want?" I went forward and tugged on the hem of her clothes. The pitiful look on my face was definitely not fake. "Mu Wanning, I know I was wrong." Mu Wanning brushed my hand away. I persistently followed after her, asking carefully, "Can you give me a chance to make it up to you?" Mu Wanning laughed. "What, switching to the warm and gentle act now? Guxian, aren't you disgusting? If you really want to make it up to me, then disappear from my sight. It would be best if you disappeared forever." In Mu Wanning's eyes was unconcealed hatred. I wanted to say something else when I saw a few youths looking over at the situation here. One look and I knew something bad was about to happen. The real male protagonist has appeared. "Guxian, why are you bullying people again?" Of course, I didn't have a good attitude. Mind your own business. Villain's favorability 96. Warning. The villain's favorability has dropped critically to the collapse threshold. I hope the host is prepared for the worst-case scenario. I gritted my teeth. Hearing this warning, I suddenly turned my head and stared at the expressionless Mu Wanning. Lin Zixuan's face turned red with anger from my words, but he was also afraid I would do something to Mu Wanning, so he immediately stood between us, spreading his arms like a mother hen protecting her chick. "I don't know what happened between you and Student Wanning, but with me here, don't you dare harm her again." Villain's favorability 98. 99. Enough. This wasn't just said to the system, with its annoying reminders, but also to the endlessly nagging Lin Zixuan. I'm not exactly inexperienced. Challenging an S-rank mission for the first time, and running into someone as difficult as Mu Wanning, I guess I'm just unlucky. At worst, the mission fails. I get thrown into the primitive system, and have to climb up from the lowest level again. It's not like I've never been reset before. Back when I was cannon fodder, what kind of death haven't I experienced? I have my own personality too. Trying to step on me, to increase the favorability of my target, no way in hell. Since I've made up my mind, I might as well go all out. To hell with all that other stuff. I picked Lin Zixuan up with one hand and pushed him aside, looking at him with contempt. I sneered, "Can you even manage it? I'll bully her however I want. I even want to bully her for the rest of her life. You and I don't even go to the same school. Can you do anything if I beat her at school? If you want to protect her, you need to have the ability. Anyone can talk big. In that case, I'll say this. From now on, as long as I'm here, no one will dare touch a single hair on Mu Wanning's head." After I finished that long speech, Mu Wanning's favorability had hit rock bottom. But when I saw Lin Zixuan's horrified expression, I was indescribably happy. My original mission was to come and save the villain. Now, I feel like I am a true villain myself. I lowered my head and glanced at Mu Wanning, not caring what she was thinking, and dragged her away. Lin Zixuan blocked me again, looking worriedly at Mu Wanning, and said breathlessly, "Tell me, what will it take for you to let Student Wanning go? Let her go? I want to let her go too. But will the system let me go? Right now, I'm a fish on the chopping block, just waiting for Mu Wanning to meticulously plan to send me on my way." I replied fiercely, "In your dreams, even if I die, I'll drag Mu Wanning down with me." I stepped forward and shoved Lin Zixuan hard. I couldn't control my strength. He fell to the ground with a thud. Mu Wanning paused, wanting to pull her hand out of mine. I tightened my grip and gave a smile devoid of any warmth, lowering my voice to threaten, "You like him, don't you?" Mu Wanning's body stiffened. This reaction was understandable after all. In the original setting, Mu Wanning, as a supporting female character in Lin Zixuan's life, was madly in love with him. I smiled and continued. "His dad's company once worked with my family. A small company like theirs, my father only needs one finger to crush him. If you want him to suffer misfortune with you, you can absolutely choose not to come with me." In that moment, Mu Wanning's gaze was like a sharp knife. After leaving Lin Zixuan's sight, I stood by the road and called the family driver. Mu Wanning hugged her school bag and turned to ask me, "Can I go now?" I refused without a second thought. After all, you're not very cooperative, but luckily I've discovered your weakness. You don't want others to suffer because of you, do you? Student Mu Wanning frowned tightly and said in a hoarse voice, "Guxian, how can you be so cruel? Lin Zixuan and I don't know each other at all, and I don't like him either. You can't threaten me." I raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? All right then. I'll call my dad right now. I've been annoyed with Lin Zixuan for a long time. Since you don't like him either, then it doesn't matter." Seeing that I was really about to make a call, Mu Wanning hurriedly grabbed my hand as I was about to dial. Her whole body was trembling, and she asked me with a trembling, hoarse voice, "What on earth do you want? What's so good about me? Why do you have to cling to me? You like this face of mine, don't you?" After saying that, she suddenly went crazy and started scratching her own face. I quickly reached out to stop her. Mu Wanning pushed me away again. "I'll destroy it. Can you let me go then? This woman is truly a lunatic. I knew it from the start, but I've never had such a direct experience. I said I like you as a person. Are you trying to kill yourself?" Mu Wanning stared at me. After a long while, her voice seemed to carry on the wind. "If this is what you want, you can forget about it." I grabbed her hand tightly and said sternly, "If you dare to kill yourself, after you die, I will go and torture your mother." Mu Wanning's whole body trembled. She said in a pleading voice, "Guxian, don't cause any more trouble. I'm begging you." At this moment, the driver arrived. My heart was in turmoil, but my face remained impassive, making it impossible for anyone to see what was on my mind. I pushed Mu Wanning into the back seat and said to the driver without emotion, "Go to Jiangcheng Hospital and call my private doctor." Mu Wanning didn't say a word the whole way, her pale face staring out the car window. I touched my chin. This situation, compared to the strategy plan I had prepared for Mu Wanning, was not very similar. I recalled the words I had just said. They were truly too vicious. It's because I had no other choice. Failing the mission at worst means starting over, but if the target dies, it'll be judged for improper protection and my self-awareness will be erased immediately. Well, without consciousness, I'd be like a walking corpse. I shuddered. Either way, I'm going to die anyway. I still have a month, I should try a little harder. But then I thought of the 100 favorability, and suddenly I didn't want to try anymore. I just want to be a salted fish. I leaned back in the car, suffering in silence. Why do I have to bear the consequences of the original owner's mistakes? Next time when a mission is assigned, can you give me a naive villain to capture? I handed Mu Wanning over to the private doctor while I curled up on the long bench, hugging Mu Wanning's tattered school bag. I don't know how long this bag has been used, the bottom even has patches. Actually, Mu Wanning is very pitiful. The boss of the Mu Corporation, Mu Cheng, back then abandoned his childhood sweetheart girlfriend for power and married a rich young lady. At that time, he had no idea that his girlfriend, Ye Qing, was pregnant. Ye Qing loved her unborn child, and after 10 months of pregnancy, gave birth to Mu Wanning, raising her alone with great difficulty. Unexpectedly, that young lady heard the news from somewhere and took action behind the scenes, leaving the mother and daughter with no place to stay in the capital. After Mu Wanning grew up, she came to Jiangcheng with her mother, originally wanting to start a new life, but ended up encountering this tyrant, the original owner. Truly, not a moment of peace. Just as I was thinking about what to do next, my private doctor, Zhou Chui, came out with the test results, her expression not looking very good. I was afraid those guys wouldn't know their own strength and would seriously injure her, so I decisively had Mu Wanning undergo a full-body checkup. Seeing Zhou Chui's gloomy expression, I thought to myself that this wasn't good. Zhou Chui handed me the test results, explaining, "The girl has many new and old injuries on her body. She even had a broken rib before, and it seems it hasn't fully healed. Her health is also poor. Whose child is this that she isn't even given enough food to eat?" Hearing this, I fell silent. Zhou Chui continued to ask, "What about the injuries on her body?" I didn't dare to say. Zhou Chui asked again, "Is she your classmate?" I pressed my lips together, bowed to her and said, "Thank you, Dr. Zhou. Can I take her away now?" Zhou Chui looked at her watch and said, "They'll give her an IV drip first. It'll probably take about an hour to finish." Zhou Chui looked at me for a moment and said with a frown, "Guxian, I know that the things happening at home have affected you a lot, but I hope you don't fall astray. The college entrance exams are soon. Keep it up." My pupils darkened and I nodded, saying, "I know." It was already dark outside. When I came in with a bowl of plain porridge I bought outside, Mu Wanning was lying on the hospital bed getting an IV drip. The wounds on her face and body had all been treated. There were bandages on her forehead and the corner of her eye, which looked very funny. I carefully approached, placed the porridge on the table, and sat obediently to one side, opening my mouth. I thought about it today. I was in the wrong. I really know I was wrong. My original intention was to get you to look at me a few more times. Saying this, I lowered my head in shame. I really can't make excuses for the disgusting things the original owner did. I scratched my head in frustration and said, "Never mind." I gave up on explaining and changed the subject. "The doctor said your stomach isn't well. Eat some porridge. It can soothe your stomach." I opened the lid of the porridge container and pushed it towards her. Mu Wanning laughed and said sarcastically, "Do you think he'll be grateful to you?" I shook my head. Just think of it as my conscience suddenly acting up. You're right to hate me. You can continue to hate me. Anyway, I've given up. Mu Wanning was not moved in the slightest by my words. I bowed my head and apologized. I won't have people beat you anymore. I know you hate me. I also know you want me to disappear forever. But can we negotiate a little? And this is just a hypothetical, if you really want to do something to me, could you use a more subtle method later on? I'm afraid of pain. Mu Wanning turned her face away, the coldness in her eyes not diminishing at all. I don't understand what you're talking about. Although I knew Mu Wanning was pretending, I still had to play my part. In the end, Mu Wanning didn't eat that bowl of porridge. As soon as the nurse removed her IV needle, she walked straight out. I followed behind her and saw that she was planning to walk home. I was stunned for a moment and then asked, "Where are you going?" Mu Wanning turned her head to look at me. I gritted my teeth and said, "Let me take you home." Mu Wanning said coldly, "No need." She rummaged through her pocket and took out 2 crumpled coins. "I can take the bus home." I was about to say something else, but then I thought of the pride in Mu Wanning's bones and shut my mouth. I just said, "I'll go back with you." I felt awkward, insisting on walking beside Mu Wanning. I lowered my head, waiting boredly in line at the bus stop, kicking small pebbles. As soon as Mu Wanning lowered her head, she could see my short, messy hair. Previously, she had actually felt a little bit of goodwill towards this man. Thinking of this, Mu Wanning despised herself from the bottom of her heart. Back then, when she had just transferred schools, she didn't have a uniform. The clothes she wore were washed until they were faded, exuding an air of poverty. Everyone talked about her in a disgusted tone, only I approached her with a bright smile to talk. At that time, she thought it was a kind smile, never expecting that it was just a front for other intentions. Feeling Mu Wanning looking at me, I hesitated for a moment, looked up, and frowned in confusion. Mu Wanning pressed her lips together and said, "You want me to be your girlfriend? And then what? What do you want to get from me?" The young girl suddenly pressed close to me, shortening the distance between us. If Mu Wanning had a knife, she could easily slit my throat. I touched my nose and said nervously, "I don't want to get anything. Other than this thin and weak body and this beautiful face, Mu Wanning truly has nothing else." Mu Wanning gave a sarcastic laugh and said, "So you just want to use me for entertainment? You don't need to be hypocritical and play these useless games. You want me to be your girlfriend? Fine, you'll do it." I almost thought I was hallucinating. The bus slowly came to a stop in front of me, and Mu Wanning lifted her foot to get on. I hesitated for a moment and followed her, asking uncertainly, "Excuse me, what did you just say?" This question was a bit out of character, but I was eager for an answer. Mu Wanning smirked and said, "I said you've got me now. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Are you satisfied this time?" Mu Wanning sat in the single seat in the front row. There were no empty seats around her, so I held onto the handle and stood beside her. I asked the system in my head, "This plot point doesn't seem right." The system replied, "Correct." I asked again, "What's her favorability score towards me?" The system said, "Villain's favorability, 99. Hearing this hopeless answer, I frowned. So what does she want to do? Loving someone you have a deep-seated hatred for, what does that feel like? I watched as Mu Wanning limped towards the dilapidated apartment complex, feeling sad inside. I gritted my teeth and rushed forward without fear of death. If I can't figure it out, I'll just ask directly. After all, I'm a dead man walking anyway. I originally intended to subtly probe Mu Wanning's thoughts, but as soon as I opened my mouth, I wished I could strangle myself, because I had said, "Didn't you say you'd rather die than be with me?" Why the change of heart? Mu Wanning glanced at me coldly, without saying a word, and continued walking forward. I panicked and wanted to save the situation. What I mean is, Mu Wanning suddenly pinned me against a lamppost, her voice turning cold. "What on earth do you want? You said you wanted me to be your girlfriend," I agreed. "So what more do you want now?" "Guxian, you truly make me sick to my stomach." When I looked down at her, my expression was a bit gloomy. Mu Wanning had never hidden her disgust for me. It's just that seeing this rare expression on my face, she was suddenly a bit stunned. I lowered my voice. "Can you let go of me? I've told you before, I don't like being treated like this by others." Mu Wanning let go. I suddenly opened my mouth. "There's only 1 month left. I will make it up to you." After saying this, I turned and walked away. That was too scary. Mu Wanning's expression just now, she was just short of not being able to resist strangling me. Whatever, you'll just play it by ear. As soon as Mu Wanning got home, she tried to hide in her room. She didn't want her overworked mother to worry about her again. But things don't always go as planned. As soon as she entered, she saw her mother holding a cross-stitch, sitting under a dim light, wearing reading glasses. Her fingers moved ceaselessly over the embroidery fabric. Mu Wanning clutched her school bag, her body stiff. Yaking looked up, and the needle in her hand accidentally pricked her finger. She sucked in a sharp breath, quickly put the bleeding spot in her mouth, and stood up to ask, "Were you bullied by classmates again?" Mu Wanning pressed her lips together and lowered her gaze. Yaqing hurriedly examined the wounds on her daughter's body, her heart aching. She didn't dare to promise anything, only saying weakly, "Then what should we do?" "I'll go talk to your teachers tomorrow. The college entrance exams are soon. This can't go on." Mu Wanning adjusted her school bag and said casually, "No need, can handle it myself." "All right, it's very late now, Mom. You should go to bed early." Yaqing paused. She lowered her head and asked with difficulty, Wanning, "Do you hate me?" Mu Wanning's chest heaved erratically. It was impossible to say she didn't hate her. But now her eyes were rarely gentle as she said, "No, you're overthinking it. I'm going to do my homework." On the other side, I was lying on my spacious big bed, tossing and turning a couple of times. Transmigrating as the son of a second-generation rich kid, the treatment is really good. Although my father doesn't care and my mother doesn't love me, but what does that matter? Having money is enough. No matter what world it is, money is the truth. While I was thinking over here, a warning sound suddenly rang in my head. I jumped and immediately sat up straight. The system said that after checking, it learned that the target's current favorability score had broken the lower limit. The original plot settings were starting to deviate. Host, please be aware of the deviation. What kind of deviation? As long as it doesn't conform to the original world's plot, the plot line will deviate. I'm not a newbie. I'm familiar with this kind of situation. I understood the system's implication, which was that a new plot point would occur. This plot point would strongly affect the designated life path of the mission target. Just now I was thinking there hadn't been any changes, and now the mission target has come to cause trouble. The system hurriedly displayed an image showing only the shape of a key prop, a switchblade with its blade extended. Above it was a note saying this was one of the main props used to kill me. My expression darkened. This thing has already appeared. It seems my death day has truly arrived earlier. I ruffled my hair in frustration. I knew it. This time Mu Wanning suddenly said she wanted to be my girlfriend. It was very strange. Turns out she couldn't hold it in anymore. If it were according to the original owner's way of thinking, as soon as he heard Mu Wanning's answer, he would definitely be over the moon and then lower his guard. Wouldn't this just give Mu Wanning a chance to take advantage? I was gloomy all night with the thought of trying to win over the villain and struggle a little longer. I bought breakfast for 2 on the way. Grade 12 is busy with morning self-study. We have to be at school by 6:30. Mu Wanning loves her mother, so she doesn't ask for allowance, so she has never eaten breakfast throughout her 3 years of high school. I prepared to take the warm, sentimental route, but I don't know if this will still work on Mu Wanning. The original owner was a bad student. He never attended morning self-study. The moment I walked in, the classmates were all a bit incredulous. Mu Wanning heard the commotion but didn't look up. At the back of the class, she was writing a test with her head down. When I passed by Mu Wanning, I took that breakfast and stuffed it into her desk compartment, finally sitting down 3 rows away from her. Mu Wanning frowned. She looked down at the cup of fragrant soy milk, along with 3 greasy meat buns. She took a small note off the plastic bag. On it was scrawled, "Breakfast for you. Enjoy your meal." Mu Wanning expressionlessly crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it in the trash. She wasn't hungry at first, but after smelling the fragrance, her stomach wouldn't stop growling. For the past 2 years, eating irregularly had caused Mu Wanning's stomach to ache in spasms. She looked up. I was laughing and talking happily with those delinquent boys. She gave up and lowered her head, as if afraid others would see. She put the straw in her mouth and took a sip of soy milk. The soy milk had added peanuts and sugar. It tasted surprisingly good. As for me, I noticed Mu Wanning's actions from the corner of my eye and finally breathed a sigh of relief. I quickly told the system to check her favorability score. The results showed the villain's favorability was 100. Damn it, she ate my food and is still so cruel to me, I said angrily to the system. Alright, system, I don't want to check anymore in the future. Block this function for me so I don't have to go crazy with anger every day. Favorability or whatever, let's just leave it to fate. On the other side, Mu Wanning restrained herself and only ate 1 bun. The remaining 2 were carefully hidden in her desk compartment. She planned to take the buns home for her mother to try. At that moment, I don't know what I said to those guys. I suddenly grabbed my school bag and walked towards her. Mu Wanning's body stiffened. Then she saw me pull out the chair next to her and sit down, taking out a clean test paper and spreading it on the desk. With a hopeful look in my eyes, I said, "Hey buddy, can I copy your homework?" Mu Wanning composed her expression and said, "Don't you never do homework?" I scratched my head and said with a grin, "So you do pay attention to me." Mu Wanning's face turned cold as she sneered, "You're overthinking it. Who doesn't know that because you don't do your homework, your course credits have been deducted into the negatives. If it weren't for your father, you would have been expelled long ago." The corner of my mouth twitched nonstop. I was so angry I almost laughed. "If you won't let me copy, then fine. Can I just write it myself?" I turned my head looking at the test paper with an annoyed expression, as if I really intended to write it myself. Mu Wanning was a little surprised. It wasn't that she hadn't said similar things before. Back then, I would have grabbed her by the collar and said arrogantly, "So what if I don't study? I have a good father. Unlike you, who has nothing. That's why you have to study desperately, right? You poor thing." I didn't know what Mu Wanning was thinking. I've transmigrated through many worlds. I'm only afraid of transmigrating into worlds with a school plot because I really have no feelings for studying anymore. I looked at the math test, filled in whatever looked right, and just copied a random number if I didn't understand. It takes others an hour to do a test. It took me 5 minutes to scribble through a test. Mu Wanning frowned. Not a single question on that test was correct. I noticed Mu Wanning was secretly looking at me. I raised an eyebrow and said, a little smugly, "How about it? Is my test-taking speed fast enough?" I don't think the homework is that hard, is it?" Mu Wanning said nothing, just let out a cold laugh, as sarcastic as it could possibly be. Fine, I won't argue with her anymore. When the morning self-study period ended, I immediately took out a breakfast identical to Mu Wanning's and spread it on the desk. Mu Wanning turned her face away with some difficulty. She forced herself to immerse in the test paper. Not long after, my hand was already holding a bun in front of her. I held a napkin in one hand and said casually, "I can finish this, help me eat it." I didn't wait for Mu Wanning's reaction. I directly stuffed it into her mouth as she was about to speak. Then, mission accomplished, I leaned back in my chair, looking at Mu Wanning's stubborn expression. If she weren't such a psycho, this personality is actually quite interesting. When she eats, Mu Wanning is a bit elegant, slow, and deliberate. She should have been a very good person, right? At this moment, a girl in a baggy uniform came up to me and said, "Guxian, why are you here so early today?" Zhang Yuyao glanced at the bowing Mu Wanning and frowned, saying with some dissatisfaction, "Why are you sitting here? Isn't it dirty?" This remark didn't get any reaction from Mu Wanning, but my heart skipped a beat. I carefully glanced at Mu Wanning while retorting, "It's not dirty. Where do you see dirt? I can just wipe it clean." Zhang Yuyao laughed. She glanced at Mu Wanning and said, "If you're bored, hurry up and come back." I was stunned for a second. Next, Zhang Yuyao placed the cold milk tea in her hand in front of me, adding, "I added pudding for you." I instinctively said thank you. Zhang Yuyao raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. "Is there something wrong with your head?" "Idiot," I bristled. "There's something wrong with your head," cursing at me for no reason. Zhang Yuyao didn't argue with me. She threw her bag down and came over to ask me, "Want to go for a ride? I just bought a motorcycle." I shook my head repeatedly, pulling Mu Wanning's test paper over and lied against my conscience. From now on, I have to study hard with my girlfriend. Zhang Yuyao's patience ran out. "Did you take the wrong medicine this morning? Stop messing around, hurry up. The teacher will be here soon, and you won't be able to skip class," I said sincerely. "I'm really not messing around. I want to turn over a new leaf. After all, my girlfriend is a good student. I want to get into the same university as her." Hearing me say girlfriend over and over, Zhang Yuyao immediately slammed the desk, sending parts flying. "Stop joking. Girlfriend, my ass. She's just a plaything. Is she even worthy? Are you blind? Your brain can be that waterlogged, can it? Didn't you just have people block her yesterday? And today you're here playing the good guy. Stop messing around. Let's go." I listened to her long tirade, my left eyelid twitching uncontrollably. The corner of Mu Wanning's mouth had curved into a mocking smile. I felt my head was about to explode. I gritted my teeth and said, "I really see her as my girlfriend, not a plaything. I'm serious. From now on, I won't hang out with you guys anymore. What happened yesterday, bullying her, was my fault. I've corrected it. From now on, you guys better not look for trouble with her either." Hearing my serious tone, Mu Wanning's eyes gradually darkened. Zhang Yuyao went berserk and laughed coldly. "Fine. Guxian, you've got guts. Others might not know, but don't I know what kind of person you are?" Zhang Yuyao turned her head, her sharp gaze fixed on Mu Wanning, and asked, "What did you say to him?" Seeing that Mu Wanning was ignoring her, Zhang Yuyao reached out and patted her face, saying, "I'm asking you." Mu Wanning was also provoked in that instant. She clenched her fists and said, "You're asking me? So I have to answer?" Zhang Yuyao flared up. "Mu Wanning, are you tired of living?" Zhang Yuyao grabbed Mu Wanning's collar with one hand and pulled her to her feet. The ordinary students around immediately held their breath. The classmates started moving their desks and chairs, preparing to watch a good show, even whistling provocatively. But the next second, I slapped Zhang Yuyao's hand and said in a cold voice, "Let go." Zhang Yuyao had never seen me like this and knew that I was truly angry now. What was this? Before, he would brag to them every day, saying he wanted to lure Mu Wanning into being his lapdog, to completely break her self-esteem. Why has he changed his tune now? Seeing no reaction from Zhang Yuyao, I gritted my teeth and said, "I told you to let go." I forcefully pulled Zhang Yuyao's hand away, pulled Mu Wanning behind me, and said with a frown, "It has nothing to do with her. I'm doing all of this willingly." Zhang Yuyao's face was dark. She let out a cold laugh and kicked the desk hard. I couldn't dodge in time and it hit my side. I immediately sucked in a cold breath. Zhang Yuyao didn't go out to play anymore. She sat down in a seat to our left, not far away. The underlings who used to follow me around were also confused. "Brother Yan, you're really strange today. I felt my side was killing me." I gritted my teeth and roared, "Get lost!" Seeing that everyone had left, I was in so much pain that I had to hold my waist as I sat down. When I lifted my uniform shirt, I discovered that the place where the desk hit me had already turned red. "She's too vicious." Mu Wanning had been staring at my actions. Seeing me like this, her body stiffened. My hand was still gently rubbing my side. When Mu Wanning pulled my shirt down, her expression was gloomy and uncertain. "This is so indecent," I said in a low voice. "It hurts." Mu Wanning pursed her lips and said, "You deserve it. I feel that if I just let my true nature loose, I could really get into a fight with Mu Wanning at any moment." Mu Wanning continued, "Why did you meddle in this?" My eyes widened as I said, "She was going to hit you," Mu Wanning said with a cold laugh. "It's not like she's never hit me before." When she said this, her eyes were fixed on me. A blush crept up my face out of guilt. Then I said stubbornly, "I already said yesterday, only I am allowed to bully you. Letting them hit you, that's not allowed." Mu Wanning took out a new test paper and said coldly, "Then why did you have to fall out with them?" I bit my lip. "The things they said, I don't like hearing them." Mu Wanning said bluntly, "The things they said, you've said them quite a lot before. It's just the pot calling the kettle black." Every single sentence from Mu Wanning was sharp. Most importantly, these words, I really couldn't refute. My fingers twisted the hem of my uniform. I opened my mouth and said, "I'm not like them. I really intend to turn over a new leaf." "Humph." Mu Wanning snorted coldly. "Zhang Yuyao wasn't wrong. You really should come to your senses." I couldn't take it anymore. "What am I even doing this for? How can you say that to me? I'm a little nice to you and you're already getting cocky." Mu Wanning turned to look at me, retracted her gaze, and said again, "This is a bit more normal." I couldn't help but say, "That's because you're sick." After I said that, I felt unbearably annoyed. Looking at the unsightly milk tea on the desk, I picked it up and threw it directly into the trash. The pen in Mu Wanning's hand spun around. She said suggestively, "Why not drink it?" It was a kind gesture. I lowered my head dejectedly, not drinking it. I'm already full of anger. Aside from this unexpected incident, classes passed normally. The teacher didn't care where I sat, since I wouldn't study no matter where I sat anyway. Seeing that I wasn't bothering Mu Wanning next to me, the teacher didn't pay much attention. I felt bored. I slumped over the desk, opening the system screen in my head, and dozed off after looking at it for a while. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the classroom. I looked up and rubbed my eyes. Someone had come for an inspection. The school periodically searches students' bag, and it's especially strict for our class. Contraband items like knives, phones, novels, etc., if found, will result in parents being called. But I wasn't worried. They wouldn't dare take my phone even if I gave it to them, and I didn't have anything else. When the teachers from the inspection team stormed in, I automatically stood up and obediently waited to be searched. I just turned my head and saw Mu Wanning wasn't moving. I patted her on the shoulder and reminded her, "The teacher is searching things." Mu Wanning still didn't move. I was a little puzzled. A glance showed that her expression wasn't good. That teacher had already reached the last row. I handed him my bag. Teacher Zhang flipped through it, then went to check Mu Wanning's bag. I put my books away, sat down, and before my seat was even warm, I heard the teacher's stern voice from above. "What is this?" There was no expression on Mu Wanning's face. The homeroom teacher heard the commotion here and immediately ran over. Just as he was about to explain, he saw the item and didn't dare say anything. The inspecting teacher asked sternly, "Why did you bring this to school? What is your name?" That teacher asked a series of questions. I understood immediately, so this was the plot deviation point. If it were uneducated rich kids like us, being caught with contraband would be easier to handle. But the person who was caught was Mu Wanning. This would lead to expulsion. Mu Wanning absolutely did not mention why she brought this to school. Teacher Zhang was also angry, seeing that Mu Wanning only stated her identity and was about to follow the teacher. I stood up, supporting myself on the desk with one hand. Teacher Zhang frowned and asked, "Is there a problem?" I glanced over. I don't know if she had given up struggling or was just scared, but Mu Wanning took a deep breath and said she didn't know anything. "This knife in the bag." Mu Wanning suddenly looked up at me, her gaze complex. I pursed my lips and continued. "I was the one who put this knife in there." Everyone was in an uproar. The inspecting teacher's eyes widened as he asked me, "What do you mean?" I swallowed. The fear of being dominated by teachers was still deeply ingrained in my bones. What could I do? If Mu Wanning left school because of this, then her life would completely deviate from its original path. If that happened, the plot challenge I would face would be uncertain. I don't like uncertain missions. In a moment, I had thought of a coping strategy. Teacher Zhang then shouted, "You and her, follow me to the office." I walked side by side with Mu Wanning and said in a low voice, "Later, no matter what the teacher asks, just say you don't know, understand?" Mu Wanning answered firmly, "I'm the one who put it there." I was about to die from anger. "Don't talk nonsense, this will get you expelled." Mu Wanning still didn't back down. It was me. I angrily grabbed Mu Wanning's uniform, about to say something. The teacher noticed our actions and got angry. "Don't play tricks in front of me." I quickly withdrew my hand, leaving behind a sentence, "Remember what I said." I held my head high and followed the teacher into the office. The homeroom teacher asked us, "Speak up, what exactly is going on?" I was afraid Mu Wanning would answer, so I spoke before she could. Just like I said in the classroom, I'm the one who put the knife there. Teacher Zhang didn't buy it and asked, "What's the reason?" I said, "I wanted to threaten her." Teacher Zhang frowned. My bad reputation among the teachers was more or less known. He was a very righteous person, so he immediately slammed the desk and said, "Guxian, you have some nerve? What did you want to threaten her with?" I was speechless for a moment and a little embarrassed. But things had already come to this. I could only say, threaten her into being my girlfriend. Teacher Zhang was the grade director. Hearing these words, he immediately decided to call my parents. He didn't reconfirm the situation with Mu Wanning. Mu Wanning had good grades and was obedient. It was impossible for her to do such a thing. But I was different. My suspicion level was so high that people couldn't help but believe it. Teacher Zhang told Mu Wanning to leave. Seeing her not moving, I also got anxious and pushed her out the door. Next, Teacher Zhang, in front of all, the other teachers in the office scolded me harshly. Things like scum of society, shameless. I took it all. And my father, Gu Qing, came to the office. After briefly understanding the situation, he raised his hand and slapped me, without holding back at all. Half of my face swelled up immediately. Gu Qing continued to speak to me with contempt. "Look at what you've done. I'm so disappointed in you. Today I have to bail you out of school. Tomorrow will I have to bail you out of the police station? Look at yourself. You don't look like a student at all. Did I spoil you too much, making you so lawless?" I gritted my teeth and said in a low voice, "You spoiled me? You don't even care about me. Where did you spoil me?" Gu Qing was furious with nowhere to vent. "What are you talking about?" I craned my neck and said stubbornly, "Am I wrong? Every day now, Dad, you're either revolving around that homewrecker who harmed my mom, Zhao Yuting, or you're taking care of her. As for spoiling me, tell me, how many times have you even seen me in the past 2 years? Do you even know what class I'm in?" Hearing this, Gu Qing raised his hand to slap me again. I straightened my back and puffed out my chest to take it, saying with a cold laugh, Go ahead and hit me. It'd be best if you beat me to death so I can go to the underworld and let mom get a good look. Seeing the confrontation between father and son escalating, Teacher Zhang quickly intervened to mediate and pushed me out of the office door. I lowered my head, trying to hold back my tears. It wasn't sadness, but a feeling of intense pain. Just then, a shadow fell over me. I looked up, saw the slender figure of Mu Wanning standing there. I quickly wiped my face with the back of my hand and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why haven't you left yet?" Mu Wanning pursed her pale lips and asked me, "Why did you say that to the teacher?" I was fuming because of Gu Qing, but facing Mu Wanning, I refused to show any weakness. I said in a harsh tone, "You wanted to use this to get the teacher to expel you? I won't allow it. Don't even think about escaping from me. Don't even dream of it." A glint appeared in Mu Wanning's eyes, her mood unclear. Finally, she gently mocked, "You look so ugly when you cry." I clenched my fists, holding back my tears, and immediately discovered something even worse. Gu Qing had frozen my bank card. Compared to being slapped, this financial pressure made me even angrier, but I didn't feel like I had done anything wrong. Whether it was for the me of the past or the me of now, Gu Qing could be said to have completely failed his responsibilities as a father. Besides giving money, there was nothing else. Now, even the money was gone. I punched the wall and gritted my teeth saying, "It's over, I'm broke." Mu Wanning was startled by my sudden action. She rummaged through her school bag and took out a crumpled tissue, holding it out and saying softly, "Don't be like this." Hearing that made me even more irritated. I snatched the tissue and wiped my face. Mu Wanning said softly, "If you want to cry, go cry outside. Crying here is disturbing my studies." I almost laughed out of anger. My mission target has no gentleness at all. I suppressed my anger, my jaw tight. This expression looked as if I had suffered a great injustice. Mu Wanning was stunned for a moment. She seemed to waver a bit at her own words. "No, that's not right. Gu Xian is a demon. Seeing him like this, I should be happy." As for me, after calming down, I turned away and listed the house I was living in for sale, at a cheap price on a real estate website. This house was bought for me by Gu Qing when I was 16. Perhaps not wanting this burden of his to bother his new family, he decisively packed me up and threw me out. Soon, it was noon. The students were in a hurry, so most of them went to the cafeteria to eat. I had angered Jiang Yudao, and although the money in my wallet was enough to last a few days, I didn't want to eat alone. So I shamelessly followed behind Mu Wanning, looking like a lost stray dog. Mu Wanning got annoyed from me following her. She turned and glared at me, asking, "What are you doing?" I still had a wound on my face, but I still tried to act nonchalant, saying, "I want to eat with my girlfriend. Is that wrong?" Only then did Mu Wanning remember that she had impulsively agreed last night. She pursed her lips and said, "I'm not eating." I raised an eyebrow and continued, "But I'm hungry." Mu Wanning pointed her slender finger towards the cafeteria, gesturing for me to go alone. I stubbornly turned my head away. No. Mu Wanning didn't bother with me anymore. She turned and walked to the convenience store to buy a 2 yuan bun. Her mother would give her 10 yuan a day, but she wanted to save it. I stood there watching her, really intending to eat this, and remembered what Sister Zhou Shui said that day. I rushed forward in one step, grabbed Mu Wanning's wrist, and pulled her outside. Mu Wanning impatiently shook my hand off and asked coldly, "Gu Xian, what are you trying to do?" Without looking back, I said, "Eat." I pulled her out of the school gate, my eyes scanning the street, and chose a cheap but generous spicy hot pot restaurant. I wanted to eat something better, but considering Mu Wanning's sensitive self-esteem, I had to choose the second best option. It's just that I never expected that I would run into Lin Zixuan at this small restaurant. Lin Zixuan was with his friends, laughing and joking as they appeared in the spicy hot pot place. Seeing Mu Wanning, he couldn't help but say in surprise, "Wanning, you came here to eat too?" Lin Zixuan looked at the gauze on her face, frowned, and said, "That Gu Xian is really... How could he be like that? Are you feeling okay? He didn't give you any more trouble last night, did he?" I was standing not far from Mu Wanning, picking food with my back to them, and heard these hypocritical words. I turned my head and glided over like a ghost. "What are you secretly saying to my girlfriend?" Caught red-handed, Lin Zixuan's expression turned a little ugly. I continued, "And calling her Wanning? Are you that close to her?" I angrily placed the tray of vegetables on the counter, pulled Mu Wanning with one hand, and scanned the payment code with the other. I said, "Let's go, ignore him." Mu Wanning's expression was hard to describe, as if she was thinking about something. But Lin Zixuan was like a lingering ghost chasing after us. "Gu Xian, you have money and power. Why must you keep making things difficult for Mu Wanning? She's already so pitiful. Can you just let her go?" I raised my eyebrows, and seeing Mu Wanning's face darken, I felt a joy as if I had struck gold. Because Mu Wanning hated it the most when others called her pitiful. I feigned innocence and said, "I've never felt that Mu Wanning was pitiful at all. As for making things difficult for her, you're overthinking it. We are in a serious relationship. Isn't that right? Wanning?" I slid my hand down Mu Wanning's arm, forcing her to interlace her fingers with mine. Mu Wanning's body stiffened. I snorted coldly and directly pulled her to a good seat, then cheerfully bought 2 bottles of water. I handed her the water. "Here, for you." Because I noticed Lin Zixuan was looking this way, my actions were very deliberate. Mu Wanning was silent for a moment, then took it. Then I said, "The food isn't here yet. Share half of your bun with me." Mu Wanning frowned and asked, "Why?" I pouted and said, "What? I'm treating you to a meal? Aren't you going to return the favor? Look how stingy you are. You won't even spare me a bite of your bun." Mu Wanning's gaze shifted slightly, but she remained stubborn, saying, "I never said I wanted to eat your food." I crossed my arms and mocked, "So you just don't want to give me the bun?" Mu Wanning really couldn't do anything about me. In the end, she threw the bun straight at me. I unwrapped the bun, broke it in the middle, half for each of us, no more, no less. The owner called our number. I glanced at the small slip of paper in my hand, answered clearly, and then trotted off to get the food. Mu Wanning's gaze never left me. She felt a tingling in her teeth. The old Guxian was too easy to understand, just a rich young master who was arrogant, overbearing, and spent money whimsically, a thug who didn't care about the lives of others. Now I seemed to have been enlightened in an instant, my whole being radiating a kind of light. I didn't know what I was saying to the owner, I just knew I was laughing heartily and happily. Mu Wanning pushed her tongue against her molars and swallowed. I brought over a heaping bowl of spicy hot pot, stumbling as I reached the table. I couldn't help but complain, "It's so hot." I didn't rush to eat. Instead, I used a spoon to scoop half a small bowl of soup for Mu Wanning and explained with a smile, "This way, when you put the food in and dip it a little, it'll cool down faster." The steam rising from the soup was very thick, carrying the aroma of sesame sauce. I saw that Mu Wanning wasn't moving her chopsticks, so I picked up a meatball and put it in her bowl, then pushed the chopsticks into her hand, and said, "Eat." I was afraid Mu Wanning would feel awkward, so I added, "It's a give and take. I ate your bun, so you should eat my food. Hurry up and get some for yourself. After we eat, we still have class this afternoon." Mu Wanning's hand holding the chopsticks trembled. She said with a wary expression, "Guxian, you don't have to be so nice to me. No matter how nice you are to me, I will never like you." Mu Wanning wanted to see how I would turn hostile after hearing this so she could feel that things were normal. But I just adjusted my posture and then smirked at her. "It's fine. I'll just try harder. Before, you said you wouldn't be my girlfriend, but aren't you now? I advise you not to be so certain. It's easy to fall prey to the law of true fragrance." Mu Wanning didn't say anything more. The spicy hot pot cost over 30 yuan. The portion was huge. The two of us couldn't finish it at all. So Mu Wanning ate until she was very full. After eating, I wiped my mouth and said, "There are still 30 minutes left. Let's go back to school." Mu Wanning silently nodded. As we passed by Lin Zixuan's table, Lin Zixuan suddenly reached out and pulled Mu Wanning. Before I could get angry, he let go, but I didn't want even this small action to exist. I immediately stopped in my tracks and said coldly, "Flirting with my girlfriend right in front of me? That's not very appropriate." From a reader's perspective, this Lin Zixuan should be a shining, positive main character, radiating an aura of righteousness everywhere. But to me, he's just an annoying guy. He won't end up with me wanting later anyway, so why is he interfering? Lin Zixuan's face turned red then pale for my words. He looked at his friends and said angrily, "What do you mean?" I was so angry I laughed. "What do I mean? He grabbed my girlfriend's hand right in front of me and you think he's in the right?" Lin Zixuan blushed and said, "Everyone knows you forced her. Geez, I really wonder, why does this guy always bring up this nonsense, as if I'm really the bad guy?" It was clearly Mu Wanning herself who said she wanted to be my girlfriend. I grabbed a nearby chair and said angrily, "Are you tired of living?" Mu Wanning looked at my posture and the unreal feeling from before gradually returned. Seeing that we had alarmed the owner and that the surrounding students were all looking over, Mu Wanning quickly pulled me back, her tone placating. "Don't cause trouble. Can you not start a fight?" Mu Wanning originally thought I wouldn't listen. Who knew that I would just pause for a moment, immediately put the chair aside, and nod repeatedly, saying, "Okay, no trouble, let's go." As soon as she was out the door, Mu Wanning let go of my wrist. I followed behind, my heart racing and my face burning. Who could stand it? Before, Mu Wanning always spoke to me sarcastically and never with a pleasant expression. Who knew that when she was serious, she could be so captivating? That cold look was so charming. No wonder she's the one who later becomes the biggest villain and is pursued by so many people. Mu Wanning walked ahead, her expression dark and uncertain. Just now, when Lin Zixuan pulled her hand, he had slipped a small note into it. Luckily, Guxian didn't see it. Otherwise, that group would probably have been in trouble today. In the afternoon class, I slept with my back to Mu Wanning the whole time. Occasionally in class, my light snores could be heard, which instead reminded Mu Wanning of a small cat she had when she was little. Mu Wanning felt she was going a little crazy. Near the end of class, I groggily woke up from my sleep. After stretching, I was caught right in the act by the physics teacher. "Guxian, come up here. Tell us how to solve this problem. What could I possibly explain?" I stood up hesitantly, looking at the Chinese literature book dampened by my drool with an embarrassed expression. The teacher, with an expression as if he already knew, said, "If you can't figure it out, just stand." I scratched my head, my shoulders slumped. Zhang Yudao seemed to be very good at kicking people when they're down. She turned her head and sneered. Originally, I sat with Zhang Yudao, but I moved here to get closer to Mu Wanning. Our relationship had fallen apart. Now, in class, I could be considered to have no friends, let alone this Mu Wanning, who didn't even pay attention to me. I looked out the window. The sun was setting, a red cloud on the horizon, layered and beautiful. I was enjoying the view while Mu Wanning was looking at me. Mu Wanning gripped the pen in her hand tightly and heard me sigh. I looked down and asked my girlfriend, "What are we eating tonight?" Mu Wanning paused for a moment and said, I don't want to eat. I knew she would say that. I smiled and said, I want to eat. You're my girlfriend, you have to come with me. My bank card was frozen, and the driver had been called away. I could only take the bus by myself. My house was also about to be sold. After the agent looked at it, he had contacted quite a few people who wanted to buy my house. If the process went quickly, this would probably be the last happy time for me in this large villa. I really regretted it, but I didn't want to bow down to Gu King. The villa sold for $3 million, and the buyer was a sworn enemy of the Gu family. After learning this news, I signed the contract with them without a second thought. When Gu Qing hears this news, he will definitely buy the villa back. How could he let others know about the scandal of his own son having to sell his house because he had no money? I had calculated this move very carefully. After getting the money, I immediately rented a house near Mu Wanning in the same building as Mu Wanning, but I didn't dare tell her. I was afraid that Mu Wanning would turn around and cause my mission to fail. Every day, I secretly brought breakfast for Mu Wanning and dragged her to eat 3 meals a day. Mu Wanning endured it silently, not saying anything. However, her attitude had softened a bit. I was having dinner with her and asked tentatively, which university are you planning to apply to? Mu Wanning would apply to Zhongcheng University because she didn't want to be too far from her mother. As expected, she didn't hide it and honestly named Zhongcheng University. I asked again, then what major do you want to study? Mu Wanning said, probably computer science. I shuddered. This won't do. Because the male and female leads will also apply to the computer science major and they will become classmates. The female lead's family background and achievements will crush Mu Wanning in an instant, which will stimulate Mu Wanning's intense competitiveness. This is also a key point that leads to Mu Wanning's darkening. I said nonchalantly, how about considering medicine? Mu Wanning didn't want to be controlled by others, and as expected, she immediately retorted. I pretended not to see it and said naturally, medicine is a good field. It's easy to find a job later, the salary is high and the skills are great, you're needed everywhere. Most importantly, saving people is a good deed. Maybe it can help her escape the villain title and become a good person. Mu Wanning said indifferently, not interested. I'm full. She had already seen through it long ago. I was dragging her to eat with me, simply because I pitied her. Mu Wanning was grateful to me, but she knew that later on, these things would all become a joke. Mu Wanning had already thought it through. When I finally showed my true colors, she would eliminate me without hesitation. Medicine? I'm overthinking it. Since childhood, she felt she would become an executioner. Mu Wanning cut me off. Instead of worrying about me, why don't you think about your own grades? I suddenly had a great idea. That's right, my grades are bad. How about this? From now on, they'll treat you to meals and you can tutor me. With less than half a month until the college entrance exam, the teachers had already become lax. Those who wanted to teach didn't need it, and those who didn't want to learn couldn't be taught. Mu Wanning looked at me seriously and then concluded, useless. I pouted. No. How do you know it's useless? I'm very smart. Mu Wanning sneered, so smart that you're always first from the bottom. I frowned and said nothing. Mu Wanning actually hesitated for a moment because of my expression. Then she heard me mumble, isn't there a saying, cramming at the last minute won't make you fast, but it will make you bright? You haven't even tried. How can you say it won't work? Mu Wanning didn't want to owe me any favors because during this time, thanks to me, she had indeed been living much better. Finally, she relented, 2 hours during evening self-study. As soon as I saw her agree, I immediately burst out laughing. So you've promised me now, no backing out. Mu Wanning had a strange feeling in her heart. She looked straight into my eyes as if wanting to see through my soul. Mu Wanning suddenly asked, you're not like you were before? I felt my scalp tingle. Then I heard the system's cold voice mumbling in my ear. I've reminded you before, do not break character. I really panicked. Just a moment later, I said arrogantly again, of course. Who knows, we might not see each other again in the future, so in this short period of time, I'll make it up to you a little. Mu Wanning asked, is it to ease your conscience? I didn't know how to act anymore. Saying yes wasn't right and saying no wasn't right either. I lowered my head and said with a wronged expression, if you want to think that, there's nothing I can do about it. The corner of Mu Wanning's mouth curved into a cold smile. She stood up directly and said, I'm leaving first. I had no idea what sensitive spot of hers I had touched. I quickly took a bite of rice and chased after her. During this time, I still hadn't made up with those bad friends. Jiang Yudao still couldn't control her temper. Seeing me being all sweet and clingy with Mu Wanning again, when she passed by my side, she saw me studying. She knocked on the desk and said, do you have to be like this? Gu Xian, do you really think you're a top student now? I looked up with a blank expression and said, none of your business. Jiang Yudao let out a cold laugh and said, I heard your dad kicked you out of the house, right? Why did you even sell your house? I said coldly. It's none of your business. Jiang Yudao pulled up a chair and sat across from us. Raising an eyebrow at Mu Wanning, looked at me and said, you spend money like water? Is selling one house enough for you to spend? How about you come and suck up to me? Let my dad put in a few good words for you with your dad. Isn't that more promising than being with this dirt-poor girl? I slammed the table, annoyed, and said, are you done? This person didn't have much screen time in the original story. Why is she so meddlesome now that it's my turn? Can't you see my mission target is looking gloomy and unstable, about to explode? Does Zhang Yuyao have a death wish? But I still want to live. The next second, Mu Wanning folded the half-finished exam paper and said, I have something to do. I'm leaving first. She never wanted to get involved in our business. Zhang Yuyao stretched out her leg, blocking Mu Wanning's path under the table and taunted, What's this? Our top student has things to do? Rushing off to wash dishes or serve tables for someone? Mu Wanning suppressed her anger and looked coldly at Zhang Yuyao. Seeing that a war was about to break out, I stepped between the two of them and said impatiently, Zhang Yuyao, you have something to say to me, right? Let's talk outside. Zhang Yuyao saw the anxious look on my face and sneered disdainfully, Fine. As I walked out from beside Mu Wanning, because the aisle was narrow, our bodies almost brushed against each other. Mu Wanning could smell the faint scent on my body, a little alluring. When Zhang Yuyao followed me out, she deliberately turned her head back and gave Mu Wanning a provocative look. I don't know what kind of magic it was. Before we had gone far, Mu Wanning actually started following us. Under the streetlights on campus, I was red-faced with anger. Are you crazy? Zhang Yuyao felt for a cigarette in her pocket, put one in her mouth, then offered the whole pack over. I slapped her hand away and said, I'm studying with Mu Wanning, what's it got to do with you? Zhang Yuyao's voice immediately rose, saying with a hint of anger, You're the one who's crazy, Guxian. I let you mess around with her, and that's fine, but you've gone too far. The only thing you haven't done is move in with her, and you ask what it has to do with me? Didn't your dad tell you my family and yours have a marriage arrangement? My voice suddenly went silent. I looked at Zhang Yuyao in a panic. My mind was in a mess. I quickly asked the system, Is this true? Why didn't you tell me? When I came to this world, the system only showed me the original owner's life, like watching a movie. But the camera always followed Mu Wanning, and for a cannon fodder character like me, there really weren't many scenes to watch. The system was very helpless. I don't know about this either. I was just about to explain when I heard Zhang Yuyao speak. Do you know what you look like right now? You look like a stalker simp. Mu Wanning doesn't know you're downstairs from her place, does she? I see you sneakily following her every day. I find it pathetic on your behalf. I was really pissed off by her. The words, what's it to you, hadn't even left my mouth when a cold sweat started to run down my back. Not far away, Mu Wanning was, quietly staring at me, with an indescribable expression. Zhang Yuyao clearly noticed my reaction too. She turned her head and couldn't help but laugh. She heard you, so let's just lay all the cards on the table. Zhang Yuyao stared at me and said, Either you stay away from her on your own, or it'll make her leave, or it'll tell your dad what a great daughter-in-law you found for him. You choose. I clenched my fists and gritted my teeth. The corner of Mu Wanning's mouth curved into a meaningful smile. Guxian, you're really something. That night, I lay in bed sighing. All night, I thought about where the problem was. In the original story, I was clearly just a cannon fodder supporting male character. Supporting male character isn't accurate enough. It should be a cannon fodder passerby. Does a passerby in this romance story also get the treatment of a Shura field? When I heard a noise outside the door, I sat up with a start. Looking through the peephole, I thought to myself, this is bad. In the middle of the night, why would Mu Wanning come knocking on my door? Mu Wanning had no expression on her face. I was restless and uneasy and looked around. If she wanted to make a move now, at least I have a mop to use. I gripped the mop next to me tightly and opened the door. Mu Wanning glanced at me and said mockingly, So you really moved in? I straightened my back, pretending to be relaxed, and said, I'm out of money. The housing here is cheap. Mu Wanning was silent for a long time, then suddenly said, Want to study? After saying that, without caring what I thought, she just squeezed into the house. The room was very empty, apart from a few essential pieces of furniture. It looked particularly bare. I followed her gaze and saw clothes strewn on the sofa. The corner of her mouth twitched. She strode over and cleaned it up in a few moves. The house is a bit messy. This is more than just messy. Mu Wanning pursed her lips, pretending not to see anything, talking to herself. We didn't study for the full 2 hours during evening self-study today. I saw that your exam paper was only half done. If you want to try, then finish your homework first. I also stood by the wall, observing her. Did she really come to tutor me? My wary eyes scanned the surroundings. After confirming there was no danger, I relaxed a little. Mu Wanning, because of this sentence, looked towards me. I was wearing a loose t-shirt, revealing my firm arms, casual but not without a masculine charm. Only then did Mu Wanning realize coming to a male classmate's house late at night was somewhat inappropriate. Mu Wanning turned away and said, Never mind, I came at a bad time. Since we missed today's tutoring session, I'll make it up to you during morning self-study tomorrow. I saw she was about to leave and immediately raised my eyebrows. I understood clearly in my heart tutoring was just an excuse. She just came to verify what Zhang Yuyao said. I knew she couldn't bring herself to ask, so I took the initiative to speak. About today, I can explain. Mu Wanning let out a cold laugh. No need to explain, I understand everything. I replied in a panic, I'm really not stalking you, I just rented the apartment downstairs from you. Seeing that she was unmoved, I decided to give up and said, I just want to be a little closer to you. I have no other intentions. Mu Wanning's expression turned cold. The next second, she pushed me down onto the sofa. Her low voice rang out. Guxian, two-timing, that makes me feel disgusted. Thanks for your good intentions these past few days. I don't need them anymore. I truly had unspeakable difficulties. I could only explain miserably. I'm not. I really didn't know about the marriage arrangement. I like you. I want to be with you. Mu Wanning snorted with a laugh and said, Then what about the marriage arrangement? While I was stunned, I heard her say, "There has to be a reason for liking me. Is it because you see that I have no power or influence, so you can just play around since you have Zhang Yu Yao to back you up anyway?" The corners of Mu Waning's mouth held a sarcastic smile. At this point, I suddenly felt that snatching someone else's fiancé seemed very despicable. I swallowed and didn't say a word from beginning to end. Mu Waning reached out and grabbed my collar, yanking it. The rustling sound of clothes was extremely abrupt in the quiet room. Mu Waning gritted her teeth with a cold face and said, "Dressing like this? Are you trying to seduce someone on purpose?" This time I was really panicked, grabbing her wrist. "You're talking nonsense. Who's crazy like you, coming to knock on my door in the middle of the night?" Mu Waning's hand suddenly moved down to choke me. She gritted her teeth and said, "I don't care what tricks you're playing. If you're here, then behave yourself for me. Don't go provoking Zhang Yu Yao, or else." My eyes stared at her without a trace of fear, and continued, "Or else you'll kill me." Mu Waning narrowed her eyes, seemingly a little unhappy that I saw through her thoughts, and said, "You're overthinking it. The poor have their own methods. It won't go as far as murder." After saying this, she turned and left. I put my hand on my forehead and laughed. It won't go that far? In the original story, didn't she make a move on me after the college entrance exams? Since the last layer of pretense has been torn away, I seem to have become much bolder. Early the next morning, I directly brought breakfast and waited downstairs, timing it to wait for Mu Waning. Before, I was afraid she would find out I lived here, so I deliberately waited upstairs. After she left, I would sneakily run down. When Mu Waning came out, I saw 2 cups of milk and pancakes in my hands. Her brows furrowed slightly. "What are you doing?" I said very naturally, "Waiting for you, of course. Since you've already found me out, can I go to school with you from now on?" Mu Waning didn't say a word. She went downstairs and got her old bicycle. I familiarly sat on the back seat of the bicycle, holding the 2 cups of milk, and patted the seat, saying, "Let's go." Mu Waning frowned and said, "Aren't you a little too shameless?" I spoke with confusion. "I didn't do anything. Didn't you say we have to study during the morning self-study session? Hurry up. If you're a little later, there might be more classmates. Everyone will see you giving me a ride to school." Mu Waning took a deep breath. The moment she got on the bike, my hands were already around her waist. Under the thin jacket, I could feel her slender figure. Mu Waning's body tensed up. She gritted her teeth and said, "Take your hands off," but I held on even tighter. "No, I'm afraid you'll leave me halfway." Mu Waning snorted lightly, trying hard to suppress all her anger. My slightly cold hands, their temperature seeped through the thin clothes. Sometimes, because of her pedaling speed, I would suddenly tighten and then loosen my grip. Mu Waning's cheeks were slightly flushed, although she didn't understand why she was like this. She pedaled very fast. At a corner where no one could see, she told me to get off. "I'm going to park the bike. You go to the classroom and wait for me." I looked dejected. "Isn't it just that you don't want others to see us together?" "I don't know what there is to hide. In school, who doesn't know what kind of relationship Mu Waning and I have?" But I still nodded, handed over the food in my hand, said, "Remember to eat." I strode towards the classroom. Mu Waning was dazed for a moment. She pursed her lips and nodded awkwardly. I sighed. The day I find out whether I can pass the mission is getting closer. I'm very worried. I can't figure out if Mu Waning is genuinely good to me, or if she's boiling a frog in warm water like in the original story to make me let my guard down. On the way to the classroom, I couldn't help but ask the system to check Mu Waning's favorability score. I've been wanting to check for the past few days, but I didn't dare. I was afraid of seeing the favorability at 100 again. I would have a mental breakdown. The system's calm voice sounded. "Yes, host. Checking for you now. Please wait. Villain's favorability score is 70. I froze, feeling both surprised and dejected. Surprised that my being friendly with Mu Waning actually worked. Dejected that the effect didn't seem to be very significant. I kind of regretted turning off the favorability notifications. I had no idea where Mu Waning had been docking points from. I quickly said, "Turn this function on and don't turn it off again." Then I stopped at the school gate. I intended to test something. In less than 5 minutes, Mu Waning arrived at the gate. The breakfast in her hand was almost finished. When she saw me, she narrowed her eyes. Before I could flash what I thought was a handsome smile, I heard the system announce, "Villain's favorability score is 71. The smile on my face immediately vanished. That sensitive? I didn't do anything, just appeared in front of her. The favorability dropped before I even said anything. I tried to support my crumbling body. "I want to go in with you." Mu Waning put the half-drunk cup of soy milk in her hand, aside, and asked with a serious face, "You look pale. Are you not feeling well? Isn't it because you made me angry?" I took a deep breath, raised my head, and pretended to be aggrieved. "I was just thinking, if I left, I would see you for 10 minutes less. We probably don't have much time left together. I don't want to be away from you for that long." Then came the sentence. "Villain's favorability score is 72. All right, I get it now. Mu Waning doesn't like clingy, disobedient people. Forget it, I'm leaving." I turned my head, planning to slip away. I heard Mu Wanning say, "If you want to be with me, then let's go together." Villain's favorability score is 70. What the hell? I regret it again. After turning on the system's notifications, my mood has been a complete roller coaster. I completely couldn't guess what Mu Wanning was thinking in these few short minutes for the number to change so quickly. I followed behind Mu Wanning. For the first time, everyone in class saw me and Mu Wanning arriving together, and they wouldn't stop whispering. My changes recently have indeed been huge. The classmate sitting in front of me boldly asked, "What's the situation? Has our goddess Mu finally given in?" I blushed and said, "What nonsense are you spouting? This wasn't embarrassment, anger." I was really afraid that because of this sentence, Mu Wanning would get the wrong idea, so I quickly stopped him. But after a long while, I didn't hear the system's notification, nor did I see any reaction from Mu Wanning. I tried to say something that fit the character's persona and said, "What goddess Mu? You should call her sister-in-law." Many people in the class laughed. Some were well-intentioned, some were mocking. The next second, I heard the system's notification. Villain's favorability score is 68. I looked at Mu Wanning in surprise. Mu Wanning took the exam paper out of her bag, looked up and asked me, "Did you finish your homework last night?" The words I was about to say, I saw her frown and say, "You never intended to study properly, did you?" I quickly replied, "I did it," Mu Wanning said indifferently. 5 minutes to do an exam paper. I touched my nose and said, "I did it seriously." Mu Wanning held out her hand and said, "Let me see." I hurriedly took out the exam paper. This was something I had racked my brains to write. After all, I have transmigrated into many school-themed novels and been forced to study countless subjects. Although this exam paper was a bit difficult, with a little effort searching on Baidu and studying, I could still manage it. Mu Wanning was a little surprised. "You did this?" This exam paper, apart from my chicken scratch handwriting, the accuracy rate was quite high. I mumbled, "I told you I'm not stupid." Mu Wanning narrowed her eyes and asked, "Then why don't you study properly?" I didn't know what to say anymore. I only wanted to win her over, then escape this damned mission, and return to the real world. How could I have the mind for these trivial matters? Mu Wanning didn't press me further. She took out a slightly old notebook from her bag and said, "These are the knowledge points I compiled before. There's one for every subject. You can try looking at them. If there's anything you don't understand, ask me." I took it with a grateful expression, looking like I was about to dive into the endless sea of learning, with diligence as my boat. I solemnly opened the notebook. Mu Wanning's handwriting, unlike her personality, was very neat and delicate. I touched the words and said with a smile, "Your handwriting is really beautiful." Mu Wanning said without hesitation, "It's because your handwriting is too ugly." The corner of my mouth froze. She really has gotten much bolder. If not for the 68 favorability score, then in the eyes of outsiders, we would look like a loving couple. I scratched the back of my neck and mumbled, "Should I buy a handwriting practice book then? I think the college entrance exam is graded by machine, right?" Mu Wanning was a bit confused and asked, "What do you mean by graded by machine?" I stiffened. It's over. Her time period setting seems to not have developed to that level of high technology. I bit my tongue and said, "It's nothing. I was just thinking randomly." Mu Wanning didn't mind and continued, "You really should buy a handwriting practice book, otherwise your scores are done for. Anyway, even if you don't do well on the exam, your family will send you to a very good school to get an education." I firmly denied, "No." My denial caused a hint of surprise in Mu Wanning's eyes. She frowned at me, as if searching for something. I took a deep breath and took my textbooks out of my bag. I don't want to play the victim either, but if I don't narrow the class gap between me and Mu Wanning, there will always be a glass wall between us. Of course, if playing the victim can arouse Mu Wanning's compassion, I could make myself sound even more pathetic. I thought about the plot of the original story I had seen and said matter-of-factly, "My dad had an affair very early on. I also have a younger brother, 3 months younger than me. We have the same father but different mothers. They actually stopped needing me a long time ago." My eyes carried a gloomy look. I shrugged indifferently. That year, a few months after my mother passed away, my dad brought my stepmother and younger brother home. Their family of 3 is happy and joyful. I can't fit in at all. I heard the favorability score increase bit by bit. My mouth didn't stop. I used to be willful before, because I wanted my dad to pay more attention to me. Unfortunately, it didn't work. He just disliked me more and more. I don't want to please him either. After all, he's the reason I lost my mother. But you won't be bothered by these words of mine, will you? I tried to make my eyes teary, tears welling up. Mu Wanning's heart was shaken. Immediately after, I heard the sound in my head. Villain's favorability score is 61. Every word I said touched Mu Wanning's heart. Then Mu Wanning said with a deadpan face, "You deserve it." My face twitched and I leaned on the table. Mu Wanning is truly a master of being sharp-tongued. She clearly pities me, but still treats me like this. I secretly rubbed my thigh. I pinched it a bit too hard just now. It's probably going to bruise. Just when I thought this cold girl would continue being cold, Mu Wanning spoke up. "Actually, it's nothing. People live for themselves. There's no need to chase after other people's affection. Your dad, he's not worthy." I rejoiced in my heart. Mu Wanning felt annoyed. After speaking, she rested her forehead on her hand and opened her language arts exam paper, immersing herself in the sea of knowledge. She didn't hear me turn the page at all. After finishing a test paper, she turned her head and saw me resting my chin on my hand, sleeping soundly with my eyes closed. Mu Wanning felt a little regretful. She could feel her hatred for me gradually dissipating. She had also thought about the things I had done before, replaying them in her mind over and over, but it was basically useless. She started to feel that I just didn't understand emotions, that I didn't know how to interact with others, and now she felt I was just a rebellious teenager, just like her, who, due to a lack of something called love, became incomprehensible in the eyes of others. Mu Wanning's face darkened, and she knocked hard on my head to wake me up. I gasped in surprise, my eyes wide open, and asked, "What's wrong?" Mu Wanning said with a stern face. "I told you to read, not to sleep." My face immediately fell, and I miserably propped up my forehead and sighed deeply, while the corners of Mu Wanning's lips, where others wouldn't notice, curled up slightly. I discovered that Mu Wanning is a very responsible girl. Maybe I had been too subjective about her. Being woken up again, I was on the verge of collapse, my left hand propping up my forehead, nodding off like a chicken pecking at grain. But as soon as I noticed Mu Wanning looking over, I immediately focused. "I'm not sleeping. I'm really not sleeping." Mu Wanning let out a cold laugh, but she didn't fuss over my little actions. Until the long break, I directly closed my book and slumped onto the desk, sleeping like a log. I had no idea that during this time, Zhang Yudao had knocked on Mu Wanning's desk, signaling with her eyes. Mu Wanning's gaze darkened, and she stood up to follow Zhang Yudao out. When the bell for class rang, I realized Mu Wanning hadn't come back. Zhang Yudao had a smug, arrogant smile on her face, just as she walked in through the door, giving me a provocative smile. Mu Wanning couldn't possibly. The teacher who came in late asked where Mu Wanning was, but no one answered, so they started going over today's test. I looked at the clock, annoyed. 10 minutes passed, Mu Wanning still hadn't returned. I heard from not far away a few words slip out as some people were laughing. I heard Mu Wanning, I heard rooftop, and then I heard stupid as hell. In that moment, something in my head snapped. I was unbearably angry. The villain I've been protecting with all my heart, spending so much effort to lower her darkening value. Why can't these people just leave her alone instead of helping keep causing more trouble? I swallowed, stood up from my seat, and ran towards the rooftop. I clenched my fists, my fingers trembling slightly as I ran quickly up to the rooftop. The wooden door was pushed open by me, making a creaking sound, and I saw Mu Wanning sitting by the edge of the rooftop. Her slender figure looked incredibly frail at that moment. Her white uniform was torn, revealing her pale wrists, and her whole body was covered in dirt. There was a scratch on her delicate oval face. Hearing the noise, she turned her head, her almond-shaped eyes holding a hint of confusion. Mu Wanning's long, slender fingers tugged at her torn uniform. There were many whip marks on her small back, which looked terrifying. "Did they tell you?" Mu Wanning's clear voice was a little hoarse. I clenched my fists tighter. "I overheard." Mu Wanning slightly parted her cherry-like lips. "You're such a jinx," but her tone was cold. Just then, I heard the system's notification. The villain's favorability score is -100. It's all for nothing. I couldn't stop my tears from falling. The tears clearly startled Mu Wanning. She quickly stood up, her slender figure moving towards me. She frowned slightly. "Stay away from me. If you really like me, then please let my life be peaceful. For a bit." After saying that, she turned and walked away lightly. She didn't go to class. When I returned, I didn't see her. Zhang Yudao saw my expression, curled her red lips into a cold smile. At that moment, I finally couldn't hold back my boiling anger, rushed to the front of the class, and gave Zhang Yudao a hard slap. She clearly didn't expect me to do that. The literature teacher was also stunned. "What are you doing?" Zhang Yudao held her face, staring at me in disbelief. "Zhang Yudao, you've really opened my eyes. If you've got the guts, come at me. Why go after Mu Wanning? It's obvious I'm the one pestering her. Don't you know that?" I said in a long rant. The literature teacher saw me grab Zhang Yudao by the collar and couldn't help but say angrily, "Gu Xian, don't you want to study anymore? Then get the hell home. What are you causing a scene in class for?" "Fine, he'll go. I don't want to be with these disgusting people anyway." I gritted my teeth. What's done is done. I didn't want to salvage anything anymore. With Mu Wanning's personality, she must hate my guts right now. She has to go to school. She still has to follow the plot. I'm just a background character, someone who's about to die. What is there to worry about? I left just like that, which really surprised everyone. I walked down the street with my bag, my heart a mess of loss. The system complained in my ear. "Host, you're really too impulsive. If you really drop out of school, there won't be any chance to salvage this." Hearing the word chance, I laughed. I already have no way out. You're not unaware Mu Wanning's favorability bar keeps going up and down erratically. There's no humanity in it at all. I don't want to pursue her anymore. He'll just die early and move on to another mission. Seeing her is just annoying. Before, Mu Wanning gave me the illusion that although her favorability was unstable, it was at least heading in a good direction, that there was still hope. But who knew one incident would send it back to square one? It's a good thing I don't have a heart condition, otherwise, being tormented by her like this, I would have died on the spot. The life-shortening system doesn't understand humanity. It just advised, "There's still half a month, host. Hang in there. As long as you can make her drop her hostility towards you, there will be a turn for the better." I let out a cold laugh. "Are you stupid?" In the original script, she was destined to be the culprit, a natural-born villain like that. I couldn't save her even if it cost me my entire fortune. I walked home. The streets were bustling with traffic. Strangers hurried past. I suddenly felt very sad. I no longer remembered why I took on this mission in the first place. In my memory, I had helped many worlds, saved countless tragic endings. I was very happy then, earning an extremely high number of points to exchange for an S-rank mission to return to reality sooner. As for why I had to return, I have no memory of it. The system doesn't allow mission takers to bring thoughts from their reality. The moment I became a mission taker, my memories of reality vanished. But vaguely, I still remember someone is waiting for me in reality. I kicked a stone in front of me, and unexpectedly, under that dilapidated apartment building, I saw Mu Wanning. She was carrying a garbage bag and had changed into clean clothes, the white dress accentuating her pure and ethereal beauty. The two of us looked at each other. Mu Wanning coldly turned her head away, without saying a word. I stood still, and as we passed each other, I said, "I'm sorry, you should go to school. I can guarantee they won't bully you anymore. For the hurt and trouble I caused you before, I apologize. I know it's useless, but I still have to say it. Actually, forget it." The words I wanted to say suddenly stopped. I ruffled my hair and strode upstairs. Mu Wanning was a bit dazed. "Isn't it class time right now? How did he get out?" But in an instant, she figured it out. Wasn't he always like this before? I slept like a log at home, and when I looked up, I saw the stuffy, dirty ceiling, the ceiling fan creaking above. There was a loud knock on the door. I hesitated for a moment before opening the door, only to see Gu Qing with a frosty face and the gaudily dressed Sun Yufeng behind him. I immediately became gentle again. "Is something wrong? Gu Xian?" Gu Qing almost spat out these words through gritted teeth. Sun Yufeng beside him feigned concern, consoling. "Xian is still a child. Don't argue with a child." Those eyes of Gu Qing's looked like they wanted to bore a hole through me. He glanced around the house and said mockingly, "This kid can even sell the villa his parents gave him. So young and already not learning anything good. Fighting is one thing, but to follow that kind of woman to this place. I heard at school you declared you weren't going to study anymore, right? Great. If you don't study, then don't study. You're not the talented type anyway. Since you kids are about to graduate, I think the Jiang family's daughter is quite good. You pack up and prepare to marry into their family." "What are you saying, Dad?" I was stunned. Are these words a biological father could say? "What? That's the only use you have," Gu Qing said coldly. "I heard it all from the Jiang family girl. That girl is very good. She doesn't mind the things you've done before. After the college entrance exams, I'll arrange for you two to study abroad together." I clenched my fists and said nothing. It's actually pointless. Arguing is useless because I won't even live to see the day after the college entrance exams. He absolutely shouldn't have. But Gu Qing said one more thing. "If you were half the person your mother was, I wouldn't be so disappointed in you." "How dare you even mention my mother?" I looked at Sun Yufeng beside him. All my grievances now impossible to hide. I trembled all over and pointed at the woman behind him. "My mother was great, but didn't she still lose to you two adulterers?" Slap. This slap wasn't undeserved. I held my head high and continued. "I wasn't wrong at all. Gu Xian, your mother died of illness. If I hear you say these words again, you better pray that you don't make me lay a hand on you." I suspect this man could probably even beat himself up. I took 2 steps back. "My mother was driven to her death by you people, coveting my mother's money, cheating her out of her feelings, moving in openly, having an affair behind her back was one thing, but you even stole my mother's money to raise that bastard child." I saw his hand rise. "Want to hit me again, Dad? My mother didn't die of illness. She was driven to her death by you. Driven by you to jump off a building and commit suicide. I still didn't want to expose you because you are my father. But now, I see you're not even as good as a stranger. Don't talk to me about money. The money you and Sun Yufeng are spending, every single penny has my mother's shadow on it. Are you looking to die?" Gu Qing's jaw trembled, and he angrily grabbed me by the collar. Sun Yufeng's eyes were red, shedding tears, still pretending to comfort Gu Qing. To outsiders, she really looked like a good wife and mother. "What are you all doing?" Just then, Mu Wanning's clear voice rang out. She was carrying a convenience store bag, standing at the top of the stairs, her gaze completely devoid of warmth. The moment Gu Qing saw her, there was a moment of hesitation because she looked so much like someone he knew. "If you want to argue, go inside and argue. There are many elderly people in this building, and they're taking their afternoon nap." After Mu Wanning said this, she turned to leave without looking back. She stopped on the stairs and looked down at Gu Qing. "Also, he's still a minor, protected by the law. If there's an issue, talk it out slowly. Don't get physical, or you might get reported and taken to the station for a chat." Gu Qing looked at Mu Wanning in surprise, his brow furrowed tightly. Sun Yufeng hurriedly pulled him away. "Come on, he's still a child. Don't argue with him anymore." Gu Qing clenched his fists, and when he looked at me, he laughed coldly. "No matter what you think, if you still want to acknowledge me as your father, then behave for me, and don't make me angry again." After Gu Qing said this, he left while being pulled away by Sun Yufeng. I stood at the door, took a deep breath, and curled my lips into a helpless smile. If I didn't have to follow the original plot to avoid causing unnecessary fluctuations, I would have been too lazy to care about this incomprehensible couple. I touched my face. It really hurt. Gu Qing really shows no mercy to his own biological son. If he can sell him, he will. I gave a bitter smile and was about to close the door when I saw Mu Wanning coming downstairs again. "Not going to school anymore?" Mu Wanning stood 3 steps away from me, her eyes dark as if she was trying to read my thoughts. I nodded. "So you can go to school without worry. Not seeing me at school, you must be very happy, right? Is it just because of this?" I said, "I don't want to see Zhang Yudao. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to rest now." As I spoke, I was about to close the door, but Mu Wanning held it with one hand. She furrowed her brow tightly, and after a long moment, her voice softened a bit. Does your father often hit you like that? Does it hurt? I touched my face, bit my lip, and shook my head. I'm not going either. This sentence from Mu Wanning truly shocked me to the core. No, what is this? Anyway, it's the review period now. The teachers have already taught everything they need to, so reviewing at home is fine too. Mu Wanning pursed her lips and looked at me, her gaze complicated. I can also tutor you while I'm at it. If your father doesn't want you anymore, with your current grades, it'll be hard to get into college, right? Don't overthink it. I see you really intend to turn over a new leaf. If I just leave you like this, I'm afraid I don't know how far you'll fall in the future. I continued to be amazed. The direction of this plot is indeed a bit unexpected. Are you serious? Suddenly, in my mind, a light flashed. The system didn't announce any increase in favorability, but Mu Wanning's attitude clearly shows she's softening. Mu Wanning turned cold again because of my question. Fine, just pretend I didn't say anything. How could that be? I pulled her back, looking at her with expectant eyes filled with a bit of hope. Mu Wanning thought, if I had a small tail behind me, it would definitely be wagging happily. She lowered her eyes and heard me say urgently, You've already promised someone, so you have to do it. Let's study right now. Mu Wanning felt her eyelid twitch and pushed my hand away. Wait for me to get my books. I watched Mu Wanning go upstairs and ask the system, How do you define this favorability? The level of disgust in the villain's heart, I scoffed contemptuously. I think your system might be broken. Look at Mu Wanning. Does she look like she detests me in any way? Have you forgotten? The system on the other side gently reminded me. In the original script, Mu Wanning also acted friendly towards the original host. What was her purpose? My scalp tingled. Mu Wanning had come down from upstairs carrying her old, worn-out school bag and looked a bit surprised when she saw me. Why are you still standing here? I rubbed my hands together, a little embarrassed. Mu Wanning smirked. My house only has one desk, which is old, rickety, and about to collapse. You can tell at a glance it has barely been used, and there isn't a single book on it. Mu Wanning propped her hands on it and shook it, then immediately turned and put her school bag on the coffee table. Actually, there are many moments when I can truly forget that I will die at Mu Wanning's hands. For example, when she is beside me, occasionally showing me how to do problems, it seems like she's genuinely planning for my future. You're clearly very smart. Mu Wanning held the test I just did. The wrong answers on it were mostly due to carelessness with the results. If before, one could say I didn't know and had copied from somewhere, but this time I did it right under her nose so it couldn't be fake. I never said I was stupid. I retorted in a low voice and then heard the system's rebuttal. If you're so capable, then don't ask me. Let's see if you can solve this math problem. So annoying. Shut up. I cursed relentlessly. Mu Wanning closed her book. I found a part-time job. You study on your own. I'm leaving. I really didn't pester her anymore. I waited for her to leave. Then I threw down my pen, rested my chin on my hand, and asked the system. I keep feeling like she doesn't intend to kill me. In the original script, during this period, are there any other dramatic plot points? The system was actually useful this time. It checked for me and concluded that yes, there were. In the original story, the original host's older brother once sought out Mu Wanning. Other than that, she will meet the male lead 3 more times, one of which will increase the favorability of the target towards the male lead. When does that happen? I jumped up. There aren't many days left in this half month. Even if I can't increase my own favorability score, I can't let Mu Wanning go further down the path of liking the male lead and becoming more and more darkened. A female supporting character and the male lead will never work out. It should be in the next few days. The system's answer was vague. That won't do. I shot up immediately. Hurriedly grabbed my bag. I have to keep a close eye on Mu Wanning. I can't let someone else take this opportunity to steal her away. Mu Wanning's workplace has become more upscale. It's a coffee shop. I'm not stupid enough to go inside the shop, so I specifically wait at the milk tea shop across the street. 1 cup of milk tea every day, sitting until Mu Wanning gets off work, then secretly following her home. After a few days, I became friendly with the staff at this milk tea shop. Someone even teased me. What's up? You like that pretty girl over there? Just go for it boldly. You're so handsome, she'll definitely be moved. I waited, and finally, it was time for Mu Wanning to get off work. I immediately packed up, holding the half-finished cup of milk tea, and in a great hurry, I went outside. I always keep a distance of 10 steps from Mu Wanning. I've already thought it through if I'm discovered. They'll say I came here for milk tea, that it has nothing to do with Mu Wanning. Mu Wanning walked at a leisurely pace, a smile playing on the corners of her lips. Seeing an alley, when no one was paying attention, she turned into it. Just a moment ago, I was following with my head down. When I looked up now, she was gone. Panicked, I quickened my pace for a few steps and looked around. I only looked down for a few minutes. Where did she go? My body froze, and I heard a cold voice behind me. The homework I assigned you, have you finished it? As soon as I turned around, I saw Mu Wanning leaning against the alley wall, looking a bit indifferent. The young woman's figure was slender, about 1.7 meters tall, wearing the coffee shop uniform, giving off an unapproachable vibe. The white shirt accentuated her elegant and otherworldly beauty. Every gesture exuded a special aura. Why do you follow me every day? This sentence from Mu Wanning left me stunned. I put down the milk tea in my hand, before the lie could even escape my lips. I resigned to my fate and asked, how did you find out? Who stalks someone by tailing them every single day, with their head hung low, not even bothering to hide. Do you take me for a blind person or an idiot? I retorted, I'm not. I'm just worried. Worried about what? Mu Wanning was a little surprised. I took a deep breath and said, you're so beautiful. What if someone targets you? Besides, this uniform of yours? This isn't a uniform? It's clearly very attractive to others. Mu Wanning listened to me with a blank expression. I took 2 steps toward her, only to be pulled back forcefully by her, and with a spin, she pinned me against the wall. I was pressed against her, smelling a faint scent of mint. Lifting my head, I met her deep eyes, and couldn't help but hold my breath. She let out a soft chuckle from her throat, her voice as pleasant as a clear stream. You like me so much you can't leave my side for a second? Well then, I have a better way that can make it so. You can never leave me. Do you want to try it? In Mu Wanning's almond-shaped eyes, an unpredictable light flickered. I hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, Mu Wanning hates me. This hatred seems to be quietly changing. The fair, slender fingers of Mu Wanning tightened. She slowly moved closer, her cherry-like lips gently touching the corner of mine. Her voice was as gentle as if coaxing a child. Don't say such things to me. My heart was trembling, because in that moment, I heard the system glitch. The stats were jumping wildly. Villain's favorability score 50. Villain's favorability score plus 10. Villain's favorability score plus 30. It's gone crazy. I don't know if the system is crazy or if Mu Wanning is crazy. The moment our lips and tongues met, I heard the favorability score had become a positive number. As a result, just as we separated, this damn beauty changed her mind. What's wrong? Do I have bad breath? Go home and do your homework. After leaving this sentence, Mu Wanning elegantly turned and left, leaving me stunned on the spot for a long time. Mu Wanning also didn't know what she was thinking. She wanted to kiss me. It was just a fleeting impulse. The young man's appearance made her heart beat faster. His lips were indescribably beautiful. It made her want to explore deeper. In that moment, she felt an unprecedented panic. Her delicate hand unconsciously rose to her chest, trying to calm her racing heart. She never thought that someone could stir her emotions so much in just half a month. I am a demon. Mu Wanning kept deluding herself. Her long, slender fingers clenched into a fist. He's definitely waiting for me to take the bait and then ruthlessly kick me away to see my miserable state. Something like that. He's not someone who hasn't done it before. Mu Wanning felt that she had been too careless. Lin Zixuan and a few friends went out to buy stationery. When he saw Mu Wanning alone through a roadside window, his face flushed slightly. Mu Wanning was truly very beautiful, especially when wearing a white dress. Her cold aura carried a hint of aloofness. It gave people a sense of mystery, as if she had many stories. She was particularly enchanting, especially for a boy as lively and radiant as Lin Zixuan. He remembered Mu Wanning had not added his contact information at all. He couldn't help but frown, put down the pen in his hand, and chased after her. Mu Wanning, Lin Zixuan called from behind her. Mu Wanning stopped, turned around to face Lin Zixuan, who had a happy expression, always confident and radiant. It made Mu Wanning admire him. Did you just get back from your part-time job? The college entrance exams are soon. Are you still working so hard? Mu Wanning's expression was indifferent. It's fine. Seeing that she didn't seem to want to talk, Lin Zixuan asked awkwardly, Has Gu Xian still been bothering you lately? Hearing the name she didn't want to hear, Mu Wanning frowned slightly. Is something wrong? Last time I gave you my contact information, I noticed you haven't added me after all this time. Lin Zixuan asked tentatively. Mu Wanning pursed her lips. Although some words were hard to say, it was also the truth. I don't have a phone, so I don't have those apps either. Sorry. Lin Zixuan's expression froze. He had forgotten again that Mu Wanning's family situation wasn't very good. Otherwise, she wouldn't be at this age, at this time, still working a part-time job. Sorry, I didn't think of that. He immediately changed the subject. Have you thought about which university you'll apply to? Jiang University. Mu Wanning and Lin Zixuan could also be considered to have some fate between them. He was a boy with a very strong sense of justice. Many times when she was being teased by me, he would always appear before her at the right time, like a knight in shining armor, always giving off a distant feeling. Really? I'm also planning to apply to the computer science department at Jiang University. Mu Wanning looked up at this coincidence. It was somewhat of a meeting of minds, but she felt surprised. Before she could even speak, she suddenly saw me standing behind Lin Zixuan. She just stared at me, full of disbelief. For a moment, Mu Wanning felt a pang of guilt. Lin Zixuan said cheerfully, If we both get into Jiang University, we could become good friends, right? I think I get along really well with you. Get along? My voice was a bit resentful. Then you're fucking easy to please, getting along with just about anyone. I told you last time, stay away from my girlfriend. The corners of my lips curled into a smile. I really have to hand it to this preset world. In less than 10 minutes, the person who was supposed to show up, showed up. And I even had to hear such disgusting words. Lin Zixuan described me as a lingering ghost, and he wasn't wrong at all. A look of awkwardness, then embarrassment flashed across his face. Then he said angrily, What does this have to do with you? Can't you have some shame? I laughed coldly. Mu Wanning is my girlfriend. Tell me, does it have anything to do with me? Girlfriend? You just think so? You just made it up yourself, right? This sentence of mine directly stepped on Lin Zixuan's tail. He bristled. Lin Zixuan has suffered quite a bit at my hands, more times than I can count. Seeing him embarrassed now, I naturally felt a sense of satisfaction. Before he could say a few words to me, he heard Mu Wanning say, "It's not that he just thinks so, I am indeed his girlfriend." The words in Lin Zixuan's mouth were immediately choked back. Even my face showed an expression of disbelief. Was what Mu Wanning just said real? I'm not having auditory hallucinations, am I? Let's go home. Mu Wanning waved at me, then left on her own. As I walked past Lin Zixuan, I looked full of smugness. What did I tell you? Pretty boy, hurry up. Mu Wanning wasn't far from them, and naturally heard my provocative words. I shouted loudly, "Coming." Like a child, I skipped to her side, my face covered with happiness. Having already forgotten the half-finished milk tea, I offered it to Mu Wanning. Want to try it? It's very sweet. Mu Wanning was stunned for a moment, her eyes staring at the chewed flat straw. If you don't drink it, I will. I didn't feel embarrassed at all. I hummed a little song, and happily drank the milk tea. Sometimes Mu Wanning really thought if she was just overthinking things. I looked really silly. Simple, and very easy to please. As long as she showed a little kindness, my eyes would sparkle, as if filled with shattered stars, looking at her brightly, which was heart-stirring. As Mu Wanning thought of this, her pace quickened a little, trying to leave me behind. On the way, I told Mu Wanning many things. For example, today at the milk tea shop, I saw a very mischievous child. Then I mentioned seeing some couple, all just trivial matters in life. But I remembered them very clearly. If you put this kind of effort into your studies, getting into a good university would be very easy for you. Hearing about studying, I let out a sigh. What if I don't get to go to school? Mu Wanning looked at me, a little bewildered. What do you mean? I mean, what if my life is very short? Have you heard this saying? Mu Wanning cut me off. Disasters live for 1,000 years. You're more of a disaster than a disaster. There's no way you'll die young. My heart skipped a beat, and a happy expression appeared on my face. Mu Wanning at this moment looked like she had murderous intent towards me. This made me very happy. I moved closer and said with a smile, "Then you have to live to be 100 too." Boring. Mu Wanning left me behind, the tips of her ears turning red. She suddenly thought, if she were with me, the extremely boring issue of living to be 100. Mu Wanning didn't expect that while she was entangled with me, she would be seen by her mother. She looked like she had just returned from grocery shopping, standing under a tree and looking at Mu Wanning with a flicker of surprise, then she quietly turned away. Mu Wanning annoyedly pushed my hand away. I still hadn't noticed this small change and asked her again, "What's wrong with you?" "I'm serious. I have to study hard and get into Jiang University with you. When that time comes, can we study medicine? Why are you so insistent on me studying medicine?" This was the second time Mu Wanning had heard me suggest this. Before, she was really against it, but now she was a bit more curious. I stammered for a long time and made up an excuse. "I think studying medicine really suits you. In the future, you can wear that kind of white uniform. You'll look especially beautiful." My eyes lit up, as if hurriedly trying to prove my words were true. I blinked. I'm telling the truth. Shallow. I'm leaving first. Mu Wanning glanced at her mother, who was still standing under the tree, pretending that her relationship with me was just normal, said a few more words, then conveniently went over to help her mother carry the groceries. "You finished work early today," Mu Wanning said. Ye Qing looked at me a few more times, then asked, "Is that boy your classmate?" The moment I saw Ye Qing, I finally understood why Mu Wanning had suddenly made small talk with me. So as not to disturb the mother and daughter, I quietly followed from a great distance. "Does he live here too? Why haven't I heard you mention him before?" Ye Qing thought I didn't look like someone from a poor background. Handsome, with a good aura, he looked very well educated, definitely some rich young master. He just moved in. Ye Qing's eyes darkened. She seemed to have understood something. She suddenly said, "Do you like him? We're just classmates." In Mu Wanning's words, there was a tone that allowed no refusal. Ye Qing tactfully nodded, not continuing the topic. She was very curious about me. Unexpectedly, they met the next day. Ye Qing went out early and saw me holding 2 cups of soy milk, clumsily going upstairs. When I saw Ye Qing, my body unconsciously stiffened. "Are you Wanning's classmate?" I swallowed, feeling uneasy inside, and awkwardly lowered my head. "Yes, I am. Why aren't you in school either?" Ye Qing knew that Mu Wanning had taken a leave from school to study at home. Although she said that going to school wasn't necessary now, Ye Qing knew clearly in her heart that her daughter just wanted to lessen the family's burden and earn a little more money. She felt incompetent and often felt guilty towards her child. I made a little mistake at school. I was a little afraid of saying the wrong thing. "Auntie, I'd like to ask, is Mu Wanning at home?" "Yes." Ye Qing thought that I might like Mu Wanning, because when I mentioned Mu Wanning, my eyes would light up. "Can I ask her to help me with tutoring?" I said in a fawning manner, then added a sentence. "I won't let her help for free. I'm not good at studying. Mu Wanning is a good student, so that's why I came." Ye Qing interrupted my stuttering words. How could I not see that? Among classmates, don't talk about helping or not helping. Our Wanning has never had many friends before. I'm already very happy that someone can talk with her more. I'm going to work now. You should go find her quickly. After Ye Qing said that, she paused for a bit and then added, "Actually, our Wanning is a very good kid." I smiled at Ye Qing. Mu Wanning isn't just very good. She's also very outstanding. "Thank you, Auntie. I'll go find her first. Take care, Auntie." I skipped away. Ye Qing watched me stand in front of her door and knock carefully. She let out a sigh. Mu Wanning heard the doorbell. Her first reaction was that her mother forgot something. When she opened the door and saw me, she was a bit stunned. Her hair was freshly washed, water dripping from the tips. A white towel was draped around her neck and she was wearing a white t-shirt on her upper body. Her collarbones were indescribably beautiful. "Why are you here?" I blushed unconsciously, turned my face away and handed over the soy milk in my hand. "I came to bring you food." Wanting glanced at it, frowning, but still took it. Actually, she had already eaten. The bowl and chopsticks were still on the table, uncleared. She unconsciously blocked my line of sight. Seeing me peeking around, I broke into a silly grin. "Smile. I saw your mom just now." Wanning's body stiffened, her gaze darkened. "Did you say anything to her?" "I didn't." I shook my head, playing dumb. I haven't forgotten the words I said in anger that year, that I would take my anger out on her mother. This Wanning really knows how to hold a grudge. "I told your auntie that I came to you for tutoring. She was quite happy. She even told me to come see you often." Wanning stared at my face, as if trying to see something suspicious. Finally, she turned her head away. "Is there anything else?" "No. Yesterday I was looking at the homework. There were many questions I didn't quite understand. I want to." Before I could finish, Wanning interrupted. "I'll come over to take a look later. I have something to do right now. It's not convenient for you to come in." As soon as Wanning finished this sentence, the door slammed shut, locking me outside. I touched my nose, lucky I was standing far away. Otherwise, the door would have hit my forehead. I pouted and mumbled, "Arrogant. Damn arrogant brat." Wanning glanced at the breakfast in her hand. She would later find out that this breakfast shop was on the other side of the park, quite far from here. Whether I went there on purpose or just conveniently bought it for her, this feeling made her a little unused to it. Even her own mother had never cared for her like this. The pen in my hand spun non-stop. Wanning finished grading my paper. I moved closer and saw that it was full of red check marks. "Did I improve again?" I said with a smile. "There's 1 week left until the college entrance exams." Wanning was silent for a long time these 2 days. "Review the knowledge points I wrote down for you more. You're actually very smart, but your foundation from previous lessons is too weak, especially in literature. Making you memorize entire text is impossible now, so just remember more of the exercises I left for you. Maybe a blind cat will catch a dead fish. Tell me, with my grades, can I get into Zhang University with you?" "I don't care about those things. I have the system. If the system wants me to complete the mission smoothly, it can only obediently provide the correct answers." "Maybe," Wanning said. She suddenly felt that fate was truly mocking. Like someone like me who hasn't studied for years, now starting to study again, could equal others who have toiled for 2 or 3 years. What fairness is there to speak of then? Besides, he's also handsome and rich. A boy like that would seemingly never lack pursuers wherever he goes. But why does he keep clinging to her? Wanning thought she had nothing besides this face. I say every day that I'm obsessed with her beauty. But in reality, those rich young ladies are more refined than her and also know how to dress up. Wanning especially hated this feeling, not being able to figure it out but still wanting to. She even wanted to split my head open to see if the wiring of my brain was different from a normal person's. "That's good then." I cupped my face and giggled. "I want to be with you forever." Because of that word, forever, Wanning's heart trembled. She sadly lowered her head, and for once, she didn't open her mouth to mock me today, but just mumbled a sentence. "You're just young, inexperienced with the world. Don't say such things anymore." "I'm being serious," I said, "more real than gold. Besides, you like me too, right?" I felt like I was treading on the edge of danger, but I wasn't scared at all. Wanning lacked affection. The ultimate cause for many perverts is a lack of affection. Of course, that excludes those who are naturally perverted. Last time you already admitted to Lin Zixuan that you're my girlfriend. You weren't like this before. I tugged at the corner of her shirt, my eyes wide and round like a cat's. "Am I right? All day and night. I don't know what's going on in your head." Wanning frowned deeply. "I said I wouldn't like you," she continued. "I'm just repaying a debt of gratitude. You're good to me, so I'm good to you. Then since I like you, shouldn't you like me even more?" The corners of my lips curved up. "Now that's what I call repaying a debt of gratitude. I still have to go to my part-time job first. I'm leaving." When she left, Wanning was in a bit of a hurry, not even cleaning up her own workbook. She put on her backpack and fled in a panic. I clutched my stomach, laughing on the sofa, laughing until tears streamed down my face. During this time, I heard the favorability score skyrocketing. When it stopped at a favorability score of 35, it suddenly changed to 99. I was already used to the fact that the system could glitch during an S-rank mission, so it seemed explainable. Because my system assistant once said it had never entered an S-rank mission before. As for its previous hosts, what they did to cause the mission to fail, I never asked. Wanning was in a bit of a daze all day. The coffee shop owner asked her, "Did you have a fight with your boyfriend?" Wanning was stunned, the tips of her ears turning red. "What boyfriend?" "The kid who hides every day, at the milk tea shop across the street waiting for you. I saw you two together yesterday. Isn't he your boyfriend?" Wanning glanced at the milk tea shop across the street. Behind the glass window, my figure was no longer there. She felt an emptiness in her heart, as if she had lost something. This feeling was both unfamiliar and intense. "No, it's not like that." Wanning wiped the table, trying to clear all thoughts from her mind. But fate had other plans. The first customer Wanning served in the morning was not a friendly visitor. She was dressed in designer clothes with an arrogant expression on her face. Her beautiful eyes scanned the room, then she asked, "Who is Mu Wanning?" With a confrontational look. A few customers looked this way. Mu Wanning put down the menu in her hand and stood still. In front of the woman, whose height was not much different from her own, she said, "I am Mu Wanning. May I ask what you would like?" "So, it's you." The woman looked Mu Wanning up and down, at her clothes, eyes filled with ridicule. "First time we've met. I am Gu Xian's older sister, Gu Wanyu. My purpose for coming here today is very simple." Gu Wanyu pulled a bank card from her bag. "Leave my brother, leave Jiangcheng." Mu Wanning felt this scene was a bit familiar, as if she'd seen it in some trashy 8 p.m. drama where the male lead's evil mother throws a stack of cash in the female lead's face and says, "Stay away from my son." Before, Mu Wanning had always felt that this kind of scene couldn't happen in real life. Now it seems the source of novels and dramas is reality, and it's even more dramatic than reality. Mu Wanning smirked. "So you're the one Gu Xian mentioned? The sister whose mother was the mistress who stole his father and came to his house to play the White Lotus? I've heard so much about you." Gu Wanyu's face immediately darkened. "You've got quite the nerve. Do you know the consequences of saying such things?" "I don't know, and I've never thought about it." Mu Wanning gestured with her hand. "If you're not going to eat, then please leave. Don't disturb the other customers." Gu Wan, you changed her tone, looking at her contemptuously. "I want a hand-ground iced coffee, no milk, no sugar." She pulled out a 100 yuan bill from her bag and gave it to her. "I'm sorry, miss. The hand-ground iced coffee is 150 yuan. Mu Wanning took the money with both hands, her eyes lowered, her attitude impeccable. Gu Wanyu's face turned red, slightly angry from embarrassment. She pulled out another 100 yuan bill from her bag. "Here, keep the change. Consider it a tip for you. Thank you." Mu Wanning took a 50 yuan bill from the cash register and actually put it in her own pocket. Gu Wanyu saw her action, her mocking expression unchanged. Such a pathetic poor look, willing to work like a dog for a 50 yuan tip. I really don't know what's wrong with Gu Xian's brain. When Mu Wanning brought the coffee over, Gu Wanyu tripped her. She didn't expect Gu Wanyu to be so malicious. Her hand trembled. The entire cup of coffee went flying, spilling all over Gu Wanyu. "What, getting personal revenge on company time?" Gu Wanyu's expression remained calm. The coffee. The cup shattered, and the shop owner also ran out. He didn't know what had happened before. Seeing the clothes on Gu Wanyu, he hurriedly pulled Mu Wanning to apologize. "I'm sorry, valued customer. Our employee hasn't been feeling well these past few days." "All right, spare me the talk." Gu Wanyu took off her coffee-stained jacket and placed it on the table. The owner hurriedly picked it up. "He'll have it dry cleaned for you and bring it back to you once it's clean." The owner's face showed a pleased expression. He hadn't even had a chance to praise Gu Wanyu when he heard her say, "I never wear clothes that have been washed again. Pay up. This jacket is from Italy. I'll give you a 20% discount, 8,000 yuan. Are you here to cause trouble?" The owner's face fell. He could tell it was a high-end brand, but he didn't expect it to be so expensive. Gu Wanyu tapped her fingers on the tabletop, glancing at Mu Wanning. "She has money." Mu Wanning looked up, a little confused. Her way of causing trouble was truly too childish. Before Mu Wanning could finish speaking, I pushed aside Lin Zixuan, who was about to enter, and practically crawled and scrambled to Mu Wanning's side. "What did you just say to Mu Wanning?" When I came in, all I heard was something about money. Then, looking at the jacket in the owner's hand, I immediately pulled Mu Wanning behind me to protect her. "Gu Wanyu, who allowed you to come here?" The moment Gu Wanyu saw me, her expression changed. The difficult expression from before vanished without a trace. She put on the act of a good older sister. "Xian, you haven't been home in a long time. Mom and Dad told me to come find you. I have no intention of discussing this with you." I didn't even bother to look at her and turned my head to ask Mu Wanning, "What did she just say to you? It has nothing to do with me." Mu Wanning looked at me, stubbornly turning her face away as she spoke. "This is my fault. This jacket just needs a little wash. Making her pay 8,000 yuan, isn't that just making things difficult for her?" Mu Wanning works very diligently at the shop, her attitude is proper, and the owner is also very fond of this kid, so he couldn't help but speak up for her. Mu Wanning frowned, looking at the owner disapprovingly, feeling he was being nosy. 8,000 yuan? I immediately flew into a rage. "Forget 8,000. Right now Mu Wanning probably doesn't even have 800 yuan. Why don't you just go rob someone?" I said angrily. I knew Gu Wanyu came to cause trouble on purpose, probably to lure me back home just to curry favor with her father. This scheming bitch is just like her mother, Gu Xian. I've seen Mu Wanning in too many difficult situations. Sometimes Mu Wanning would toss and turn, unable to rest, always feeling that, if only her life were a little better. That way she wouldn't be controlled by others, and she wouldn't be so helpless in this situation. Don't say anything. For the first time, The reason is very simple. Although I don't know what was said when Mu Wanning met Gu Wanyu in the original story, what they talked about, but because of Gu Wanyu, she hated the Gu family even more. Even after taking over the Mu family, she used every means to bring down the Gu family and drove my family members to their deaths and to insanity. Gu Wanyu was also thrown in jail and rotted there. So this kind of person is not to be provoked. 8,000 yuan, right? I'll pay you. I opened her contact info and immediately transferred the money. Take your money and get lost. Don't come looking for me again. I felt really cool at that moment. Guwan, you looked at me, her eyes narrowing. Xian, how long are you going to keep causing trouble? If you don't want to marry Zhang Yudao, just tell me. I'll help you break off the engagement. Why won't you come home? Dad misses you a lot. Guwan, you sighed. The corner of my mouth twitched. What does he miss about me? Misses that I'm not living well? Can you stop spouting nonsense? You're not welcome here. I don't want to see you either. What's your status, and what's mine? Do you have the right to say these things to me? Guwan Yu's expression flickered between sunny and stormy. I grabbed Mu Waning's sleeve. Come with me. As we left, I bumped hard into Lin Zixuan's shoulder, my tone unapologetic. I said harshly, sorry, didn't see you. Of course I knew. If the system hadn't suddenly reminded me that a key plot point had arrived, what would happen next? Lin Zixuan's family doesn't have much money, but he has saved up a lot of red envelope money and would help Mu Waning out in this situation. Mu Waning is a person who is very starved for affection. She'll remember even a small kindness for a long time. Especially since the good person image of Lin Zixuan in her eyes has already been established, her favorability towards him would only multiply. I can't let that happen. Why are you here? My sudden appearance made Mu Waning feel it was too much of a coincidence. She's very suspicious, though not to the point of suspecting that I orchestrated this drama, to be a hero saving a damsel in distress, but she would still be very curious. My heart wasn't feeling well just now, so I wanted to come see you. I lied with a straight face. As soon as I got to the door, I saw Gu Wanyu sitting inside. I was also afraid she would do something to you. What could she do to me? Mu Waning scoffed. She definitely wouldn't give any money. Now she suspects that, in my eyes, she's just a delicate and weak flower, unable to withstand any storm. She's not a good person. The words I said were extremely awkward. The biggest villain in this world is Mu Waning. Saying these words in front of her was no different from telling a joke. But Mu Waning didn't. She just snorted, her tone unconsciously softening, and she chuckled softly. That's right, she really isn't a good person. I don't want to work anymore. Treat me to a meal. After all, she came to cause trouble because of you, so you should take responsibility, right? Mu Waning suddenly made such a request, and I was both surprised and delighted. Surprised because this didn't sound like something she would say. Delighted because I felt like I had taken another step closer to Mu Waning. Although the system reported that the villain's favorability score was still 99, I simply assumed it was because the system was broken. Okay, what do you want to eat? My face turned red. Mu Waning had seen many boys blush in front of her, but this was truly the first time. She found this expression quite interesting. For no reason, she recalled the small alley that night. I looked at her with eyes full of fear, eyes like a startled rabbit. Having constantly heard strange rumors about me from unknown sources, Mu Waning always felt I was very dirty, my private life a mess. In reality, I behaved very casually letting my gaze fall upon her, deliberately teasing her. This made her both scared and unable to help but feel some resentment. If only her background were a little better, qualities a little better, then in her hands, I would be putty for her to mold. But she was not. I said I liked her face. This caused her to panic many times while tossing and turning. If I met someone more beautiful later, wouldn't she be heartlessly discarded? After all, he was very fickle. This Cinderella and Prince type of love was never without its obstacles. She just wanted me to get tired of this game soon, so she wouldn't have to be so anxious anymore. I was actually seriously planning where to take Mu Waning to eat later, rambling on and on, saying she couldn't eat raw food, so Japanese food was out. Saying her stomach wasn't good, so we should avoid spicy food too. After thinking it over and over, I said, how about we buy some things and cook at home? Actually, I know how to cook a little, and I suddenly want to cook for you. Mu Waning clenched her fists. Okay, I really do know how to cook. Having been ravaged by different worlds, I've had many professions, and my skill points are almost maxed out. When the 2 side dishes and egg drop soup were served, Mu Waning stared at the delicious-looking dishes on the plate, which gave off a fragrant aroma, and then she frowned. I didn't expect you to actually know how to cook. Of course. I really like making soup, especially egg drop soup. I never get tired of drinking it. I've already forgotten why I'm so persistent about it. When Mu Waning held the bowl of soup, dried shrimp and seaweed, she froze, and a strange sense of familiarity flashed through her mind. It vanished without a trace in just a moment. The next time I get surrounded by people, will you appear too? Mu Waning suddenly said such a thing, then looked up at me with a gloomy, unreadable expression. I realized a problem. My heart skipped a beat. When she said the first sentence, I was so nervous my hands started to shake. My voice stuttered a little, completely lacking any confidence. What problem? Do you hate Lin Zixuan that much? She didn't feel that way before. This time, Mu Waning saw me and Lin Zixuan appear at the same time, and only then did she recall and pay attention. Whenever Lin Zixuan appeared, I was always there right on time. My hostility towards Lin Zixuan was too obvious. I picked up a piece of food, my eyes darting away. Still not telling the truth. Mu Waning's tone grew a few shades colder. It's not that I've never seen a female lead with a strong aura, that's called the protagonist halo. But a Mu Waning with such a dense villain's aura is still the first I've known. I don't like him. I couldn't hide it. I looked up and said decisively, I don't want you to have contact with him, not even a little. Why? You and he won't have a good outcome. My tone was very firm. Mu Waning raised an eyebrow and asked in return, will you and I have a good outcome? Mu Waning's voice was very light, as if she were joking. I was stunned. I didn't quite dare to say it. First, Mu Wanning would kill me, although that possibility is very low now. But if the mission is completed and Mu Wanning is put on the right path, I will leave this world. A smile formed at the corner of Mu Wanning's mouth, tinged with ridicule. We will. I said suddenly, I will let you have the best outcome. The college entrance exam was getting closer. Mu Wanning went to the school for a bit and specifically brought back news to tell me. Come with me to buy school supplies. What are you standing there for? Mu Wanning paid and turned to look at me, still standing in the same spot, and frowned. Haven't you bought enough stuff? I glanced at Lin Zixuan with a gloomy expression. His friend was still angrily saying something about the distance being too great. I couldn't hear clearly. No, I hurriedly followed. Leaving the store, Mu Wanning saw the milk tea shop across the street. Do you want something to drink? I see you quite like milk tea. You just... I pointed at Lin Zixuan inside the store, somewhat in disbelief. Mu Wanning's face was expressionless. I pursed my lips and smiled at her. I want some. While Mu Wanning went to buy milk tea, my soul gradually returned to my body. Just now, Lin Zixuan had once again met Mu Wanning, showing his trademark smile, and greeted Mu Wanning. What a coincidence. We meet again. Before I could even go over, I heard Mu Wanning say coldly, I don't see anything to be happy about in meeting you. We're not close. When Lin Zixuan heard this, the smile on his face immediately froze. I was also stunned. For you. Mu Wanning pushed the cup of milk tea into my hand, then walked straight ahead without looking back. I kept chasing after Mu Wanning. By the time I was standing next to her, Mu Wanning's steps had gradually slowed, and we walked forward side by side. Our exam rooms aren't too far apart, are they? I moved closer to strike up a conversation with her. Yeah, you're on the 3rd floor, I'm on the 1st floor. So can I wait for you after the exam? Mu Wanning looked at me, frowning, and only after a moment said, Okay. The night before the college entrance exam, I stood in the hallway, pacing back and forth, extremely worried. In just 24 hours, I will die. If I can survive, Mu Wanning's mission will be considered halfway complete. She can completely escape her original setting, and the world will welcome a brand new Mu Wanning, not sleeping in the middle of the night. What are you wandering around for? Mu Wanning was wearing a long white dress, looking like she was about to go downstairs to buy something. My body froze. Turning my head, I saw Mu Wanning's long, soft hair hanging obediently, covering her eyes. But those eyes were truly sharp. Even though they seemed nonchalant, I could still feel an indescribable sense of pressure. I was tense. Mu Wanning looked down at me for a long time. Want to go downstairs for a walk? Okay. Mu Wanning walked parallel to me. She could see that I had something heavy on my mind. She had never been good at comforting people. Just as she was about to say a few words, she lowered her head and met my gaze. We both opened our mouths at the same time, feeling a bit awkward. I scratched my head. You go first. Mu Wanning didn't argue and spoke softly. Don't be nervous. You'll always have a university to go to. No matter how I heard it, that sentence made me feel uncomfortable. Mu Wanning also looked annoyed. What I mean is, I know. I looked up and smiled at her. My grades aren't good, you don't need to remind me, but I'll try my best to get into Zhang University. I want to be with you. Mu Wanning clenched her fists. Actually, Zhang University isn't that great. Zhangcheng, normal university isn't bad either, and it's not too far from Zhang University. What did you want to say just now? What do you think of me as a person? When I asked this question, my voice trembled. Mu Wanning pressed her lips together. Not good at all. I let out a sarcastic laugh. I had forgotten Mu Wanning says one thing and means another. She's truly the best at it. Not good at all, huh? Fine. When I said this, I'll just assume she's saying the opposite. I looked down at her and asked, Are you still planning to major in computer science? Yeah. I'm saying, what if? I glanced at her and carefully probed. If you met a guy who was gentler than me, more handsome than me, and more eloquent than me, would you like him? I don't know. My eyelids immediately drooped, and I let out a sad, I want to go back. I stopped in my tracks and turned to leave. What does I don't know mean? It just means she doesn't like me yet. This is also very normal. Mu Wanning is both vengeful and petty. How could she develop feelings for someone just because of these small favors? Mu Wanning felt that my retreating back incredibly wronged. My steps were slow, as if I was waiting for her to chase after me. But she didn't do it. Deceiving herself wasn't good. She was afraid that if she chased after me, it would all be just her unrequited feelings. So it was better to keep a little dignity. At home, I angrily threw pillows back and forth, venting the anger in my heart. What kind of person is she? Truly worthy of being an S-rank capture target. Sigh. I lay on the bed, grieving sorrowfully. If I fail, I'll have to go back to doing 10 ranked missions. It's so annoying. My mind was filled with images of me doing missions. I forget quickly. My feelings are faint. Many heartbreaking, gut-wrenching things. I'd be fine after a month of calming down. I would distinguish things very clearly. This is just a game. But I'm a little tired now. No matter who I become, this isn't my home, and there's no real place for me. The joy I felt when I first came to this world has now almost completely vanished, leaving only boundless despair. Host, you're crying. The system assistant reminded me in my ear. I wiped my tears and sniffled. Can't a person be sad? Do you know how much it hurts to die? It's not certain that you'll die, the little assistant whispered beside me. Now I also suspect the system has a loophole. Before, the capture target stats were supposed to be fixed, not like this one. Alright, I get angry every time this is mentioned, I muttered. What damn use are you? Isn't that because you don't have enough points? The little assistant retorted. I advised you from the beginning that for an S-rank mission, you should accumulate more points as a backup. You didn't listen. Okay, I deserve it. I covered my ears with a pillow. Go away, don't say any more. Mu Wanning was afraid I would oversleep, so she came to knock on the door early in the morning and urged me to pack my things, not to forget things like the exam admission ticket. I was in a daze. I had many things I wanted to ask, but in the end, I didn't say a word. Mu Wanning gave me a ride on her bicycle. She seemed to have gotten used to my hands on her waist. They were still very warm, and I would occasionally tighten my grip. Do well on the exam. I stood at the classroom door, listening to Mu Wanning say that. Mu Wanning, seeing she was about to leave, I called out her name. Seeing her turn her head, I pulled her into a hug. The sudden hug made Mu Wanning's body stiffen. I just hugged her. Mu Wanning endured it for a long time, then reached out and patted my head. I was trembling. She thought I was nervous, and her voice was gentle. Don't be nervous. If there's a question you don't know, just skip it and do it at the end. She hesitated and added, don't fall asleep. I grunted and said something incomprehensible to her. I hope you live well. Whatever you do, we'll be happy. Will you remember me? What are you talking about? Mu Wanning frowned. Good luck. I took a few steps back and then slipped into the classroom. Mu Wanning still didn't understand my words. When she entered her exam room, she saw the boy by the window, Lin Zixuan. The boy seemed to want to strike up a conversation with her, but in just a moment, his gaze turned gloomy. The exam went very smoothly. The only thing that wasn't smooth was Mu Wanning always frowned deeply after finishing the exam. She suspected I couldn't do the problems. This year's exam was ridiculously difficult, so she thought about it and left the last big question blank. As for me, it also went very smoothly. With the little assistant's reminders, I deliberately found a few difficult questions to leave blank. Don't overdo it. I knew the admission score for Zhang University this year, so I always controlled my score around that level. Not too much, not too little. If Mu Wanning still insisted on choosing the computer science department, then I would risk my life to get in with her. I ran quickly, submitted the exam immediately, and zoomed up to the 3rd floor. Mu Wanning was still slowly packing her things in the classroom. I frowned at Lin Zixuan over there. The male lead's halo is so strong, they even managed to meet like this. Hearing someone whisper, Mu Wanning looked towards the back door. Right after, I pounced on her from behind and hugged her. Mu Wanning immediately blushed a little and wriggled. Let go, I want. Mu Wanning was stubborn. Her voice was also cold. I held her and refused to let go. I'm so tired from the exam. I need to recharge my energy. Mu Wanning immediately stopped moving. I looked at Lin Zixuan, who was looking this way, smirked provocatively, took a deep breath behind Mu Wanning, and raised an eyebrow. Lin Zixuan felt a bit suffocated. Mu Wanning is an ungrateful person. Gu Xian is no good either. They're truly a match made in heaven. Lin Zixuan proudly raised his head. All right. The classroom gradually emptied. Mu Wanning felt her body heating up. She tensed her face, not letting the boy behind her notice anything unusual. Are you done? As soon as she spoke, Mu Wanning felt her voice was terrifyingly hoarse. I saw that the danger was gone, pulled up a chair, sat in front of her, and slumped onto the desk. This exam seems really difficult. Yeah. Mu Wanning nodded. What's for lunch? I want to eat the boxed lunch from the gate, I said, and Mu Wanning touched her lips. Then let's go eat. At the dining table, I talked about how to solve the problems, my eyes shining brightly. Mu Wanning picked up her rice and naturally placed the piece of meat from it onto my plate. Luckily, I was talking enthusiastically, so I didn't notice. Mu Wanning watched me put that piece of meat into my mouth, her eyes curving into a smile. Mu Wanning lowered her eyes and said nothing. I'm going to the restroom for a bit. I stood up, straightened my t-shirt. As soon as I left, Mu Wanning's expression changed. Us being together is like a game of chess. One wrong move, and the whole game is lost. Is this your wallet? Hearing someone talking next to me, I came back to my senses and turned my head to see the innocent face of a girl. Her aura was different from Mu Wanning's. It was a true innocence and purity, gentle eyes and brows, a gentleness that moved people. I froze, looking at the wallet in her hand, and nodded. Thanks. The girl smiled. You're welcome. I took a few more glances. Because this woman was the female lead, Shen Yue. Is she pretty? Suddenly asked a question. I instinctively answered, pretty. After saying it, I stiffly turned my head and met Mu Wanning's heavy gaze. I'm screwed. Mu Wanning licked her back teeth. Her words were thorny. Did I interrupt you from admiring her? Sorry. When Mu Wanning said this, the corner of her eyebrow raised and she turned to leave. I immediately panicked and hurried after her. Get out of the way. Mu Wanning gave me a push. I saw she was already out the door and panicked immensely. I took out my wallet, and when I went to pay, the owner told me, this table has already been paid for. I was stunned and rushed outside, to think I was the one who paid. Mu Wanning stomped hard on a pebble on the ground, getting close to a sewer drain. Just now, she saw that I was gone for too long and was afraid something had delayed me, so as she went over, she saw me staring foolishly at the back of the girl who had just left. She couldn't see that person's face clearly. She only felt that her figure was very beautiful, dressed in designer brands from head to toe, and when she talked to the person beside her, her voice was also very pleasant, and her personality seemed very good. The boys nearby would also secretly glance in that direction. In short, Mu Wanning thought that girl must be very beautiful. At that moment, her chest was in turmoil. I followed behind her, feeling wronged without saying a word. Mu Wanning didn't speak either. When she was about to enter the exam room, I finally pulled on her sleeve, explained, "That person. She looks a lot like a celebrity I know, so I don't need to explain." Mu Wanning coldly pushed my hand away and said emotionlessly, "I'm not interested in these things." Right, seeing her expression just now, I even thought she was jealous. Forget it. This emotion. Mu Wanning definitely wouldn't have it. Thinking of that 99 favorability score, I let out a cold laugh. I was just being delusional. I have 5 hours left before I die. I slumped over the desk, my mood plummeting. These 5 hours felt as long as a year. I thought about it over and over. Mu Wanning probably has no reason to kill me. Towards Mu Wanning, not to mention anything else, during this time, I've fed her, grinded for favorability points, and have done quite a few things for her. It's unreasonable. I finished the last exam and nervously waited for Mu Wanning at the door. When Mu Wanning appeared, she noticed that I was in a bad mood. After thinking for a moment, she thought that maybe her attitude at noon was too harsh and it had scared him. She had already thought it over. She didn't need to be angry in the first place. He's like a kite flying high in the sky that I let go of. It could fly away at any moment, not even leaving a trace for me. Mu Wanning gritted her teeth, feeling it was extremely unfair. She was like a fish on a cutting board, at the mercy of others. "Let's go." Mu Wanning brought out her bicycle. I didn't get on, but stood beside it and shook my head. "Can I walk home with you?" "Okay." Mu Wanning didn't hesitate and went along with my request. She felt that I seemed to have a lot to say, but always hesitated to speak. Today Mu Wanning, the plot has gone off track. Mu Wanning didn't ask me out, but being with her is like being next to a ticking time bomb. "Let me ask you something." I looked at her and asked, "What do you consider our relationship to be?" Mu Wanning frowned. "What do you think?" "I don't know." Mu Wanning's heart sank. Didn't he always say that I was his girlfriend? And now he doesn't know. "Up to you," Mu Wanning blurted out, looking extremely annoyed. I didn't know what to say. Mu Wanning saw me standing there silently, endured it for a long time, then turned her head and asked, "Have you had enough fun?" "What? Are you trying to tell me now that you were nice to me before just so you could abandon me, right?" I panicked. My mind is a mess right now. All sorts of emotions are mixed up, and Mu Wanning's pressing words are making my train of thought even more chaotic. "Whatever you say." After Mu Wanning said this, her chest ached with sharp pains. My head was filled with notifications about the favorability score, fluctuating erratically, almost making my head explode. So I stood on the spot, motionless in pain. Mu Wanning was in absolutely no mood to look at me again and just got on her bike and left. She was used to leaving me behind. I was also used to watching her back. But this time, it happened too suddenly. I couldn't understand why it became so difficult to resolve in an instant. The moment the favorability score returned to 0, I stood stunned on the spot for a long time. "What does this mean?" I asked the system assistant, who was also very confused. Suddenly returning to 0, what is the capture target thinking? Only Mu Wanning knows. She's thinking that from now on, we should just be strangers, completely erasing what happened before, as if this person never appeared. I couldn't figure it out, and didn't want to go home either. Mu Wanning didn't know why she was standing by the window. Looking down, she still couldn't see any sign of me. Has he gone home already? He's tired of playing, he's caused enough trouble and should return to his own place. Mu Wanning felt that now. Even swallowing saliva was difficult. She hated herself to death, clearly knowing it was a trap, yet she still walked right into it. 8 p.m. I stood at the place where the original owner intended to die, 10 steps away. Mu Wanning isn't here. I've come down. I was a little dazed. Calculating the time, there's still half an hour left. I blinked, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Surviving means the mission isn't over. I still have to keep appearing by Mu Wanning's side to prevent her from darkening. This can also be considered a good result. I turned to leave and heard a terrified scream from the alley. I froze for a moment and instinctively walked towards the alley. And so I saw the pretty boy male lead, cornered by a group of thugs baring their teeth and shouting, "Don't come over here! He'll call for help!" I scratched my head. What kind of plot is this? Goo! Xian the pretty boy saw someone at the entrance of the alley and for a moment was overjoyed, shouting loudly. The thugs all turned to look at me in unison. One of them happily called out, "Brother Yan!" Lin Zixuan's face immediately darkened and he said tremblingly, "Did you call these people here?" Gu Xian. I stared at the thug's face, thinking it over and over. I had no idea who this person was. "What are you guys doing?" I furrowed my brows tightly. The young thug rubbed his hands together. Our boss wanted to invite him over to hang out, but who knew he'd refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The thug took out a cigarette and offered it to me. "I heard Brother Yan doesn't like this kid either. How about we let Brother Yan deal with him first today? You guys, grab him." I hadn't even finished my sentence when someone tapped me on the shoulder. When I saw Mu Wanning, the string in my mind snapped. Wanning! Save me, Lin Zixuan. I don't know where he got the strength from. Actually broke out of the circle of people and rushed straight over here. I was knocked off balance by him. Lin Zixuan ran to Mu Wanning's side while I was caught by the thug next to me. "Damn it, are you looking to die? Brother Yan, are you hurt? Didn't I already say? Hold him for me, this kid." Haven't you guys eaten? Before each of the thugs could finish speaking, a reason suddenly occurred to me. I didn't do this, I said with a frown, pushing the thug beside me aside to clear my name. Lin Zixuan looked terrified, trembling there, which made my heart skip a beat. Mu Wanning patted Lin Zixuan to comfort him and said softly, "I'll go home with you." The thug wouldn't have it and was about to block me. I slapped him across the face, the atmosphere dropping to a terrifyingly low pressure. Brother Yan, he looked incredulous. I gritted my teeth. If you don't know how to talk, then don't. And don't let me see you guys again. Brother Yan, why are you... Shut up. I held the bag with my exam materials and lowered my head dejectedly. Mu Wanning left. On the way, she inexplicably recalled, the way I looked at her just now, a myriad of lingering feelings that made one sad. What happened just now? Mu Wanning asked. She deliberately lowered her voice a little. Lin Zixuan looked at her stubbornly. After school let out, they blocked my way and forced me into the alley. I didn't provoke them at all. Really? Do you think it was Gu Xian who did it? Lin Zixuan said. I also don't know why. He seems to hate me a lot. Those guys also know Gu Xian. Other than him, I really can't think of anyone else who would use this tactic on me. Why do you think he would do something so cruel? He wants to ruin me. Every word from Lin Zixuan was an accusation. It wasn't him. When Mu Wanning said this, her tone was very firm. Lin Zixuan was stunned. He shouted with a slightly hoarse voice. Have you forgotten what he did to you before? Who knows how many people he's used this tactic on? Back when I was in middle school, I even heard that he pushed a girl to the point where she had to be admitted to a psychiatric hospital. Mu Wanning listened for a long time, a little shaken. She instinctively didn't believe what Lin Zixuan said, but I really had done those things before. Let me call a cab for you. Mu Wanning hailed a taxi. Lin Zixuan stood where he was. Aren't you going home with me? I still have something to do. They probably won't chase after you anymore. Mu Wanning thought to herself, gave the 10 yuan in her pocket to the driver, left Lin Zixuan behind and went straight home. I didn't go far. I just sat at the entrance of the alley, quietly. Those thugs had already left. When I looked towards Mu Wanning, my eyes lit up, then quickly dimmed again. Mu Wanning still came. At 8:25, I took a deep breath, stood up, and dusted myself off. Mu Wanning, I didn't do this. I stubbornly wanted to repeat it one more time. I know. It's hard to change what Mu Wanning has already decided. Mu Wanning didn't say anything. She just stared at me. I know I was really terrible before. I don't deny it, but I'm really changing. As I said these words, the corners of my eyes turned red. I have absolutely no need to target Lin Zixuan. Really. Mu Wanning took a step forward. I immediately stepped back. Are you here to get revenge for him? I lowered my head. I'm very scared of pain. Mu Wanning, can you let me choose a more comfortable way to die? Are you crazy? Gu Xian. Mu Wanning was so angry she laughed. I looked up, a little surprised. Aren't you? I wanted to say, aren't you here to kill me? But as the words reached my lips, I suddenly understood. I'm different from Yuan Shao. So I changed my tune and said, aren't you done with me? Who said that? My face lit up with joy. I wiped my face messily and asked, you just left me here all alone. And this afternoon you just rode away. Mu Wanning felt that my emotions changed especially quickly. 1 second my face was miserable, the next I was hugging her arm. I made Mu Wanning's heart pound relentlessly. She looked into my eyes. The two of us were very close. The girl's breath was a little unsteady, fanning evenly across my face. You were the one who said you were tired of playing first. You're talking nonsense. My forehead twitched. I immediately blurted out a curse. Isn't this just slander? I just hope Mu Wanning likes to cling to me. That way she won't be in the mood to argue with Lin Zixuan or compete with the male lead anymore. This is so much better. Just try saying one more nonsensical thing. Mu Wanning pinched my cheek with one hand. She pulled so hard I grimaced. I won't say it anymore. I give up. I'm just happy. Even if Mu Wanning beat me up right now, I'd still be happy. Compared to being dismembered, this is nothing. Mu Wanning held my head and said, Gu Xian, I'm not a toy. I never said you were a toy. You flirted with me and I took it seriously. That's for the best. After some back and forth, Mu Wanning's gaze deepened a little. I have severe paranoia. Mum, I'm sick. Mu Wanning said word by word. A very serious psychological illness. I'm sensitive and suspicious. My emotions are unstable. I lack a sense of security. I'm a very bad person. The promise you made to be with me forever, I took it seriously. Mu Wanning said, all our past feelings are wiped to zero from now on. Let's start over from the beginning. If you don't like me, we can absolutely treat each other as strangers, or even just casual classmates. But if you flirt with me again, I will like you. And being liked by me is not a good thing. In the original story, being liked by Mu Wanning was indeed not a good thing, but I'm not afraid of her. It's for the mission after all. I like you, I said. Mu Wanning looked at me, wanting to find some clue, but there was none. My eyes told her that I was saying this from the bottom of my heart. At least in this moment, I really did like her. The next second, I was pulled into an embrace. Mu Wanning's lips pressed against mine. She lowered her eyes, deepening the kiss. I nearly held my breath, feeling that even the wind was gentle and the moonlight was soft. On the way home, I held Mu Wanning's hand. When I heard the favorability score stop at 10, I was shocked. Becoming my girlfriend, kissing, such a warm thing, and she only gave me 10 favorability points. Then grinding to 100 will take forever. Mu Wanning had never liked anyone before, but in this moment, she desperately wanted me to belong to her. Loving a person like this, what can I say? When I held the 2 university acceptance letters with the Lenovo one in my hand, Mu Wanning's favorability score maintained an increase of 1 point per day, sometimes even showing a 0.1. The system was also dumbfounded by this favorability data, but once Mu Wanning's heart warmed up, she really was a model girlfriend. She wanted to earn money during the summer break to save up for living expenses. But every time she came back from her part-time job, she would bring back a few small things. For example, the milk tea I like, the chicken legs I like to eat. Are you dating the young man downstairs? Mu Wanning had the day off today. Hearing that I wanted to go out, she got ready to go out early. This sentence from Ye Qing made Mu Wanning's body stiffen. She lowered her eyes. Being found out by her mother was very normal. Yes, she replied. Then she heard Ye Qing ask, that young man's family background isn't ordinary, is it? Yes, you should go. Ye Qing said this inside. Mu Wanning said nothing and closed the door. I had been waiting in the hallway for a long time. Seeing her come down, my face lit up with joy, but Mu Wanning was very quiet. I tilted my head to look at her. Did you argue with your mom? No, you're not happy. Mu Wanning glanced at me. I was like a worm in her stomach, always able to see through her deliberate disguises. You're overthinking it. Mu Wanning casually linked her arm with mine. Have you been in contact with your family lately? Mu Wanning suddenly asked. My hand holding hers tightened, but the words that came out were, no, liar. Mu Wanning held my fingers. My knuckles didn't expose my lie. I did. It's so annoying. I got into Jiang University. My father suddenly saw the light. Not only did he buy that villa back for me, he also urged me to come home for a visit. I'm not going back. Mu Wanning's mood was very low all day. No matter how I teased her, she didn't seem to cheer up at all. Now their favorability score had reached 30. Seeing Mu Wanning every day made me happy. Although I didn't know if it was sincere or what, it didn't matter anymore. I swung my legs on a stone bench in the park. Mu Wanning suddenly said in a low voice, why did you think I would kill you? The smile on my face immediately vanished. I was a little panicked. I came up with this method myself. If I reminded her daily, she would give up on that idea. I didn't expect it to become a topic of conversation now, but why did she suddenly ask this? Reflexively, I scooted to the side. Surely she hasn't developed the intent to kill again, right? Around that time, I saw some news reports. I stubbornly, my scalp tingling, made up a story. Then I had a nightmare. I dreamed that you killed me, cut me into 8 pieces. Because the dream was so real, I was very scared it would come true. Mu Wanning didn't say anything. I immediately held the drink out in front of her. Have a taste, it's very sweet. Mu Wanning glanced at me, having long seen through my thoughts. She took a sip under my expectant gaze. It's actually very sour. She frowned. Mu Wanning felt that being with me always made her forget. As time passed, the first day of school at Jiang University arrived. Wanning followed me to the dormitory. When I opened the door, there were already a few guys inside. When they saw Mu Wanning, they couldn't help but hold their breath and stare. She looked around. Sleep here. Mum. I nodded obediently. Mu Wanning remembered how messy my house was. In her eyes, I was a lazy person. So, she got the bed sheets and blanket from the dorm management and helped me make the bed and organize my luggage. I'm going back to my dorm first. Mum. I watched her busy figure, my face flushing and my heart pounding. Even though I had conquered many targets, to be able to do this much, Mu Wanning was truly the first. No wonder back then, even though Lin Zixuan already had a lover, he still didn't want to let Mu Wanning go. Who could resist? As soon as Mu Wanning left, my roommates found a chance to ask, is that your older sister, my girlfriend? I said this very proudly. My roommates looked at me with admiration. I really enjoyed that feeling. Does she study at this school too? What major? Same major as me. I am studying computer science. Only then did I think about how to interact in the dorm. I took the initiative and said, hi everyone, my name is Gu Xian. However, my happiness didn't last long. The dorm room door was pushed open once again. Lin Zixuan, who was outside the door, and I looked at each other. Our gazes met as if sparks could fly. Lin Zixuan's body stiffened and he frowned. He backed out of the dorm room, glanced at the room number, then walked back in with a look of existential dread. Great, he served himself up to be monitored. Let's see what trouble he causes. This is crazy. A smile formed on my lips, my expression full of calculation. What a coincidence. Do you two know each other? The guy from before spoke up and asked. Zixuan just wanted to run away right now. What could be more terrifying than rooming with this little devil anyway? Of course we know each other. I nodded with an innocent expression, a smile playing on my lips. Our Zixuan is very kind. If you have any problems in the future, you can go to him. He even has the nickname, Morality Committee member where we're from. Lin Zixuan was shaking with anger. This person was complimenting him, but every single word felt like sarcasm. You guys chat. As I left, I patted his shoulder. I'm going to hang out with my girlfriend. When Mu Wanning arrived, the dorm room was already full, with only the last bed remaining. As she was laying out her mattress, I peeked my head inside to watch. Those girls weren't shy either, asking, hey handsome, who are you looking for? Mu Wanning looked over and frowned. Why are you here? I was curious. Mu Wanning stopped making her bed, jumped down and pulled my hand. I was carrying several cups of Coke and smiled at her roommates. First time meeting you all, I'm Mu Wanning's boyfriend. This is for you guys to drink. Thank you. Thanks, big bro. Mu Wanning didn't find these words to be anything to be happy about. She reached out and pulled me. Seeing the door move, she immediately pulled me to her side. There were 3 girls standing outside. I stared at the girl who had walked in, stunned. Shen Yue? Such a coincidence? Shen Yue probably arrived early. Everyone in the dorm already knew each other. Everyone immediately greeted her. Sister Yue, our roommate's boyfriend brought Coke. Shen Yue glanced over, a smile on her face. It's you? Mu Wanning's hand tightened. Shen Yue pointed to herself and said, Do you still remember me? I'm the one who found your wallet at that restaurant. That restaurant, of course I knew it. Thank you. I also smiled at Shen Yue. Mu Wanning stared at Shen Yue for a long time. Only then did she remember something and immediately pulled me outside. Aren't you hungry? I'll take you to eat. I was dragged away inexplicably, said goodbye to her roommates, and then followed beside her. Mu Wanning felt very uncomfortable. That girl had both money and looks. From the way she looked, you could tell she was very attractive to young men. Mu Wanning pulled me into the hallway and leaned in to bite me. Couldn't bear to leave. What? Is that girl pretty? Not as pretty as you. I've learned my lesson. Now I can be sure Mu Wanning is jealous. Have you seen the class assignment list yet? Mu Wanning changed the subject. Only then did I remember and take out my phone. Mu Wanning worked part-time to earn money and also bought one for herself, but she wasn't very used to it yet. She had heard about it from her roommate. Don't look. We're not in the same class. Mu Wanning felt annoyed. I insisted on looking. After I looked, I was immediately disappointed. What is this situation? I already studied so hard for the exam, and I still didn't get to be in the same class as Mu Wanning. It's following the old script again. The plot is exactly the same. The love triangle drama has cast me aside. The class schedules for the 2 classes are also different. Oh, I'm in the same dorm as Lin Zixuan, I blurted out. Mu Wanning raised her eyelids and said, Mum. I pulled her and said, You'll keep an eye on him. Why keep an eye on him? The incident with Lin Zixuan before, Mu Wanning didn't ask about it in detail. He's always hovering around you. I don't like it. I clenched my fist. If I find out you 2 are in contact, he's dead meat. Mu Wanning let out a sneer. He definitely wants to steal my girl, I said. You're not allowed to get close to that bad guy. Got it? Mu Wanning especially liked me, like this. It made her feel that she was especially cared for by me, that her heart was completely filled by me. Okay, Mu Wanning patted my head. High school and university are not the same. Every day after military training, a group of teenage girls would chatter in the dorm. With no books to read to relax, Mu Wanning was especially not used to it. She felt that she should find a part-time job to keep herself busier. Hey Mu Wanning, tell us about you and your boyfriend. How did you and your boyfriend meet? High school classmates. That's great, not really. Mu Wanning thought sadly. If I hadn't changed at all, she would probably hate this person to death, but now she couldn't seem to leave him. Have you 2, you know? Done what? Mu Wanning glanced over. Shen Yue, who was nearby, said, All right, stop talking about other people's private matters. I'm just reminding Sister Ning, boys go bad as soon as they get to university. I broke up with my boyfriend right after graduation. So annoying. Mu Wanning frowned, thinking for a moment before she understood what that was. Her expression darkened. I pretended not to hear in the dorm room. The male lead's halo has been revealed. I don't know what Lin Zixuan said behind my back, but I could feel the distance from my roommates. That's fine too. I don't want to associate with these people anyway. As long as I keep an eye on Lin Zixuan and Mu Wanning, that's enough, right? How did you and your girlfriend meet? When a teammate asked this question, there was a hint of teasing in his tone. I raised an eyebrow. She fell in love with me, so I just went along with her. Really? The guys laughed. I rested my forehead on my hand. Of course. I glanced over, looking at Lin Zixuan. Go ask him. He even caught me and my girlfriend talking back then, said I forced her to be my girlfriend. And then what did my girlfriend say? Lin Zixuan didn't want to talk anymore. Everyone's eyes turned to him. I smirked. My girlfriend said she wasn't close to him, told him to stop pestering her. What nonsense are you talking? Lin Zixuan immediately got angry. Am I talking nonsense? I straightened up. I wonder who's the one who hangs around my girlfriend every day, always talking about righteousness. She and I were flirting. Why does it sound so bad coming from you? The roommates looked at me. I looked at you, not knowing what to say. Guxian, don't go too far. Lin Zixuan's eyes were red. He stood up. I wonder who was the one bullying people at school every day. Ask your own conscience. How many times have you hit Mu Wanning? Shouldn't I be suspicious of you? Who knows if the thugs during the university entrance exam were called by you? You're just that disgusting. So what? Relying on your family's money caused trouble all day long. Am I wrong? My gaze turned cold and I let out a cold laugh. So what if I hit her? She still likes me anyway. Unlike you who confessed so many times and was still rejected. Also, don't slander me. Those thugs had nothing to do with me. You should think carefully about which romantic debt you haven't paid off that's coming back to bite you. Just as Lin Zixuan was about to retort, I raised a hand to my lips, signaling for silence. All right, stop talking. If you say any more, I'll get angry. I'm not someone you want to mess with. After I argued with Lin Zixuan in the dorm room, the roommates also understood. I'm not a good person. Lin Zixuan is no good either. He knew the person had a boyfriend but still went after her. If that's not a scumbag, then what is? I don't care about these rumors myself. I only care about what Muwaning thinks. But Lin Zixuan isn't as carefree as I am. He has been outstanding since he was a child. Everywhere he goes, people cherish him. Not to mention the constant setbacks he's faced because of me. And I even bit back at him. It was obviously my fault. What's wrong, Zixuan? Are you not used to school? Shen Yue saw his heavy heart. He was lost in thought. Her voice was incredibly gentle. Or did someone bully you at school? No. Lin Zixuan shook his head. I'm just in a bad mood. Tell me about it. Shen Yue and Lin Zixuan grew up together, childhood sweethearts. Because of her family background, she had a mature personality. She also took care of Lin Zixuan a little more. In high school, she attended a prestigious private school in Jiangcheng, while Lin Zixuan attended number 1 high school. They finally met again in university. In her eyes, Lin Zixuan had been a kind boy since childhood. If one had to find a flaw, it would be that he was too kind. Lin Zixuan gripped his chopsticks tightly. His expression darkened frighteningly. Shen Yue rarely frowned, but seeing his expression, coldness around her grew a few degrees. What's wrong? Sob. Shen Yue hurriedly took a tissue from her bag and handed it to him. Sister Yue, am I very unlikable to others? Who said that? Shen Yue asked quickly. Is it that you're not getting along with your roommates? I don't want to be like this either. Lin Zixuan felt extremely wronged. No matter how carefree his personality was, he still noticed the overt and covert ostracism from his roommates. Sometimes he would be standing at the door and clearly hear his roommates chatting about everything under the sun, but as soon as he stepped in, their voices would immediately die down. I knew someone before. He really dislikes me. He kept insisting that I wanted to steal his girlfriend. Now he's my roommate. He badmouths me to the other roommates. Now no one in the dorm talks to me anymore. The more Lin Zixuan spoke, the sadder he became. Something like that happened? Shen Yue immediately became angry. Lin Zixuan is kind, but that doesn't mean just anyone can bully him. What's his name? I'll go talk to him. Shen Yue couldn't sit still any longer. She pulled Lin Zixuan, about to leave. Lin Zixuan sniffled. He pulled her hand. Sister Yue, don't do it. I don't want to cause trouble. Let them say what they want. I'll be fine. Fine? Do you know how vicious gossip can be? Shen Yue let out a cold laugh. So young, yet so skilled at spreading rumors and twisting the truth. Doesn't he love to talk? I want to see what he'll say to my face. I took a stroll around the cafeteria. Mu Wanning beside me noticed my gaze. I'm the type of person who wears their heart on their sleeve. Mu Wanning said, Is there nothing you want to eat, or should we go to another cafeteria? I pouted. This cafeteria is the closest to the dorm. I've been in military training for half a day. I'm about to die from exhaustion. Alright, I don't want to settle. I turned and said to Mu Wanning, I heard there's a really good double-layer milk tea shop nearby. I don't think I had even finished my sentence when I spotted the perfect couple over there, Lin Zixuan and Shen Yue standing together. In the original story, the two of them hadn't reached the stage of an ambiguous relationship yet. Although it looked ambiguous, in reality, neither of them had thought about it. This layer was Mu Wanning's appearance, constantly showing affection for the male lead, which stimulated Shen Yue's possessiveness, allowing her to see things clearly. Mu Wanning saw that I wasn't moving and turned to ask suspiciously, Didn't you say you wanted to get double-layer milk tea? I tilted my chin. Only then did Mu Wanning follow my gaze. She was a little confused. What? Our Zixuan and the girl next to him make a great pair. I sighed, crossing my arms. Mu Wanning noticed Shen Yue beside him and unconsciously grabbed my hand, saying, There's nothing to see. Wanting Shen Yue suddenly caught Mu Wanning's gaze and strode towards them. Is something wrong? Mu Wanning's expression didn't change. I gave a provocative glance at Lin Zixuan beside her. I silently intertwined my fingers with Mu Wanning's, intensely possessive. Mu Wanning smirked. Only when she saw Lin Zixuan did I become so clingy. Which dorm is your boyfriend in? Mu Wanning pursed her lips. Probably the same dorm as your boyfriend. Her words were also a reminder to me. This guy is handsome, but he's already taken. Shen Yue was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lin Zixuan beside her. She immediately understood. Junior, what boyfriend? This is my younger brother. I heard he was being bullied in the dorm, so I wanted to get justice for him. Did you just say he's in the same dorm as your boyfriend? Get justice? I laughed. Why don't you tell me? Who bullied him? I'm an expert when it comes to getting justice. Lin Zixuan's shoulders clearly trembled. Shen Yue's gaze fell on me, carrying a hint of surprise. Stop messing around, Mu Wanning scolded softly. Everyone knew what I was like in high school. A complete scoundrel, without a single decent bone in my body. I'd only managed to restrain myself a little now. Go on, little brother Zixuan. With our relationship, I won't allow anyone to bully you. I raised an eyebrow and smiled cheerfully. Sister Yue, let's go. Lin Zixuan tugged on Shen Yue's sleeve. He kept his head down. Shen Yue was determined to stand up for Lin Zixuan. Her face darkened. If you're in the same dorm, then please tell me. The people in your dorm, what do they say about Zixuan behind his back? Is that okay? Zixuan is a kind person. He's easily bullied. Kind, yes, he is very kind. I agree with that statement. But sometimes being too kind is a sin. As for this, I don't know. My expression was blank. I think the atmosphere in our dorm is quite harmonious. I don't know, Zixuan, why you feel that someone is talking badly about you behind your back. Could it be that you've done something shady and someone found out? You're talking nonsense, Gushian. Isn't this all because of you? Why are you acting all high and mighty here? After I said those words, Lin Zixuan finally couldn't hold it in anymore. His body was trembling with anger. Tell me, what's this all about? As soon as Shen Yue saw him like this, she panicked. Mu Wanning frowned and glanced at me. My expression was calm. My eyes still held a hint of arrogance. After a moment's thought, she pulled me behind her. Lin Zixuan refused to speak. He just pulled Shen Yue away. I clicked my tongue. Finally, I'm starting to look like the villainous supporting male character. Your name is Gu Xian, right? I want to talk to you. Look at the female lead. She can still remain calm in this situation. There's even a smile on her face. Even if that smile isn't very pretty. No need, Sister Yue. All right then. I walked around Mu Wanning and nodded. A few of them sat in a quiet milk tea shop. I had absolutely no awareness that I had done something wrong. Sucking on my milk tea straw. Drinking like a satisfied cat. Was it you? Mu Wanning took the opportunity while the other two were ordering and leaned in to whisper in my ear. What? I widened my eyes, looking innocent. Mu Wanning was almost fooled. She tapped my forehead. When you told me you were roommates with Lin Zixuan, I had a bad feeling. And sure enough, it hasn't even been a few days, and you've already bullied him to tears. My mind reeled for a moment. I frowned and mumbled, This isn't my fault. Shen Yue had Lin Zixuan sit on the inside. Then she sat in the chair beside him, facing me. Why are you targeting Lin Zixuan? When Shen Yue said this, her voice was a little cold. I thought to myself, no matter how unreasonable you are, can you be as unreasonable as the person next to me? I have a villain on my side, so I don't have to worry about anything. I wiped my mouth and smiled recklessly. Because I feel like it. Shen Yue's eyebrows immediately knitted together. Just now, Lin Zixuan had also briefly explained a few things to her. She didn't expect it to be the Gu Xian, who was known for bullying others. This greatly surprised Shen Yue. Let me mediate this. After all, you have to be roommates for 3 years. Let's just forget about the past. In the future, if you can't be good friends, then at least don't fight anymore, okay? The word okay was spoken with a very soft tone as if she were begging. Unbelievably gentle. Mu Wanning looked at Shen Yue. She took a deep breath. I pretended to be completely unmoved by her words. I even pushed the milk tea to Mu Wanning. I can't drink anymore. Only then did I clasp my hands together, looking serious. I accept your proposal. Also, don't mess with my girlfriend. The last sentence was directed at Lin Zixuan, spoken through gritted teeth. Shen Yue felt there was a hidden meaning in my words, but she didn't ask. She looked at me with gratitude. Thank you for doing this for me. I'm going back to the dorm to rest first. I swooped in to hug Mu Wanning and gave her a kiss on the cheek. I didn't. Lin Zixuan added after I left. I didn't mess with his girlfriend at all. He's talking nonsense. Shen Yue sighed. All right, stop making a scene. Didn't I say I would help you vent? And wasn't it to appease Gu Xian? I don't know what's so good about him. That's enough, Shen Yue interrupted him. Each side takes a step back. There's nothing wrong with that. Besides, weren't you the one who brought this up first? If he causes trouble for no reason again, I definitely won't go easy on him. When Shen Yue returned to the dorm, she saw Mu Wanning was there. She leaned against the bathroom door, thought for a moment, and said, Today's fuss wasn't very pleasant. Is your boyfriend not mad? What's there for him to be angry about? He's never been on the losing end. Lin Zixuan is nothing. Mu Wanning was very confident about this. That's good then. I'm planning to treat the whole room to drinks tonight. Bring your boyfriend along. You'll bring Zixuan then. At that time, well, bury the hatchet over a drink. Mu Wanning frowned. No, he doesn't drink. After Mu Wanning said this, she added another sentence. He also doesn't like places where Lin Zixuan is present. Oh, what's it all about? Shen Yue showed interest. She had also asked Zixuan in detail, and after thinking about it, there was basically no deep-seated grudge. Mu Wanning shook her head. I don't really understand either. He seems to really have it in for Lin Zixuan. He was probably in the wrong today. Please apologize to Lin Zixuan for me. I'm not going out tonight. How can that be? Shen Yue had a good temper and knew how to handle people. Just the few of us in the room, just hanging out. We won't call those guys, okay? Mu Wanning didn't have much money, but she understood that this was a necessary part of making friends. If she refused now, it would seem like she was being disrespectful. In the end, she still nodded. I heard Mu Wanning was going out for drinks. I patted her clothes. Drink in moderation. Lin Zixuan won't be there, right? I asked this question abruptly. Mu Wanning burst out laughing. What big grudge do you have? It's always about Lin Zixuan. I don't. I realized that I really was. A little too concerned about him, but there was no other way. He has the male protagonist's halo. I have to be on guard. No, just friends from the dorm. Mu Wanning gave me a light hug. Hurry back now. Then remember to buy me a bucket of buttered popcorn on your way back. I wrapped my arms around Mu Wanning. I secretly slipped 500 yuan into her pocket. Mu Wanning kissed my cheek. All right, I thought we agreed not to bring any guys. When Mu Wanning found the private room at the restaurant and saw Lin Zixuan, her expression immediately soured. Shen Yue quickly stepped in. Zixuan didn't want to go back to the dorm. He doesn't have any friends here either, so... Mu Wanning silently pulled out a chair. It's fine, it's fine. The roommates didn't know the whole story. Seeing Shen Yue bring a guy along, they were almost moved to tears with gratitude. So what was there to complain about? Lin Zixuan was indeed very popular. Not even halfway through the meal, he had already gotten to know her roommates, laughing and chatting happily. It was very lively. Mu Wanning sat in a corner, outside of all the liveliness. At the end of the meal, the group got bored and wanted to play Truth or Dare. Mu Wanning couldn't just put down her chopsticks and leave. She could only grit her teeth and play along. The first round, Mu Wanning was chosen. Amidst the noise, she chose Dare. The dare was to call her boyfriend and tell him she wanted to break up, to see his reaction. Mu Wanning looked at the roommate who had proposed this question. Shen Yue took one look, saw the atmosphere tense up, and quickly said, "Don't. They went through so much to get together. What are you trying to stir up?" Mu Wanning directly grabbed the bottle of white wine on the table, poured a full glass, tilted her head back, and downed it. The next round, Mu Wanning didn't dare to bet, even though I was very lenient with her. Before experiencing love, Mu Wanning heard that love was passionate, that love was as calm as still water. Mu Wanning felt that love was like walking on thin ice. She was always immersed in tranquility, but she also understood that beneath that silence, surging undercurrents were roiling. Mu Wanning drank quickly. By the end of the party, her head was already spinning. The others were also dead drunk. Lin Zixuan stood beside her for a long time. He reached out to support Mu Wanning. They were so drunk. The dorm curfew had also passed. Shen Yue directly booked 4 rooms. The entire group headed towards the hotel in a boisterous procession. Shen Yue couldn't take care of 7 people by herself. She looked at Lin Zixuan, helping people into the car. She instructed, "You look after Mu Wanning. I'll go to the hotel and check in first." "Okay." Lin Zixuan and Mu Wanning sat together in the back seat. The girl seemed to have been affected by the alcohol and was very uncomfortable. Her tilted-up neck looked incredibly beautiful. The warmth from their touching arms spread. Mu Wanning was beautiful in a free-spirited way. She casually brushed her hair back, revealing her fair forehead. Her drunken eyes looked drowsily at the man beside her. She hesitated for a moment, then uncertainly called out, "Lin Zixuan, I'm here!" Her voice was clear and pleasant. Lin Zixuan's heart pounded when he heard it. He quickly responded. Mu Wanning's gaze suddenly sharpened. Her strength surged. "Driver, stop the car!" The driver quickly pulled over, afraid she would vomit in the car. "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling very uncomfortable?" Mu Wanning said nothing. She got out of the car and was about to leave. "Where are you going?" Lin Zixuan grabbed her arm, but she shook him off. Mu Wanning Lin Zixuan said angrily, "You're drunk. Shen Yue has already found a hotel. I'll take you there to rest." "No need." Mu Wanning's head was splitting. She stumbled along the road. The driver behind them called out to them. Lin Zixuan looked around, then turned to pay the fare. He told the driver to leave first, then chased after her. Mu Wanning took out her phone. "It's 10 o'clock, past curfew. I'm afraid there's no way to bring the popcorn to Guxian anymore. Is it because you don't want to be with me?" After her series of actions, Lin Zixuan finally came to his senses. He found it a little hard to believe. Mu Wanning stood firm. She turned, her deep eyes looking at him. She nodded firmly. "Why? I've saved you so many times." Mu Wanning was stunned for a long time, pressing her forehead. "Sorry, as Guxian's girlfriend, he doesn't like you." Lin Zixuan was momentarily speechless. His eyes widened. "Just because of that?" "Yes, just because of him." Everyone said Mu Wanning was cold as ice, inhumane, and impervious to reason. Lin Zixuan had never been jealous of anyone, but at this moment he was especially jealous of me. On what grounds? What had he done to make Mu Wanning care so much? Lin Zixuan mumbled something from behind. "Are you crazy? Mu Wanning, he treats you like that, and you still like him?" Mu Wanning's body stiffened. Lin Zixuan continued offhandedly. "You probably don't even like Guxian, do you? I've known him since before. He's always flirting around. You won't have a good end with him." "I will," Mu Wanning said with certainty. "I will have a good end. I already told you. You don't know, right? Has engaged to Jiang Yudao." Lin Zixuan didn't want to say these things either, but he really couldn't bear to see Mu Wanning being deceived. He took a deep breath. He knew it was wrong to talk badly about someone behind their back. He prefaced it with, "I'm doing this for your own good. He and Jiang Yudao have been engaged since middle school. Everyone in our business circle knows. He's just playing with you." "Really?" The strength in Mu Wanning's eyes surged. She approached Lin Zixuan step by step. Her eyes were deep. "Shut up. I'm not lying to you," Lin Zixuan said firmly. "The two families have already agreed. When Jiang Yudao returns from abroad, they will let them get married. My aunt is best friends with Jiang Yudao's mother. That's how I know." Mu Wanning's fists clenched, cracking. Lin Zixuan saw that Mu Wanning wasn't moving and wanted to reach out and pull her. Mu Wanning silently narrowed her eyes. She took a step back. "There are some things you don't need to remind me of." Mu Wanning's voice was hoarse. She curled the corner of her lips. Perhaps it was because she was drunk, or perhaps she was unwilling to admit defeat. She heard her own voice saying, "He wants to be mine, so he can only be mine. Whether it's Jiang Yudao or Shen Yue, it's the same. It was Guxian who provoked him first." Mu Wanning looked around. She didn't see me at all. She shook her head. She just walked straight along the road. She didn't know where to go, and she didn't know who she was waiting for. Lin Zixuan called her name from behind. Mu Wanning didn't turn back. That person followed her like a tail. For some reason, it made Mu Wanning think of me. She sighed. She felt like she was going crazy, because the next second she saw me in my pajamas getting out of a taxi with an incredulous look on my face. My eyes were staring at her. At that moment, Mu Wanning felt her heart being filled. "You're late." But I still came. I was lying in bed. I had just fallen asleep when I heard the system's alarm blaring. It said the storyline had been changed. Now the male lead had met the conquest target. Upon hearing this news, I was stunned. Mu Wanning had even learned to deceive others. When did those two get involved with each other? This won't do. I climbed down from the second-floor bathroom windowsill. I didn't even have time to change my clothes. I took a taxi straight to the location the system indicated. On the way, I frantically imagined a series of things the male lead would do. In the end, the two of them would fall in love. Mu Wanning would turn around and fall in love with the male lead, following the original plot. But now it seems, the troublesome one is still this scum Lin Zixuan. I rolled up my sleeves, ready to rush over. Today, I must teach Lin Zixuan a lesson. As I passed by Mu Wanning, someone wrapped their arms around my waist and held me back. Mu Wanning seemed very happy. There was even a hint of excitement in her voice. What are you planning to do? Is he bothering you? What did he say to you? I asked angrily. Lin Zixuan saw me like this. He was startled. He quickly took 2 steps back. Mu Wanning rested her head on my shoulder. She said softly, "Your timing is perfect. I'm so sleepy, can you take me home?" I blinked, glaring at Lin Zixuan. Mu Wanning hugged me a little tighter. I lowered my head and sniffed the fragrance of her hair. Seeing her shirt had slipped off her shoulder, I pulled it up. I frowned unhappily. I looked at the drowsy, drunk Mu Wanning. Her eyes were glistening as if with tears. Beautiful, I swallowed. My heart beat faster. Let's go. Mu Wanning reached out her hand and intertwined her fingers with mine. Our knuckles tightened. I couldn't swallow this anger, so I stopped in my tracks. I turned my head and said to Lin Zixuan with a sinister tone, "I've told you before, stay away from Mu Wanning. You didn't listen to my advice. Then don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless." Lin Zixuan was once again amused to the point of anger by my words. He and I are like fire and water. Why is Mu Wanning so clueless? Even someone like me wants to step on his head and bully him. Lin Zixuan isn't the kid I used to bully. The kid who didn't dare to make a peep. He immediately said, "Are you afraid he'll steal Mu Wanning away?" Nonsense. I turned my head immediately, in a stance ready to fight him. Then why won't you let me get close to her? Lin Zixuan had a sarcastic expression. You know what you are. You feel you're not worthy of her, right? Are these words that a male lead can say? Is this his way of openly trying to steal my girlfriend? Doesn't he want Shen Yu anymore? Oh, right. When I first saw the original plot setting, I already felt this male lead was both a scumbag and a cheater. The grass is always greener on the other side. Just as I was about to argue with him, I heard him say, "If you feel you're not good enough, then you should strive to become outstanding." Not like this now. Mu Wanning is not your possession. I felt like I was hearing a joke. Do you not understand much about love? I gave him a sidelong glance. I crossed my arms, pulling Mu Wanning's hand away. Don't stand here arguing illogically, twisting the truth. I never said Mu Wanning was my possession. But she is my girlfriend. I have the right to decide if she should befriend other guys. Do you like Mu Wanning? I moved a little closer to him. My tone was disdainful. You don't like her. You've been pampered since you were young. Excellent grades, sweet-talking, and kind-hearted. You've never faced any setbacks. Seeing that Mu Wanning ignores you but likes me instead. You're jealous, aren't you? Why would I be jealous of you? Because you think I'm not as good as you, but others just happen to like me. I said it lightly. Mu Wanning stood behind me, unmoved. There was no expression on her face. I wanted to provoke him some more, but then I saw Shen Yue not far away. I don't know when she got out of the taxi, and I don't know how long she's been standing there. I swallowed and immediately hesitated. According to my mission's usual pattern, when the male lead and female lead appear together, their halo effect multiplies. It has the effect of turning things around. Moreover, although this female lead isn't enlightened yet, she will still subconsciously protect Lin Zixuan. I stepped back a little. I bumped into Mu Wanning's head. My gaze shifted away. Let's go. Lin Zixuan's call came from behind. I curled my lip. He's so annoying, I muttered. I looked up at Mu Wanning. I blinked for a long time. Hey, what if this Lin Zixuan badmouths me behind my back and Shen Yue comes to get revenge on me? Would he dare? Mu Wanning lowered her voice. Seeing my surprised look, Mu Wanning narrowed her eyes. She explained, Shen Yue is not an unreasonable person. She wouldn't do that. In a situation where all the characters are a bit OOC, only Mu Wanning's darkening value still fluctuates around 80 points. This is a woman who is determined to be the villain. I didn't know Lin Zixuan was coming, Mu Wanning said softly. I snapped out of my thoughts. What? But I find you really interesting. Mu Wanning looked up. The way she stared at me sent a chill down my spine. How did you know I was here? Before I could speak, Mu Wanning said again, let me see your hand. Just now, being suddenly questioned by her, my mind was racing with how to cover this up. It's all because I was too impulsive, too eager to ruin the relationship between the male lead and the supporting female character that I made such a huge mistake. Mu Wanning pulled my hand and looked at it for a long time. You dare to go out dressed like this? Where did you climb down from? You got yourself all dirty. Mu Wanning touched it lightly. I immediately grimaced. Just now, when I climbed down from the second floor, I fell to the ground and scraped a layer of skin off my elbow on the bricks. If Mu Wanning hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten about it. Does it hurt? Why don't you just die from the pain? Mu Wanning said that, but her fingers wiped away the dirt beside it. She stared at the wound for a long time. She said, Gu Xian, the moment I saw you, I suddenly understood what peace is. You'll always be by my side. Right? If I had known what would happen next, I wouldn't have sworn so resolutely to Mu Wanning like that, even if it killed me. Since we couldn't go back to the dorm, I took Mu Wanning to a hotel near the school. These days, you don't even need to bring an ID. The receptionist saw we were students, a boy and a girl, and immediately got us a double room. That night, I lay on the edge of the bed, staring at the ceiling. The girl beside me was fast asleep. I turned my head to look at her face. Her usually cold eyes now looked unusually gentle. Her eyelashes were very long. Her eyebrows were furrowed. I wonder what she was dreaming about. So I reached out to smooth her brows. Before I could pull my hand back, Mu Wanning's eyebrows relaxed. Our eyes met. Mu Wanning reached out and hugged me tightly. My heart pounded loudly. I heard Mu Wanning softly say she had a nightmare. Mu Wanning took a deep breath. The scent of hormones gradually brought her back to reality. Go to sleep, it's getting late. My face turned red. Fortunately, the darkness could hide everything. Hearing my steady breathing, Mu Wanning suddenly opened her eyes. She looked up at the boy in her arms. She reached out and held him tighter. Just now, she didn't dare say she dreamed of me, cornered by gangsters at the end of an alley. The night was hazy. A knife was stuck in the boy's chest. He slowly knelt before her, grabbing her pant leg. His voice distorted with pain. He said to her, "Save me." Her dream self seemed not to care about this. Unnaturally cold. She squatted down, and with a white-gloved hand, she gently patted my pale face. She said softly, "Scum like you, staying in this world is just a waste of resources. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for always provoking people you shouldn't provoke. All right, don't meet me in the next life." It was this sentence that made Mu Wanning's heart feel like it had stopped beating. She woke with a start. She always felt that she was a cold and heartless person. After experiencing a series of events at the Mu family's home, Mu Wanning had told herself since she was young that she must take revenge. She must be unscrupulous. She must reclaim all the past humiliations. If Guxian knew about those past events, he would surely look down on me. Mu Wanning withdrew the hand on my waist. The air conditioner in the room was cold. She rolled up the blanket and covered my waist, propping herself up to look for a long time. If there is any god in heaven blessing you, then that god's name must be Guxian. Mu Wanning thought. After sobering up, Mu Wanning couldn't fall back asleep. For no other reason than, my sleeping habits are truly terrible. I toss and turn all over the bed. I ended up lying on my stomach on her legs. My mouth was even rubbing back and forth. She didn't dare to move, afraid of waking me up. She endured it stiffly like that all night. As soon as I woke up, I was thrown onto the bed. My head was groggy. Mu Wanning struggled to get to the bathroom. She came out a long time later. "We have to go back to school." Mu Wanning adjusted her clothes. She frowned. "Do you know you drool when you sleep at night?" I was originally feeling a little fluttery, thinking that we finally had some couple vibes. The atmosphere hadn't even had a chance to build up before it was extinguished by Mu Wanning's words. I had a dark face the entire time. Mu Wanning pretended not to see. It was awkward all the way back. We happened to run into Lin Zixuan and Shen Yue. I have to say, this damn fate always plays tricks on people. "Guxian, wait." Mu Wanning was about to ignore Shen Yue, who was walking behind Lin Zixuan, when she called out. She frowned, her steps halting. She reached out and took my hand. I didn't think much of it. My expression wasn't very good. "Is something wrong? I want to talk to you privately. Do you have time?" I only hesitated for a moment, then smiled and nodded. "Sure." Shen Yue arranged to meet me privately at the milk tea shop on campus, all secretive. When I saw Mu Wanning, my expression gradually darkened. I wanted to say it was really unnecessary, but unfortunately, it was too late. Zixuan told me everything yesterday. Shen Yue held a cup of milk tea, smiling gently. I rested my chin on my hand and raised an eyebrow. "So what? You want to condemn me on his behalf?" "What am I saying?" Shen Yue wore a surprised expression. "I think there must be some misunderstanding between you and Zixuan." "No need." As soon as these words came out, I knew what Shen Yue's intention was. She wanted to mediate, but it was unnecessary. I don't belong to this world in the first place. The people here, besides my conquest target, who is worthy of my concern. I don't need to care about anyone else. Shen Yue frowned and said, "Zixuan has no intention of stealing your girlfriend. Is that so?" I said this disdainfully. "So did Lin Zixuan tell you what I was like in high school?" Shen Yue was silent. I answered my own question. I'm arrogant and domineering, unreasonable and tyrannical. To be blunt, I just hate him hanging around my girlfriend. I'm targeting him. So what can you do to me? After I said these words, I silently praised myself in my heart. As expected of me, this evil male supporting role, my acting can be said to be outstanding. Alright, my girlfriend is still waiting at the door. I tapped on the table. If you come looking for me because of Lin Zixuan again, then don't talk to me anymore in the future. How hateful. From childhood to adulthood, wherever Shen Yue went, she was always the center of attention. This was truly the first time that a boy disliked her to this extent. She sat on the chair, watching me embrace Mu Wanning. There was none of the impatience he showed when confronting her. His expression was impatient, but his heart and eyes were filled with the person before him. Shen Yue's fingers kept fiddling with the milk tea cup, a faint smile on her face. Without waiting for Mu Wanning to ask, I took the initiative to speak. Shen Yue in your dorm is so annoying. Why was she looking for you? What else could it be? To speak up for Lin Zixuan. Ha! Mu Wanning glanced through the glass window and asked softly, So what do you think? I hate him. I said, even if the Heavenly King himself came down, I would still hate him. I hate how he always acts like a savior, but in reality, he flirts around everywhere and has to pretend he knows nothing. Look how well Mu Wanning is doing now, after staying away from Lin Zixuan. I thought so and swayed her arm. The military training period passed in a flash. On the last day, all the teams gathered for an evening party. Both boys and girls wanted to show off all their talent, to stand out from the crowd. Isn't there a saying? As long as you perform well tonight, the priority to choose a partner among the freshmen will be in your hands. I found an empty spot and secretly sat down next to Mu Wanning, slipping my hand into hers. I looked up and smiled at her. The girls around us started chattering with teasing looks. Mu Wanning kneaded my knuckles, glanced at me and smiled without saying anything. She used to hate the feeling of being noticed by others, always feeling that those people were looking at her strangely. But at this moment, she was enjoying it. I took off my jacket, revealing a short-sleeved shirt underneath. The guy dancing in the middle had a great body. After the atmosphere became lively, I got excited too. I whistled towards the center. Mu Wanning only glanced inwards once, then kept staring at me. Her gaze never left me. The guy behind us secretly passed something over. Mu Wanning hesitated for a moment and realized it was 2 bottles of beer. The night breeze was very gentle. I smiled and said thank you, patted his shoulder, and decisively opened a bottle. I lowered my voice and said in her ear, "Come on, to our arduous love." Cheers, what arduous love? You wouldn't understand. I drank it all in one go. When I knew the S-rank mission I challenged, the target was a pervert. I was very worried about Mu Wanning every day. That face that looks like she could commit suicide at any moment. That cold and heartless appearance, who wouldn't be afraid? Fortunately, I analyzed and grasped Mu Wanning's weakness. People with mental illnesses mostly lack love. Mu Wanning doesn't have a sky, so I will strive to become her sky so that she, a villain, can become a truly good girl. The more I thought about it, the happier I became, so much so that I drank the whole can of beer. After drinking, I just felt the world spinning and my head was dizzy. Mu Wanning also realized something was wrong. She turned her head to look and saw the guy who gave them the beer scratching his head. I was just about to say, "This beer is indeed a bit strong. It's the devil's beer I just bought. I wanted you guys to try it. Seeing your boyfriend drink so hard, is he okay?" On my side, I was already silent. He was eagerly looking at the center stage. His eyes drooped, not saying a word. The music suddenly switched to a song with a very fast tempo. People in the field were already dancing wildly. The young people were lively. It immediately turned into a large dance floor. Mu Wanning was distracted for just a moment and saw me slip away from her side in a flash. I had squeezed into the center position, clutching the beer bottle in my hand. I lifted my shirt, bit my teeth, and danced to the music. The people around hadn't even seen clearly when Mu Wanning rushed up and pulled my shirt down, dragging me away. Incurable. So infuriating. Mu Wanning heard me, starting to cause trouble beside her. "Why are you stopping me? That's my stage. What the hell are you dancing? Isn't it beautiful?" I frowned. I used to be an A-list star. I suddenly remembered something, trying to fight off the drunkenness. I moved closer to her. One hand held her head. I lifted her face and looked at it for a long time and planted a kiss on her cheek. "Thank you. Why are you suddenly talking about this? For giving me the chance to finish." Mu Wanning clearly saw my mouth moving, but the words in the middle were like they were muted in a movie. "What did you say?" I said I. My body suddenly convulsed, as if in extreme pain. My legs went weak and I knelt on the ground. Mu Wanning watched helplessly as I kowtowed to her. "What are you doing? I don't drink. I know I have a bad habit, which is that I tend to talk nonsense when I'm drunk." Just now, the system's protection mechanism was activated, and it directly zapped me with a high-voltage current. The alcohol instantly disappeared. I sobered up. I found myself lying face down on the ground. Mu Wanning squatted in front of me, her expression full of meaning. I smirked. "Thank you so much for being my girlfriend. But I don't know how to express my excitement. So I kowtowed to you. Are you satisfied with this way of thanking you? Get up quickly." Mu Wanning knew I was talking nonsense. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Is your knee scraped?" When Mu Wanning saw me suddenly kneel, she was startled at that moment. Seeing me get up shakily, she unconsciously squatted down and rolled up my pant leg. Under the streetlight, she indeed saw a red patch. "Does it hurt?" I didn't feel anything at first. The pain from resisting the system before was much worse than this, but no one had ever asked me if I was in pain, so I was immediately a little touched. I hugged her and randomly touched her leg. Mu Wanning's eyes darkened. She turned her head, her voice hoarse. "What are you touching so randomly?" "I'm touching my girlfriend. Do you have a problem with that?" I tilted my head and asked. Mu Wanning scoffed and didn't answer. For a moment, I really felt that I could truly be with her for a lifetime, and it wouldn't be strange at all. This S-rank conquest target is the closest to reality. That day, I kept asking the system, what was the biggest mistake that hosts who took on S-rank missions but failed usually made? The system assistant said, falling in love with the conquest target. We walked hand in hand to the dormitory building. "Wait for me for a moment." Mu Wanning felt her pocket. I was stunned, watching her run off to the vending machine to buy a cold Coke. She didn't seem very good at this, shyly handing the Coke to me. "If your knee swells up, you can use this to ice it. It helps with blood circulation and reduces bruising." Her words made me remember when I was watching the life experience of Mu Wanning in the system space. Her life was full of great obstacles. She also once longed for a father, longed for a family. The result she faced was one beating after another. As a small child, she could only shield her mother, her body covered in wounds, full of red welts. Her mother would go ask for some ice, and while crying, would apply it to her to reduce the swelling. Go to bed early, I waved my hand. Good night, dream of me. I gave her a hug, then turned and left. Mu-Wanning stood downstairs with her hands in her pockets, watching for a long time. I felt that if days like these continued, there would always be a bit of a blur. If the system hadn't reminded me that a new chapter was about to begin, I would still be immersed in teasing Mu-Wanning every day. I received the news in the middle of the night and immediately shot up in bed. I counted on my fingers, and my expression changed. The phone suddenly rang. I quickly answered and heard Mu-Wanning's low voice say, "Gushayan, I have to go home tomorrow. I don't know when he'll be back. Can you behave yourself at school? Can you tell me what happened?" Calculating the date, it was about time. In the original plot, after Mu-Wanning killed me, her darkening value was already at 100%. So when Lin Zixuan and I met again, I desperately wanted to set a trap. Even if I couldn't be a good person, I could at least live up to Lin Zixuan's actions. And this opportunity was... Mu-Wanning seemed to be going downstairs. Her breathing was unsteady. "Don't worry. I'll be back soon. It's not a big deal. I want to hear." I scrambled out of bed, grabbed my clothes, and put them on. "Can you wait for me downstairs for a bit? Just for a moment." Mu-Wanning was silent for a long time. I took a deep breath and said, "I want to see you. Right now." "Okay." I had climbed out the window once before, so I was familiar with the route. Mu-Wanning seemed to have expected that I would appear this way, so she was already waiting downstairs. Seeing me trembling as I was about to climb down the drain pipe, she quickly said, "Don't come down. Didn't you say you wanted to see me? Then just take a few more looks now and go back to sleep." Mu-Wanning said these words with great difficulty. She had just received a call from a neighbor, saying that her mother had fainted in the hallway. She only found out when she got home in the middle of the night that her mother had been taken to the hospital. The test results said that Yiqing had a tumor in her brain. Whether it was benign or malignant, they would have to wait for the professor to return tomorrow to determine. At that moment, her heart ached so much it almost felt distorted. She wished she could fly to her mother's side immediately. She forced herself to calm down quickly, forced the useless tears back inside, and called me to prevent me from causing a scene when I didn't see her at breakfast tomorrow. I didn't listen. My legs were dangling outside the window. I gritted my teeth and jumped. The second floor wasn't high, but if I jumped in this position, landing face first, it would be a very bad fall. Mu-Wanning had already had enough scares for one day. Seeing me act so recklessly, she rushed over with her arms outstretched. The weight of the young man completely fell on her, and they both let out a groan. My forehead slammed hard into Mu-Wanning's shoulder, causing her sharp pain. Hiss. My forehead hurt so much that tears welled up. "Are you crazy?" Mu-Wanning made me stand up straight, her face full of anger. "What if I hadn't caught you? Is your head full of water? Don't you know how dangerous that was? Wasn't I just worried about you? Stop scolding me." I took her hand. "Didn't you say you had to go home? It's so late. Did something happen at home? I'll go back with you." "Go back." Mu-Wanning looked at the boy who was still grimacing in pain with a look of burning anxiety, and she suddenly calmed down. "Don't worry." Mu-Wanning's chest felt tight. She glanced at the second-floor window. "Once you've jumped, you can't go back. My mother has been hospitalized. If you want to come, then come. I'll take you back tomorrow morning." "Auntie is in the hospital? What happened? Is it serious?" Although I already knew about this, I still pretended as if I had just found out. Mu-Wanning gently squeezed my hand. If you had said before that I would care for someone like this, she would definitely have said I was crazy, but now she seemed to be a little used to it. "We don't know yet. I have to go see." "Then let's go quickly." Mu-Wanning felt so useless. She had felt this way since she was little. "Don't panic, Auntie. Good people are blessed by heaven. She'll definitely be okay." Seeing her distress, I lifted her face and rested it on my shoulder. "I see your eyes are all red. Why don't you sleep for a while?" "I just slept in the dorm. I'm not sleepy. I'll wake you up when we get to the hospital." I said this hesitantly. I had never felt that knowing the future could be so painful, a matter with not a shred of hope. There was no such thing as good people being blessed by heaven, only a cruel fate. I choked up a bit. Mu-Wanning helplessly held my hand, her whole body trembling. I think when I first advised Mu-Wanning to study medicine, there was more or less a biased thought for her, wanting her life to be a little better. If there was no hope, then create a little hope. She is a genius who knows if there might be a turn of events. But in this world, life and death are unpredictable, and it has no intention of sparing anyone. Mu-Wanning didn't sleep. Countless images of the past flashed through her mind. I heard the system's notification in my head. Her darkening value was soaring. I turned and pulled her into my arms and said with a grin, "Girlfriend, this isn't considered puppy love anymore, is it?" Mu-Wanning, her darkening value immediately stopped at 90. "So if your mom meets me, can I say I'm your boyfriend?" I tilted my head. That would count as officially meeting the parent, right? Mu-Wanning's thoughts were completely distracted by me, and I don't know what she thought of, but her darkening value started to slowly decrease. I lay my head on her lap. Pat my head. "Were you born in the year of the dog?" Mu-Wanning said that, but her fingers rested on my hair. I heard people say that patting someone's head can make them feel a little better. I looked up at her. Are you in a better mood now? Stop reading those useless tidbits. Mu Wanning turned her face away, her gaze cold, her fingers stroking my head absent-mindedly. I squinted my eyes. The plot was halfway through, and it was the most difficult half. I didn't know which path I should take, but I had to take advantage of the things that I knew had a high probability of happening to pave the way for Mu Wanning. I really am a little angel, dedicated to saving the villain. The two of them had just arrived at the hospital when Mu Wanning rushed to the hospital room. I looked towards the neighbor, a middle-aged woman in her 50s, who looked very kind. "Hello, Mom. I just asked the doctor. Was it you who helped pay the hospital fee? I took out my wallet. How much was it? I'll pay you back on Mu Wanning's behalf. 600. The woman didn't refuse much and said with some curiosity, "Are you the one from downstairs? Are you a relative of the girl's family?" I nodded and then shook my head. "Not really. I'm the one from downstairs, but I'm a Wanning's boyfriend. I guess that counts as a relative." These words came out very smoothly. I counted 600 yuan from my wallet and gave it to her. "If Mu Wanning asks about the hospital fee, please don't tell her that I paid it. Could you just say you don't need the money? Otherwise, I'm afraid she'll feel uncomfortable." The neighbor thought for a moment and chuckled. "You're a good young man. That child, Wanning, has had a hard life. Having you is a bit of a blessing for her. I paid for Yi Qing's recent hospital fees and hospitalization charges by myself with my card." I stood in front of the hospital room door. Several times I wanted to reach out and open the door, but my hand would quietly retract as soon as I extended it. I felt the timing wasn't right and was also afraid that Yi Qing's condition was very bad and that Mu Wanning would be upset seeing it. I was extremely conflicted. After I had paced back and forth for the 10th time, I frowned and took out my phone to call Zhu Shui. She is the Gu family's private doctor and also the original host's mother's best friend. She has some influence in the major hospitals. Although I knew the outcome in the original plot, I just wanted to do something, perhaps futile, but I still wanted to struggle a little, so as not to have any regrets. I couldn't tell if this was to win Mu Wanning's favor or simply to comfort this pitiful villain. The phone rang for a long time. I knew it wasn't good to disturb someone in the middle of the night, but it was for a reason after all. Zhu Shui wasn't angry about being woken up. She asked patiently, "Xian, what's wrong?" "Auntie Zhu," I thought for a moment and said, "At Zhangcheng Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, do you know anyone who is a good neurologist?" Zhu Shui's sleepiness immediately vanished. She asked urgently, "Neurology? Did you get into a fight and damage your brain, or did you damage someone else's brain?" I was speechless. "No, it's not me. Are you at the TCM hospital?" "Wait for me. I'm coming right now." No. "Auntie Zhu, I didn't get into a fight. Just say no more. Wait for me." I looked at the disconnected phone, my mouth twitching. This Auntie Zhu of mine is great in every way. It's just that she's very impulsive, not like a meticulous, skilled doctor. I sat on a bench outside the hospital. There weren't many people here at night. The air conditioning was on full blast. I don't believe in ghosts or gods, but I still felt a chill. The door creaked open. I turned my head and saw Mu Wanning with a haggard face. "How's Auntie?" I immediately stood up and peeked inside. Mu Wanning pressed her lips together and said nothing. She felt her pocket and took out a few dozen coins. I scratched my head, my voice a little quieter. "I'm going to say something. Don't be angry, okay?" Mu Wanning slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with coldness. She had always lacked a sense of security, so when I acted like this, she reflexively said, "It's okay. I won't blame you for whatever decision you make. I just saw the scans and the diagnosis report. It's highly likely that the results are not good. Someone like me, you've seen it yourself. I was already at rock bottom, and now with my mother's situation, to be honest, I'm about to break." Mu Wanning didn't continue. "If you want to leave, then just go." I was stunned. Then I thought about it and understood, and hugged her. Mu Wanning was clearly exhausted. Jumping from the second floor, the woman who could catch me steadily. Now her steps were unsteady. She stumbled and leaned against the wall, her eyes staring blankly into the distance. "I'm not leaving. I just wanted to tell you that I paid the hospital fees on my own initiative. I was afraid you'd be angry, so I didn't dare to say." Mu Wanning's body stiffened. I hugged her tighter. "I have no intention of leaving you. Don't worry, this isn't an insurmountable problem. Life always has its ups and downs, right? There's strength in numbers. We'll carry this together, and we'll get through it." Mu Wanning wanted to cry. When she was beaten half to death, she didn't shed a tear. But at this moment, her hands trembled, and she hugged my shoulders. "I'm so tired, Gu Xian. Tell me, did I kill someone or commit arson in my past life? Why is it always like this? What I want is so simple. I just want to live. I want to live well. Tell me, what did I do wrong? Why am I being treated like this?" She looked so heartbroken. Her voice was also trembling. I gently patted her, letting her hug me more comfortably. "Don't cry. Please don't cry. I don't know how to comfort people." I felt her shoulders shaking, her tears soaking my shirt. She cried suppressively, silently. It would be better if she just cried out loud, rather than making others feel so heartbroken like this. Zhu Shui arrived just in time to see this scene. She crossed her arms and watched for a long time, frowning. She had met this girl before, and had a deep impression of her. Why are they hugging like this? Could it be that he really damaged the poor girl's brain? Mu Wanning didn't move for a long time. My arms grew tired, and just as I lowered them, I heard a light cough. As soon as I turned my head, I met Zhu Shui's interested gaze, and my face turned red. Mu Wanning also looked over. Knowing this doctor had an unusual relationship with me, she took 2 steps back. I proactively stood with her and waved to Zhu Shui. Auntie Zhu, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend. Zhu Shui raised an eyebrow. He really did fall and become stupid. Here's what happened. Auntie Zhu, I walked over with a fawning expression to look at her. She had pretty much watched me grow up, so her attitude immediately softened a bit. What's wrong? Why were you looking for me to ask about a neurologist earlier? I signaled, telling Mu wanting to go get the diagnosis report and CT scans, while I sat with Zhu Shui on the bench. My girlfriend's mother, she has a tumor in her brain. Mum, I wanted to ask if you know any good doctors, Auntie Zhu, and could you help me get in touch with them? I lowered my voice and leaned into her ear. My girlfriend's family situation is quite complicated. Single-parent family, her mother is all she has left. You know how to do good deeds like this, too? Zhu Shui's words were half joking. My expression stiffened, but Zhu Shui paid it no mind. This child is in love. It seems even his personality has changed, which is good. If it were before, she would have to worry every day about me bullying others, and that one day I might carelessly get my head split open by someone and die. Mu Wanning brought the things over, and Zhu Shui frowned after looking at them. She was silent, not saying a word. The atmosphere grew colder and colder. Mu Wanning's fists clenched. I swallowed hard. In the original plot, Mu Wanning's mother did indeed die, but I thought, if I used the connections I could use and found a really good doctor for Mu Wanning, could I turn things around? For example, someone like me who should have died. Am I not still standing here now? Let's go tomorrow. It's too late today. Zhu Shui rolled up the documents, stood up, her expression serious. I will do my best to help. She looked at Mu Wanning beside me. Her eyes darkened a bit, but she said nothing. As soon as I heard she wanted to help, I was extremely grateful and immediately smiled. Auntie Zhu, you're the best. You're only sweet-tongued when you need a favor from me. She had basically agreed, saying, I have a friend in America who specializes in neurology. I'll contact him and see if it's possible. But I can't say there's much hope. This tumor has been in her head for a long time. It's at least in the middle stage of cancer now. The risks involved are very high. We can discuss the specifics in more detail then. I stayed with Mu Wanning, huddled on a narrow bench all night. She stayed awake until her eyes were bloodshot, while I was so sleepy I could barely walk straight. I'll take you back to school. Mu Wanning patted my face and glanced at her phone. You should go back and get some sleep first. I tried to open my eyes and force myself to shake my head. We'll go buy breakfast. What do you want to eat? Mu Wanning looked at me like this, a sour feeling in her heart. I'm not hungry, it's Monday. He might come today. I can't go back. I rubbed my eyes. Don't worry, Auntie Zhu is my mom's best friend. She's protected me since I was little. If she says she'll help, then she'll definitely do her best to help. I reached out and tucked her bangs. You wait here for me. You'll be back soon, okay? Mu Wanning stared into my eyes. After a long moment, her voice was dry. Okay. The corners of my lips curved into a smile. Truly, after hearing about her mother, Mu Wanning felt like the sky was falling.
She was in such a panic that she barely looked human, but she didn't dare to show it. But I could see it. I was like a knight, always by her side to protect her, chipping away at her bitter and uncomfortable spots, bit by bit. Mu Wanning clenched her fingers. What virtues or talents did she possess? She hated her own helplessness. I was so sleepy that I kept yawning. The congee and buns in my mouth became tasteless. The doctors didn't start work until 9 o'clock, and the nurses also arrived one after another. That doctor took Ye Qing for another series of checkups. She already looked very weak. The torment of the years had turned the once gentle woman into someone half dead. After a meeting, the doctor said bluntly, "We recommend that you transfer hospitals. The surgical risk is too great. Our hospital doesn't have the specialized talent for this." Mu Wanning lowered her head and said nothing. Which hospital is more advanced? I know this era is different from the places I've transmigrated to before. Many things are extremely backward. The best doctors are in the imperial capital. When she heard this word, Mu Wanning's shoulders trembled. I pressed my lips together and didn't ask any more questions. You should think about it. I can help contact the professors in the imperial capital, the doctor said, pushing up his glasses. But it requires a craniotomy and chemotherapy, these medical expenses. Don't worry about the medical expenses. Please help us make contact. I agreed immediately. Mu Wanning took a deep breath, her head bowed. I don't know what she was thinking, but I knew she didn't want to go back to the imperial capital, because she had originally moved from the imperial capital to get away from the Mu family. Now that they were going back, they would start following the original plot, which was also the plot I wanted to follow the least. In the original plot, because of this, Mu Wanning knelt before the main gates of the Mu family, enduring all kinds of humiliation. In the end, Mu Cheng seemed to come to his senses, gave her a sum of money, told her to go get treatment for her mother, and told her that the debt between them was cleared. As a result, her mother died on the operating table, never to get up again. Mu Wanning directed all her resentment towards the Mu family, getting close to the Mu family's only son, and framing him until he died. Then she drove that stepmother insane. Mu Cheng was selfish. He only loved himself, and his biggest fear was having no heir. I replayed it all in my mind. I didn't dare to bet on it. Assuming I tried my best, but still couldn't save Yi Qing from the operating table, would her resentment be directed at me? Or maybe we shouldn't go to the imperial capital? Let me ask Zhou Shui. I made another phone call. This time Zhou Shui answered quickly. Before I could say anything, she said, I've asked. This surgery can be done, but the equipment in Jiangcheng is not sufficient. You have to go to the imperial capital. standing very close to me. Mu Wanning naturally heard these words. She crushed the paper millet porridge box in her hand and said, "Go, we have to go. It's time to settle the score with the Mu family." I was stunned. Zhou Shui had arranged everything. There was only one step left, which was that I had to get Gu Qing's consent. I didn't dare to do everything completely on my own. I was silent for a long time, then said, "Okay." I didn't dare tell Mu Wanning, so I found an excuse. I need to go to the bathroom. Mu Wanning said nothing. Actually, Ye Qing had been awake for a while. After seeing me leave, she opened her eyes and gently called, "Wanning, Mom." Mu Wanning immediately hid the calculating look in her eyes and turned her head to say worriedly, "Mom, don't worry, it's not a big deal. We'll go to the imperial capital and we'll be back soon. Don't hide it anymore." Mom heard everything. Ye Qing smiled. Even though the years had left countless marks on her face, they had never defeated her beauty. "Sit down, I have something to tell you." Mu Wanning pressed her lips together, sat beside her, and helped her tuck in her blanket. Ye Qing reached out and took her hand, her gaze affectionate. "My daughter is all grown up, and so beautifully moving now." "Not yet. You have to live well, to see me get married and have children. I'm not grown up yet. I just had a dream." A tear rolled down the corner of Ye Qing's eye. "I dreamed of when you were little. You were different from other children back then. You didn't cry or fuss, you would just smile whenever you saw me. I thought back then, having you in this life was truly worth it." "That young man has helped our family quite a bit, hasn't he?" Ye Qing said. "I like that young man too. Our family doesn't do ungrateful things. He's good to you, you must remember that. You have to repay him in the future and be good to him too. I know I have no regrets in this life." Ye Qing sighed. "Actually, it's enough. This illness costs a lot of money. Our family situation can't burden others. Daughter, I don't want to get treatment anymore. I probably only have a few months left to live. I can still help you save a little more money so that when you get married in the future, your in-laws won't look down on you." "Don't talk nonsense," Mu Wanning's voice choked up. "I have a way. It's my money. I will pay him back too. Trust me, Mom. We'll go to the imperial capital. You just need to get well. Leave the rest to me. Don't go looking for your father." "How could Ye Qing not know what she was thinking?" she said with a smile. "Your father and I were something I forced. He's living a harmonious, happy life now. That's very good." Mu Wanning said nothing. She didn't feel this sentence could comfort anyone. It only made her hate them more, hating that she couldn't push them all to hell. I was picking at the wall in the hospital corridor. Gu Qing was a little surprised to receive my call. His own son, how could he not remember? But as soon as he spoke, he was cold. "What's wrong? Are you short on money again? Once you've had enough fun outside, hurry up and get your ass back here. I'll come back. I have something to tell you. This decision of mine is a huge risk. There are some truths that you also have the right to know. I will show you a good show." "What did you say?" "As payment, I beg you to save Mu Wanning's mother. Consider it me begging you." "What nonsense are you talking about? Telling me to save some unrelated person? Are you crazy or am I?" Gu Qing hated my rebelliousness the most. He had clearly laid out the best path for me, but I refused to take it, insisting on getting entangled with a cheap woman. "You'll agree. In your dreams." My voice was extremely calm, word by word. I said it, "You will definitely agree." After doing this, I sent a text to Gu Wanyu, asking her to meet at the Haojue Club. I went back and saw Mu Wanning talking with Ye Qing in the hospital room. I was standing at the door, not having left yet, when Ye Qing called me back. "Young man, come here." I was a bit embarrassed. This was like breaking the ice. My first time meeting my mother-in-law, I was a little excited. Ye Qing patted Mu Wanning's hand and said, "What I told you? Do you remember it all?" "Yes." Mu Wanning nodded vigorously. Ye Qing looked at me and smiled. "It's good that you two can be together. Don't worry, my Wanning will be good to you. Auntie, it's okay." I waved my hand. "Everyone has tough times in this world. I will do my best to help. Please, just focus on getting well." I came in to tell Wanning something. I have something to do and have to leave for a bit. Auntie Jo has arranged everything. She also knows you. Just listen to her arrangements then. If anything comes up, just call me. Goodbye, Auntie. I waved goodbye to her and left a bit awkwardly. I breathed a sigh of relief as soon as I was out the door, my expression no longer careless. The plot will develop anyway. There's nothing wrong with me speeding it up a little. "Host, you must calm down." The system realized my intention and hurriedly jumped out. "This is no joke. I am very calm," I replied. "What the consequences will be, I know better than you. I want to speed up the plot. As a task enforcer, intentionally pushing the plotline forward is a taboo. By deciding to do this, I'm already prepared to face the punishment." Gu Wan, he was very happy to receive my text. She canceled plans with a group of friends and came to meet me on her own accord. Towards this younger brother, her thoughts were very simple, simply evil. Perhaps I had discovered it early on, so I had always deliberately avoided occasions to be alone with her. My father bought a new DV camera. I arrived early, placed it behind the vase in the room, then sat in a convenient corner, waiting quietly. As soon as Gu Wanyu saw me, she smiled. "Xian, it's rare for you to ask me out. I've run into some trouble." I feigned difficulty. "My girlfriend's mother is sick." Gu Wanyu's expression immediately turned ugly. I said with a dark face, "Can you help me? Dad isn't paying attention to me anymore. I need money. That would put me in a difficult position." Gu Wanyu said, "You should apologize to Dad. He's very worried about you." "Gu Wanyu, you like me, don't you?" This sudden question of mine stunned Gu Wanyu. She smiled. "Of course I like you. You're my little brother. Stop pretending. What kind of older sister has those feelings for her younger brother? Don't think I don't know. You secretly took my pictures.
As I said this, my face was full of sarcasm. You're disgusting. Gu Wanyu's expression twisted slightly. She suppressed her anger and said nothing. Are you going to help me? What else do you know? Gu Wanyu looked up at me. I let out a laugh. I also know you're a bastard child. How could our Gao family have such a disgusting person like you? This statement seemed to hit a sore spot. She immediately jumped up, as if she wanted to strangle me. In just a moment, she calmed down. So what? Your father thinks I'm his daughter, so that's that. I'm just asking you, will you help me? I tapped on the table, my expression cold. Juan, you snorted coldly. How could I help you save some wild bitch? I just wish they would all die. Then there's nothing more to say. I immediately stood up and walked out. Gu Xian, you better behave for me. People who talk too much are annoying. Gu Wan, you didn't understand how I knew these things, and was indeed a little panicked in that moment. I stood beside her, hesitated for a moment, then turned back, placed my hand next to her, unexpectedly lifted her chin and kissed her. Gu Wanyu's eyes widened, her body stiffened. I patted her on the head. How could I be so talkative? You're so beautiful. Who wouldn't love you? If you don't help, then don't. I put my hands in my pockets and chuckled. I was just pretending. Gu Wanyu was stunned by this action of mine. She, after all, was just a young girl who had never been out in the world. How could she compete with an old hand like me? I had waited in the next room for a long time. As soon as Gu Wanyu left, I retrieved the DV camera, burned the video inside onto a disc, and went straight to Gu King's company. When Gu Qing finished watching this video, his hands were trembling. I held up the strand of hair I had pulled from Gu Wanyu's head. It was in a small plastic bag, and slowly placed it on Gu Qing's desk. To prove that she is completely not your biological daughter, I personally pulled the hair from her head. You can go get a paternity test. If you still don't believe me, you can go get her hair yourself. Dad, I smiled. Are you satisfied? Gu Qing punched and broke the computer. He coldly looked at the son he almost didn't recognize anymore. Is this the good show you were talking about? For that woman, you could actually do this? Are you still Gu Xian? I was calm. I think this is quite fun. You should thank me. Otherwise, you wouldn't know how long you'd have to wear this green hat. As for Mu Wanning, there's nothing wrong with her either. After saying these words, I calmed down. It's fine if you don't help. On behalf of my mother, I wish you an early end to your family line. Dad, back then, to prove your sincere love, didn't you go get a vasectomy? Now you can only rely on me. I patted my chest. If anything happens to this son of yours, Dad, you won't have a single biological child left under your roof anymore. Every single word of mine stabbed into Gu Qing, causing him endless pain. He pointed at me, trembling. Are you threatening me? Isn't this threat clear enough? Do I need you to confirm it with me again? Get out, get out! My father swept all the documents off his desk. They clattered and fell at my feet. I picked one up, glanced at it, and put it on his desk, saying with a smile, Don't worry, I'm leaving now. Goodbye, Dad. I walked out the door, called Zhou Shui, and said lightly, Auntie Zhou, I've asked for my father's opinion. He agreed. You can proceed with the hospital transfer procedures. After saying this, I hurriedly hung up the phone. The strength in my body was completely drained. I collapsed to the ground, my head slamming hard onto the floor. Pain. The pain in my heart was so intense that I couldn't hold on any longer. From the moment I started turning things around, this pain had been constantly increasing. Luckily, I had done what I needed to do so I could rest for a bit. Zhou Shui arranged a private jet for Mu Wanning and her mother. On the way to the imperial capital, she didn't see me at all. No one replied to her texts, and no one answered her calls. After receiving a phone call, Zhou Shui looked at Mu Wanning with a heavy heart. I'm sorry, I can't go with you two to the imperial capital. My assistant is there. He will arrange everything for you two on my behalf. Zhou Shui stood up hurriedly, said she was leaving, and left immediately. Mu Wanning frowned and stood up. I wanted to ask, where is Gu Xian? Isn't he coming? After hearing her words, Zhou Shui stopped in her tracks, her expression serious and calm. He has something to do. Zhou Shui's gaze was complicated. Just now, a frantic Gu Qing called her back, saying something had happened to me, and also said not to make a fuss about it. It seemed something major had happened. Zhou Shui drove back like a blur, worrying about me the entire way. Mu Wanning watched Yi Qing coming out of the restroom, still on an IV drip, being helped back by the assistant inside. It's good that he's not coming. If she met the Mu family, her predicament would be completely exposed in front of me. It was her self-esteem acting up. She didn't want to expose all her bad sides in front of me. After losing consciousness, I arrived in the system's storage space. I familiarly sat down in the chair and reached for an apple. Tell me, which of my emotions did you destroy this time? The voice from the small computer was deep. Host, you were truly too hasty. I don't regret it. I said, desperate times call for desperate measures. I don't think I did anything wrong. This failure? How much was my mission time shortened by? The system assistant sighed. 6 months, that's enough. I clapped my hands and wiped the fruit juice from my fingertips with a tissue. This isn't so bad either. I've thought about it. If the mission proceeded step by step, I would have to stay in this world for 3 years. That's a terrifyingly long time, so long that it's impossible to predict what will happen in the future. I'm very afraid I'll be like those before me, getting lost in an S-rank mission, falling in love with the mission target, leading to mission failure. I'm about to wake up. I sat up straight. What's the minimum completion standard for S-rank? Darkening value 0%, favorability score 50%. Achieving that is enough to pass. That's enough. After saying this, I slowly regained consciousness in reality. Immediately, I heard Gu Qing's growl. How can my son have heart failure? Mr. Gu, please calm down. The doctors were in a tizzy. I watched this chaotic play and cleared my throat. Dad. Gu Qing's hand froze. He had received too many blows today. The child he had always nurtured was not only not his biological child, but also harbored ulterior motives. That was one thing, but his only son was now lying in a hospital bed. After the emergency treatment, the doctor only said it was heart failure and that he needed rest. He never knew that his arrogant and unruly son was so fragile that the doctor said that with just a little carelessness, even the gods couldn't save him. Gu Qing wasn't used to saying warm words, so he put on a cold face. How are you feeling? I'm fine. I lowered my eyes. I just heard heart failure. Am I going to die? Don't talk nonsense. Gu Qing's gaze was sharp. It's nothing serious. Just focus on getting better. You don't need to worry about anything else. Has Mu Wanning left yet? My ill-timed question made Gu Qing furious. What time is it now, and you're still thinking about that wild woman? If it weren't for her, why would you be lying here? Didn't the doctor tell me this isn't an illness that can be contracted overnight? I pressed my lips together. I want to talk to you. Dad. Gu Qing instinctively didn't want to talk to me. I seemed to have changed, yet I also seemed unchanged. Gu Qing clenched his fists, told all the doctors to leave, and spoke first. If you want to talk to me about Mu Wanning, then don't bother. I won't agree. You have to agree. I have no idea how to win her over. She is an outstanding person, as outstanding as you. These words of mine in the ears of Gu Qing were nothing short of mockery. Outstanding, he knew it himself. Back then, he got with my birth mother for money, yet he craved love and secretly had an affair with his lover. Mu Wanning was very much like her back then, dirt poor, but those eyes were filled with a detestable look. What's so good about her that's worth you doing this? I don't know either. Because I came here for her, I added silently in my heart. Even if you don't like that girl from the Zhang family, there are still others. But others are not Mu Wanning. You won't agree. I probably don't have many days left to live, I said bluntly. I just want to be with her. My eyes filled with tears. I know you don't like me, but we're still father and son in this life. Please just agree to one thing for me. Gu Qing said nothing. I said, Mu Wanning will become someone extraordinary. Don't go against her. Can you help her? Isn't she poor? They'll give her a sum of money. I don't want that. I furrowed my brow tightly. I spoke up. She is the illegitimate daughter of Mu Cheng in the imperial capital. This sentence sent an electric current through my body. I was in so much pain that my head broke out in a sweat. Gu Qing saw my pale face and hurriedly called the doctor. I struggled to sit up from the head of the bed. Dad, help her. After saying this, my head fell back and I fainted again. The system slowly said, why must it be like this? Who doesn't know Mu Cheng? Who hasn't heard of him? The revelation of this matter stunned Gu Qing once again. He seemed to understand my thoughts, yet he also felt it was impossible. For a businessman, this was an excellent opportunity and also a gamble with little risk. If he could secretly support Mu Wanning, help her enter the Mu family, if Mu Wanning was someone who knew how to repay gratitude, then what a great profit that would be. Perhaps it was because of his son's insistent plea. Perhaps it was for the benefits. He transferred a sum of money specifically to help Mu Wanning save her mother. When Mu Wanning received this sum of money, a phone call from an unknown number came immediately after. She was stunned, answered the phone. The man on the other end had no friendly tone and stated his identity. I am Gu Xian's father, Gu Qing. Because Mu Wanning had clearly seen him threaten me before, she naturally didn't have a good attitude. May I ask what's the matter? Have you received the money? Mu Wanning's heart skipped a beat. Everything is ready. Either choose your mother or choose me. This choice left a bitter taste in her mouth. How is your mother? She went for a checkup. Mu Wanning's mood sank. She lowered her head and stared at the tips of her shoes. These shoes had been worn for a long time. This was not surprising. She exuded an air of poverty. Gu Qing is such a good person, telling her to break up with me. He immediately transferred 2 million. What a huge sum of money this was. That money was something Gu Xian begged me to give you. Gu Qing irritably stubbed out a cigarette in his office and said, Gu Xian likes you. Mu Wanning said nothing. Gu Qing said again, my intention in giving you this money, besides helping you save your mother, there's one more thing I want you to agree to. Mu Wanning still said nothing. What's coming will come. As a result, the next second, Gus' father's tone softened. You must write me a letter of commitment. No matter what happens in the future, you must absolutely not betray Gu Xian. In this life, you can only be with him alone. If you are unfaithful, I have 10,000 ways to make your life a living hell. Mu Wanning felt as if her soul had flown away. She couldn't hear clearly at all. Was he trying to force her to break up? Could she agree? Gu Qing appeared extremely impatient. Sir, you mean? Mu Wanning's palms were sweating, afraid that after asking, she would receive an answer, telling her she was daydreaming. If your attitude towards my son is just to play around, I won't take this money back either. But I hope you won't bother him again in the future. After Gu Qing said this, he thought for a moment and added, Gu Xian was just diagnosed with heart failure, but even if my son dies, the assets won't go to you. The smile that had just formed on Mu Wanning's lips gradually stiffened. Her hands were trembling. What did you just say? Was I not clear enough? If you intend to scheme for my family's assets, then don't even dream of it. No. What happened to Gu Xian? Mu Wanning couldn't understand. The lively boy by her side suddenly got sick, just like that. Gu Qing was silent for 2 seconds, extremely distressed. Heart failure. The doctor said he needs to rest, and his emotions shouldn't fluctuate too much. He is very weak now, much weaker than you can imagine. What happened? Mu Wanning didn't believe it. Gu Qing had lost all patience and asked directly, I'm just asking you, do you want to marry my son and accept only him as your husband for your entire life? You want me to only accept Gu, Xian? Mu Wanning's chest tightened, feeling uncomfortably congested. She clutched the hem of her clothes, her eyes red from holding back tears. Right now, she really wanted to go back, wanted to know if his father was lying to her, that all of this was fake. I hope you can do what you say. After saying this, Gu Qing hung up the phone. Mu Wanning felt her whole body go limp. She plopped down on the bench, staring at the opposite wall. She stared for so long that her eyes stung. Her mind was dazed, only feeling that the noise from the people around was especially loud. This world isn't good at all. Indeed, after her mother finished her checkup, the doctor told her to sign the risk consent form. There was only a 30% chance, a very slim hope. Mu Wanning felt that when she was young, she had no choice, and even after growing up, she still didn't have one. Everything she did was a gamble. Now she was playing for higher stakes, betting on a life. She signed her name. The surgery was scheduled for 3 days later. The lead surgeon was Zhou Shui, a doctor who had returned from abroad. The imperial capital treated them like super VIPs. They received the best treatment wherever they went. Mu Wanning became increasingly quiet, often spacing out alone, lost in thought. The person she thought about the most was me. I was so troublesome back then, arrogant as hell. If she didn't like someone, she would be the first to rush into a fight. Mu Wanning smiled. She especially hated me. Now looking back, she deeply loved that side of me. Mu Wanning had asked the doctor here about the heart failure. From then on, I lost the ability to be lively and jump around. I could only be a glass doll without a single ripple. For him, this was like a life worse than death, right? Mu Wanning remembered the way. I jumped down from the second floor. This illness came so suddenly. How could she not have noticed at all? When I woke up again, it was a day later. I heard that her mother's situation with Mu Wanning had been settled and was very happy. If her mother didn't die, then no matter what, she wouldn't be able to darken in front of her mother. This was worth it. Now that Gu Qing also knew Mu Wanning's identity, he would definitely try to win her over, both openly and secretly. This way, she would be bullied much less, so there would be even less reason for her to darken. This was even more worth it. I touched my chest and grimaced. So cruel. I didn't die from Mu Wanning stabbing me through the heart, but I still ruined my heart for her. Thinking back, was I ever this crazy before? Yes, it was a normal operation. Mu Wanning wasn't the most special person. She was just a mission target. My ultimate goal is to go home. For that, I can be unscrupulous. I stayed cooped up in the hospital room every day, eating and drinking well. Gu Qing had dealt with Gu Wanyu, along with her stepmother. I specifically asked the system to replay that scene. It was so beautiful. That stepmother Zhao Liangyu was kneeling on the ground, grabbing Gu Qing's pant leg and crying, "Even though the child isn't yours, I really love you." I laughed so hard my heart started to hurt. Gu Qing's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. After causing such a scene, perhaps due to the comparison, Gu Qing visited the hospital more often and would even say a few things I like to hear, reporting Mu Wanning's situation to me. He said the money has arrived, the people have arrived. He has already asked. There are risks, but it's not a big problem. At that time, I really thought that I had turned the plot around. Until I was woken up by the system in the middle of the night, informing me that a guiding plot point had appeared. What is a guiding plot point? It's something that wasn't shown in the original setting, but it's a plot point that actually exists. I hate this kind of thing the most. It's like, I suddenly got a fiancé, full of variables. I was stunned for a few seconds, looking at the guiding plot point. I was extremely shocked. It turns out Mu Wanning's mother didn't die because the surgery failed, but I crawled out of bed, wearing a patient's gown, peeked my head out, tiptoed, and ran straight downstairs. I hailed a car, went straight to the train station, and bought a train ticket to the imperial capital. Mu Wanning needs me. She desperately needs me. Over 1,000 kilometers, 6 hours. I didn't sleep a wink the entire way. My mind was filled with the image of Mu Wanning. When she hears the news, she will break down. For the first time, she hated that the transportation in this era was undeveloped, and the communication methods were outdated. She could only call Mu Wanning's phone number over and over. The bell rang again and again, but no one ever answered. 6 o'clock in the morning, when I stood at the imperial capital's first central hospital, I was too tired to speak. I forced myself, leaning against the wall as I walked towards the room Zhou Shui had mentioned. When Mu Wanning learned her mother's surgery had failed, she fainted and still hasn't woken up. I twisted the doorknob, looked inside, and saw Mu Wanning curled up, her arms wrapped around her knees, staring at the foot of the bed. "I'm late." I managed to say these words with difficulty. Mu Wanning saw me, her eyes only lit up a little, and she gave a very forced smile. She said there was an accident during the surgery. She. Before I could finish, I rushed over and hugged her tightly. I'm sorry. Mu Wanning's eyes were bloodshot. She reached out to touch my face. "Why do you have to apologize? It's because I wasn't thoughtful enough. It was me. I held her tightly. Mu Wanning pulled me back. Did you sneak out of the hospital? How did you get here? I said nothing. Mu Wanning's gaze was complicated. Her brows relaxed and then furrowed again. Guxian, you have to learn to take good care of yourself. Right now, I only have you left. If anything happens to you again, I really can't predict what I might do. She said this without a trace of warmth. Only then did I notice her darkening value had reached 99%. This was an extremely dangerous number. You're sick. Mu Wanning got off the bed, making room. You should get some sleep. I'm going to see my mother one last time. She was like a walking corpse now, without warmth, without emotional fluctuations, numb but still alive. I didn't dare to disturb her. Only Mu Wanning knew, as she squatted in the cold morgue, looking at her mother who had been made up, her teeth were chattering. She originally just wanted to live a peaceful life. In all these years, she had never actively picked a fight with anyone, always living humbly and precariously. She never thought she would become an obstacle for anyone. There were people who just found her an eyesore. They were always pushing her into a corner. The doctor I brought was extremely skilled. The surgery lasted 9 hours. After coming out, he was still smiling and congratulating her, saying the surgery was very successful. But not long after he left, Yiqing was reported to be in critical condition, with intracranial hemorrhage. By the time they tried to save her, it was too late. After checking, that doctor bluntly asked her, "Did you offend someone?" In that moment, Mu Wanning suddenly understood. This was the imperial capital. Before she left, that woman had threatened her, saying that stepping out of the imperial capital's gates and then returning would come at a price. The doctor showed her the film, saying someone had removed her mother's equipment, and the wound was stimulated by a foreign object causing an infection. The department was busy with many people at that time. It was impossible for no one to have noticed, but they covered for each other, insisting that no one noticed what had happened. Mu Wanning took a deep breath. She held Yiqing's hand to her ear. It was bone-chillingly cold. She closed her eyes tightly, feeling the piercing cold. Tears slowly streamed from the corners of her eyes. Mu Wanning heard her own voice like a revelation, saying, "I will avenge you, mother. There is no forgiveness, only their death or my survival." I was really too tired, so much so that I didn't hear it all. The system's explosive warning sound. When I woke up, the message box in my head was about to explode. During this very period, Mu Wanning personally went to find Mu Cheng. The reason was very simple. She wanted Mu Cheng to see Yiqing one last time. After all, he was the man that Yiqing loved the most, the person she didn't want to bother even in death. Mu Cheng, to call him scum. He really was scum, just like a pair of blood brothers with my father. Comparison breeds hurt. In this aspect, Gu Qing still seemed a bit stronger than him. Because Mu Cheng wasn't just scum, he was also a coward. Mu Cheng these years was held in the palm of Miss Chang Haitong's hand, so occasionally he would also remember the gentle Yiqing from back then and his nominal daughter. He felt guilty, but he didn't dare to look for them. When Mu Wanning arrived, it just so happened that Chang Haitong wasn't there, so he went along. Mu Cheng sobbed incessantly, never expecting that the next time he saw Yiqing, they would be separated by death. While he cried, Mu Wanning watched. His crying made Mu Wanning's stomach churn. This hypocritical appearance of Mu Cheng was truly disgusting. Mu Wanning wiped the corner of her mouth. Her words were as cold as ice. "Before my mother passed, she still couldn't forget you." She didn't hope he would know about this. She had a very accurate grasp of people's psychology. The more she said this, the more guilty Mu Cheng felt. She hid the truth that her mother had been cruelly targeted by Chang Haitong and fabricated a warm lie, a lie about how much her mother might have loved him. At this moment, she silently apologized to Yiqing in her heart. To make this scumbag couple pay the price, she was willing to do anything. Mu Cheng cried so mournfully it was moving. "One sorry Yiqing, two sorry Yiqing," calling himself useless. Mu Wanning let out a low, cold laugh behind his back, the laughter hidden within the sobs, extremely sarcastic. "Wanning? Your name is Wanning, right?" Mu Cheng remembered his daughter, his eyes red-rimmed. He took her hand. "These past years, I have owed you and your mother so much. It's my fault towards you two. Name your price. I will compensate you. Look, this businessman is so interesting. Everything can be bought with money." Mu Wanning pushed his hand away, shaking her head. "I don't need your money. I want your life." She didn't say this sentence. She pretended to be a good person, thoughtfully saying, "After seeing her for the last time, I will take my mother with me, her ashes back to Jiangcheng. This will also be the last time we meet as father and daughter. Next time, we'll be enemies." "Back to Jiangcheng? You're going back to Jiangcheng alone?" "Yes. How is that possible? For so many years, my mother and I have lived like this. There's nothing that can't be done." Mu Wanning refused. "Aunt Chang is coming back soon, isn't she? You should go back quickly. I won't tell anyone about this. It won't make you and your wife angry. I'm tired. You'll be leaving now. Wanning." Mu Cheng saw she was about to leave and hurriedly spoke. "I'm sorry." Mu Wanning stopped in her tracks. The corners of her mouth curved up, but she didn't say anything. As soon as she stepped out the door, she saw me standing at the morgue entrance, constantly rubbing my arms. I was still wearing the clothes of a patient from Jiangcheng Hospital, my face pale. She immediately frowned. "Why did you run over here?" "I wanted to see you. Let's go. Mu Wanning reached out and pulled me along. I asked quietly, is the man inside your father? No. I had already guessed. I was just testing her attitude. As expected, it was just as I predicted. She added, my father died a long time ago. I stayed by her side. I watched her handle Ye Qing's funeral all by herself. She didn't do what she told Mu Cheng, to bring Ye Qing back to Jiangcheng. Instead, she used the money Gu Qing gave her to go to the suburbs and buy a public grave plot. On the day of the burial, the first rain of autumn began to fall. A fine drizzle. I held a black umbrella. I watched her scoop up a handful of dirt from the grave, put it in a bag, and stuffed it into her pocket. She will come back. Very soon, based on the current situation, she will probably follow the original plot. I don't have too many feelings about death, because I've seen too much of it. To me, life and death is like the end of a game. Who knows, maybe you'll be reincarnated somewhere. The system heard my question and analyzed it for a while with its quantum computer. It's highly likely to follow the original plot. Mu Wanning will stay in the imperial capital for a month, I said silently. During this month, she will find a way to get close to Chang Haitong's daughter, to sow the seeds of karma, and wait a year until the time is right. Are we going back to Jiangcheng? Mu Wanning's hand was a bit cold. She wanted to reach out and take my umbrella, but her hand was too dirty, so she obediently let it drop. We'll make a trip to the hospital, then go home. The two of them walked through the cemetery. There was no one else around them. This was probably the most tragic funeral I've ever seen. There's no second. If you need any help, remember to tell me. After hearing what she said, I knew the original plot had changed. I don't know why. I could only watch quietly. Just then, Mu Wanning shifted her gaze to me. I was a head taller than her. Before, I only knew how to cling to her and be noisy. Today I was wearing a white shirt. The wind was a bit chilly. Mu Wanning took off her coat and draped it over my shoulders. You buy clothes but don't even get a warm one. I tugged at my shirt. I lowered my head and smiled at her. Don't you think this shirt looks very handsome? It looks a bit like a wedding suit. Mu Wanning's fingers tightened and then relaxed. After a long time, she still couldn't say anything. I want your mother to see me, to see how handsome I am. Being your husband wouldn't be a loss at all. Then she would be happy in the afterlife, right? I reached out and took her hand. Mu Wanning, you have to believe, in this world there will be someone who gives their all for you. Regardless of everything, even death would be worth it. What I said was very vague, but it sparked a trace of fear in Mu Wanning. She didn't understand the source of this feeling either. She looked at my profile. Why are you so sure? I turned my face away and said softly, anyway, don't carry everything on your own. Your illness. I'm fine. I patted my chest. Very healthy. Mu Wanning looked at me trying to act strong. She pursed her lips. You said you'd stay with me until we're old, and give me a good ending. Mu Wanning's words sounded so aggrieved. Seeing her like this, my body also trembled. Not to mention that I couldn't be with Mu Wanning here for a lifetime. Now it seems there won't even be a good ending. I was silent for a long time. Mu Wanning raised her head and held out her hand to catch the rain, watching the raindrops slip through her fingers. They could only leave a faint trace. She couldn't hold on to anyone, nor could she keep anyone. Her gaze started to become stubborn. She turned her head and said to me, what you promised me, you have to do it. Mu Wanning took a deep breath and said, you're all I have left. After returning from the imperial capital, I tossed and turned in my hospital bed thinking, Mu Wanning's feelings for me, were they stubbornness or love? That look in her eyes. I remember in the original plot, she would often look at Lin Zixuan with that kind of gaze. I didn't feel anything back then, but now it's my turn. Why do I feel like something's not right now? I suspect I was wrong from the very beginning, but there's no way out. In this mission, besides loving Mu Wanning, I have no other choice. The way to stop her from loving someone is to make her love someone else. I did it. But it was useless. The darkening didn't lack at all. I only have 6 months left. I basically can't hold out until Mu Wanning carefully sets up this chess game. What should I do? I frowned. As soon as I closed my eyes, I saw the image of Mu Wanning in the original plot, slaying gods who stand in her way, slaying Buddhas who stand in her way. I still remember the scene where Mu Wanning was arrested. The woman was wearing a suit, copying Buddhist scriptures. Her handwriting was as sharp as she was. Although it was Buddhist scripture, every character she wrote was filled with killing intent. Guns were pointed at her forehead. She put down her pen, carefully wiped her hands with a handkerchief, and burst out laughing. She said, I've waited for this moment for a long time. Opening my eyes, I couldn't allow Mu Wanning to fall into the abyss. Once you fall, there's no chance to turn back. I carefully thought about the things Mu Wanning had done before. The system sensed my thoughts and hurriedly tried to stop me. Host, please reconsider. If Mu Wanning insists on doing these things, then why can I do them for her? Host, you are bound to the save the villain system, not the become the villain system. If I become the biggest villain, wouldn't that mean Mu Wanning doesn't have to be a villain anymore? This is also a way of saving her. That makes too much sense. It actually couldn't refute me. Back then, Mu Wanning had approached Mu Qian, who was Mu Cheng's only nominal daughter. Mu Wanning led her step by step into hell. The result was her complete ruin. She also found a woman to seduce Mu Cheng and sent incriminating photos to Chang Haitong. Under the shock of her daughter being imprisoned and her husband's affair, Chang Haitong almost collapsed. But the thing that made her collapse the most was her husband committing suicide by poison, leaving behind a will. Mu Wanning inherited all of his shares. This will was truly written by Mu Cheng himself. After learning what Chang Hai Tong had done to Mu Wanning and her mother, the things she had done, he had secretly written this. Perhaps to ease his conscience a little. Under the known conditions, I have to think of a way. I can't let Mu Wanning do it, but I also can't be the one to initiate it. I pondered the plot for a night, but came up with nothing.
Until Gu King arrived in the morning and learned that I had run off to find Mu Wanning despite my illness. He was so angry he gritted his teeth. In the end, I've been too harsh with this son of mine. A little bit of sweetness from someone else and he's lured away. My eyes lit up. I had a bold idea. Gu Qing was carrying a thermos of chicken soup. I smiled at him for the first time. He knew immediately that something was up. Dad, I have something related to Mu Wanning. Then don't tell me. Do you want to expand into the imperial capital? I squinted and smiled. A merchant values profit. Why did Gu Qing fail at the hands of Mu Wanning back then? It was because he wanted to go to the imperial capital. The money is made quickly there. He was very eager. Gu Qing was silent. After a long while, he said, "Stop messing around. Adult matters. Kids should stay out of it. Mu Wanning's mother is dead." When I said this, there was no emotion on my face. So rational that even Gu Qing felt I was a stranger. It's because of Mu Cheng's wife, Chang Haitong. I had to pick up the cup beside me and take 2 sips of water. Guess what she wants to do the most? Gu Qing said nothing. I looked at him and said, "She needs a knife. If you can help her get this knife right now, she will peel a layer of skin off the Mu family for you. If the tip of this knife is pointed at Mu Qian, the only daughter of the Mu family, what do you think will happen?" After hearing my words, Gu Qing stared at his son in a daze. Is this still my useless son? Did Mu Wanning tell you this? How could she tell you these things? If she taught you these words, then she herself is a knife. How do you know her knife won't be pointed at you? A person like that is truly too dangerous. You are my son. I won't harm you. I can't guarantee that. I rubbed my eyes, curled up in the blanket, and laughed to myself. A pot calling the kettle black like him? What right does he have to judge others? It's just that I'm running out of time. I've already tried this hard. I don't want to fail and go back. Gu Qing did indeed feel this was a good opportunity. It seems he has to go meet Mu Wanning. I was forced to stay in the hospital for more than half a month. Mu Wanning seemed to have gotten busier. She rarely came. Every time I saw Mu Wanning, I could feel a change in her. It seemed that on the night her mother passed away, she suddenly grew up. She handled things more and more simply and clearly, and she spoke less. Before, she would occasionally tease me with a few words. Now every time she comes, she only asks a few questions. If it weren't for her favorability score increasing every day, I might have suspected she had someone else behind my back. I'm being discharged tomorrow. I ate the fruit salad she brought. What time tomorrow do you not have class? I want you to pick me up and take me back to school. I'm sorry. Mu Wanning clenched her fists and looked up to smile at me. I have to make a trip to the imperial capital tomorrow. What are you going to the imperial capital for? I immediately frowned. I don't know what arrangements Gu Qing made. Could it be that he's letting her go do those unscrupulous things herself? There's a problem on Mu Cheng's side. He told me to go back. I'm not too clear on the specifics. Mu Wanning reached out to tuck me in. Don't worry, I can handle these things. I don't want to go. Mu Wanning interrupted me and said softly, "Can you not get involved in this?" I pursed my lips, showing no expression. How could I not get involved? This person is terrifying when she's rational, and like a madman when she's not. If I don't go and watch her, what if she does something she can take back? She can only go all the way down that path.
I don't dare to bet. I can't afford to. Mu Wanning just assumed I had tacitly agreed. She stayed for a while, and as soon as she left, I called Gu Qing. I got straight to the point. What did you say to Mu Wanning? Gu Qing knew that I used to look for him for money, and now it was for the contract in Mu Wanning's hands. He paused, then said with a laugh, I have to admit, this kid is really good material. She's steady and ruthless in her work. She doesn't even show mercy to her own biological father. These words didn't make me feel proud. They only sent a chill through my heart. Does Mu Wanning still have to walk the path of the original plot? Gu Qing's next sentence was, you told me to give her a knife. I've given her the knife. What did you ask her to do? Just to dig up some information. Don't worry, she'll be my daughter-in-law in the future anyway. If she doesn't know how to protect her reputation, I still have to protect it. Gu Qing finally thought of his son and said, aren't you being discharged today? Come home and rest. No need, I have to go back to school. I had already started packing my things. I have to take the first step and go to the imperial capital first to do the things Mu Wanning wants to do. I also vaguely realized something was wrong. Now, the one walking down the path of no return is not Mu Wanning, but myself. So be it. I booked a train ticket to the imperial capital and left in the middle of the night. However, Mu Wanning thought it over and over. That night, no matter what, I was the most important. She had been too cold to me during this time. It was only because she was afraid. She didn't dare to make me worry about her anymore. Mu Wanning brought the snacks I like, but when she arrived, the person was gone and the building was empty. Nurse, hello? I'd like to ask where the boy in bed 412 went? 412 completed the discharge procedures yesterday. You didn't know? Mu Wanning tightened her grip on the bag in her hand. Gu Xian, you're really something. When I answered Mu Wanning's call, I had already arrived in the imperial capital. I looked at the bustling streets, full of luxury and decadence, and felt a bit dazed. Hello. I kicked a pebble at my feet, looking at her missed calls. 42 calls meant that she understood my whereabouts. Mu Wanning had already figured it out. Where are you? Mu Wanning dragged her suitcase, walking around the train station in Jiangcheng. Her eyes were as gloomy as the weather. In Jiangcheng, dark clouds gathered, looking like it could rain at any moment. In the imperial capital, Mu Wanning took a deep breath. What are you doing in the imperial capital? Doing the things you want to do. Mu Wanning gripped her phone tightly, her brows furrowed. Towards my confession, she suddenly didn't know what to do. I kicked the pebble onto the road, one hand in my pocket. I know you don't want me to get involved. This is your family's business. But I've said it before. I have to protect you. Only I'm allowed to bully you. No one else's. The Mu family's debt, it'll collect it for you. I sighed. But can you promise me one thing? Mu Wanning didn't say anything. Her hand gripping the suitcase gradually tightened. I said softly, no matter what the outcome is in the future, please love this world. Remember, even if it's for my sake, you have to be a little gentler with this world. Just consider it as a favor to me for doing so much for you. Okay? Why should I listen to you? The words Mu Wanning said carried a trace of cruelty. She hated this feeling too much. Gu Xian, are you sick? Did I ask you to do these things for me? Can you just be a little more obedient? Mu Wanning's tone was both sarcastic and mocking. You still know this is my family's business? What are you to me? What right do you have to interfere in these matters? Do you think you're so great? Wanting to manage everything. This series of rhetorical questions left me stunned on the spot. On the other end of the line, Mu Wanning gave a cold laugh. Come back, don't make me angry. Mu Wanning knew her words were futile. She got on the train, the call had already been disconnected. She suppressed her anger to keep from throwing her phone. The green-skinned train clattered along, the scenery outside receded faster and faster. Mu Wanning leaned against the glass window. Of course she knew how much I had done for her. Gu Qing wouldn't give her benefits for no reason or be her backer. Our family matters. Mu Wanning also had a rough idea from the people around Gu Qing. I had kicked my stepmother and stepsister out of the house with vicious, clean, and decisive methods. Mu Wanning closed her eyes, her mind filled with memories of getting to know me. These past few years, he had changed, from head to toe. Gu Qing even sighed after falling in love once. My son has completely changed. There were too many unbelievable things appearing on me that Mu Wanning didn't dare to think too deeply about. I told you, it's not good for the host to be too hasty. The little system assistant looked disappointed. Not to mention you've broken the character setting, to the point where even your relatives can't recognize you. Just your style of action alone, let alone the Gong Lu target, even a passerby would suspect that your body has been possessed. The kind with a golden finger, who knows the future? I've never seen you so rash before. Host, what on earth are you thinking? My gaze was a bit dazed, but it quickly became firm as I said, I have to go home. The mission cannot fail. But how do you know that Mu Wanning will definitely follow the path of the original plot? The assistant said, Host, you've already deviated the plot from the original by a large margin. At least you've survived, and Mu Wanning doesn't love Lin Zixuan. But her mother still died. My mind is a tangled mess right now. Ever since hearing Mu Wanning's sharp rhetorical questions, I've been a bit panicked. Could it be that I really did something wrong? The system said no more. I suddenly calmed down again. It's me who wants to wait for Mu Wanning to arrive. I have to trust her. Mu Wanning only arrived in the middle of the night. I had bought food at the train station entrance and was squatting under a pillar on the platform, watching everyone in the crowd get off the train. There were no familiar faces, so I lowered my head and used a small branch to draw a 5-pointed star on the ground. As I was drawing the third one, a cold voice sounded from above my head. What are you doing? I looked up and immediately burst out laughing, hurriedly standing up and dusting off my back, waiting for you. Are you tired from the train ride? I bought this for you. Don't talk to me just yet. Mu Wanning pulled me with one hand, dragging me off the platform. Her strides were very large, with no intention of waiting for me. When she heard me stumble and suck in a breath of cold air, she finally slowed down. Mu Wanning's face was written all over with him very angry. I tugged her shirt and lowered my head. Without waiting for her to get angry, I said weakly, I know I was wrong. Tell me, you're still sick, you don't know anyone, and yet you ran to the imperial capital all by yourself. Huh? Tell me, what if something had happened? Mu Wanning poked my head. I really don't know what's in that head of yours anymore. It's you. I answered smoothly. Mu Wanning was stunned. I took her dangling fingers and said with a grin, my head is full of you. Stand up straight for me. Mu Wanning frowned and pulled my ear. You still dare to joke around with me? Do you know that when I came to pick you up from the hospital, the nurse told me you had run away? Do you know how worried I was? I whispered. What's there to worry about? It's not like I get lost. Mu Wanning frowned. Her voice dropped a few notches. Say that again. Mu Wanning is really fierce now. Before, she would always secretly sharpen her knife behind my back, but at least she could still put on a smile. Now the only thing she hasn't done is put a knife to my throat. Mu Wanning saw that I was holding food for two. She rubbed her brow. You haven't eaten yet? I saw her changing the subject and immediately perked up. Yeah, I was waiting for you. If I hadn't come, were you planning not to eat at all? I was choked by her words. Why is her train of thought so strange? Mu Wanning took the bun and took my hand along with it. From now on, don't silently leave my sight, especially not behind my back, using the excuse of doing things for my own good. Got it? I pressed my lips together. What if I say I didn't? Mu Wanning glanced over. The warning in her eyes was self-evident. I immediately changed my tune. Yes, girlfriend. I will definitely comply. Mu Wanning and I walked through the night in Didu. I pulled Mu Wanning along slowly. The sound of the suitcase dragging was a bit jarring. Mu Wanning turned her head to look back. Our eyes met. What do you think I came to Didu to do? Mu Wanning was quite curious. I thought for a moment and said seriously, I'm afraid you'll take revenge. Shouldn't I hate them? This is a society ruled by law now. I said this with great sincerity. There are many ways to deal with them. We can choose a slightly more peaceful way. The corners of Mu Wanning's lips curved into a smile. A society ruled by law? What are you thinking in that head of yours? I frowned and shook my head. I haven't figured it out yet. Your father asked me to go to the Mu family's house to get something for him. Mu Wanning reached out and intertwined her fingers with mine. Mu Cheng feels guilty towards me, so this probably won't be too difficult. Hearing that, my eyes immediately widened. We have to go to the Mu family's house? Mu Wanning smiled and nodded. I was very worried. The Mu family's house? Is it that easy to get into? Back then, Mu Wanning knelt until her knees were raw. That woman, Chang Haitong, has always been tyrannical. She bullied her in all sorts of ways when she was young. For the most part, Chang Haitong also lacks self-confidence. Her motive for murdering Mu Wanning's mother is something I can also analyze. It was simply because she was afraid Mu Cheng and Ye Qing's old feelings would reignite. Go back to Jiangcheng tomorrow. I immediately frowned. How could I leave you here alone? Just listen to me. It's hard enough for me to protect myself in Didu. What if something happens to you? After all, I am the only son of Gu Qing. It wouldn't be so easy for the Gu family to touch me. I was particularly stubborn about this issue. Mu Wanning looked at me and after a long while asked, Why are you trying so hard to help me? I pursed my lips and said nothing. Mu Wanning's gaze was complicated. You're really an interesting person. You have a secret, don't you? Every word she said made my heart stop and jump 800 times. Too dangerous. This was clearly a probe. What secret? I muttered. Mu Wanning, with an ambiguous expression, let out a chuckle. I changed the subject, pulling her back. Just let me stay in Didu. I promise I won't cause you any trouble. Just want to stick to you. I said this with a forced smile. Mu Wanning's chest heaved. Would you die if you left me? It's not that serious. I shook my head and continued, but I just want to be by your side. Lin Zixuan isn't here. Hearing Mu Wanning mention this name, I was a little surprised. Of course I know that. He's still studying in Zhongcheng. How could he possibly appear in Didu? Mu Wanning's thoughts shifted. She smiled. Forget it. Since you like being by my side, then stay and hang out in Didu for a few days. I'll try to finish my business, and then we'll go back to Zhongcheng together. At that time, I didn't realize, I only found out later how terrifying Mu Wanning is. Even with the system, and even with a golden finger, I was no match for her. I had booked a hotel closest to the Mu family's house. Mu Wanning knew my intentions clearly, but she didn't let on. Before leaving, she leaned down and instructed, try to stay here, wait for me to come back, okay? Okay. Could I say no? I could only wait and see what happens. I wanted to see what Mu Wanning was planning to do. Originally, the system's tracking function cost points, but I bargained with the little assistant, reasoning clearly and forcefully turned this function into a form of compensation. From the moment Mu Wanning left the hotel, her every move was transmitted into my mind. Mu Wanning carried her suitcase and looked up towards my floor. On the screen, I met her gaze, and my heart trembled. Although I knew Mu Wanning couldn't detect the tracking function, when our eyes met, my heart pounded. Mu Wanning called a taxi to the Mu family's house. On the way, she looked at the tall buildings outside the car window. Her eyes were empty, her mood heavy. What is his purpose, after all? This was the question she had been pondering lately. Was it because of a serious mental illness, being sensitive, suspicious, and severely paranoid, that my appearance was just in time, acting unconventionally? At first, she always thought I was just playing around, that it couldn't be taken seriously, and that sooner or later, I would abandon her. But that didn't happen. For her sake, I also took actions that were almost delusional when encountering Lin Zixuan, and in helping her get revenge, I didn't hide anything. Mu Wanning rubbed her forehead and sighed. I don't understand. She completely didn't understand me. Mu Wanning went to the Mu family's house alone. The luxurious villa looked more desolate compared to a few years ago. Wall creepers had covered half of the house's wall. Under the rose trellis were all sorts of flowers. This was what Mu Cheng had planted with his own hands back then to win over Chang Haitong. Back then, Mu Wanning had pulled out a flower in anger and was pushed into a corner by Chang Haitong's bodyguard and beaten to a pulp. She remembered it all. Mu Wanning only paused for a moment, walked under the long trellis, and knocked on the Mu family's door. The main door. This was different from the original plot. In the original plot, Mu Wanning approached Mu Qian first, and the moment Mu Qian brought her to the family party, Chang Haitong's expression in the original plot was truly a sight to behold. But in this life, Mu Wanning went directly to their door. During this short yet endless minute of waiting, Mu Wanning looked calm on the outside, but in reality, the hand gripping the suitcase handle was drenched in sweat. Chang Haitang opened the door and was stunned when she saw Mu Wanning. Who are you looking for? My father. Mu Wanning faced her. Chang Haitang gave a cold smile. Long time no see, Aunt Haitang. The color drained from Chang Haitang's face. She crossed her arms, her tone sarcastic. Being sarcastic? Back then, when you and your mother left Didu, what did you say? Do you regret it now? Mu Waning's response was resolute. Her face still held a gentle smile. Aunt Haitong, whatever you do, there's always a price to pay. Have you heard this saying before? I was watching the drama from the side when an idea flashed in my mind. Wait a minute, I think I've overlooked something very important. I hurriedly called Zhu Shui to ask for the list of doctors who operated on Mu Waning's mother that year. Zhu Shui is a very righteous doctor. Mu Waning's mother died on the operating table. She always felt it was an injustice, but she didn't have the ability to interfere in matters in Didu, and her heart ached endlessly. The rich and powerful have many disgusting ways of covering things up, but this was also their family affair, so no matter how angry she was, she couldn't interfere. I asked her for the list, and Zhu Shui gave it to me, and also asked me to apologize to Mu Waning on her behalf. If she had known this would happen, she would have died before using a doctor from Didu to perform this surgery. It's all right, Aunt Zhu. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. I looked at the list of names sent via multimedia message. Zhu Shui had secretly investigated these people, and the suspicious ones were circled in red. This also saved me the trouble of investigating myself. After all, it was a plot trigger. Mu Waning in her previous life had no idea that this was the truth behind her mother's death. If I hadn't interfered, her mother would have died in vain again this time. I clenched my fists, packed lightly, and headed straight for the Didu hospital. On the way, I thought for a moment, found a reliable private investigator to investigate the account information and family members of these people. The next day, one hand paid the money, the other received the information. A total of 3 people, the accounts of these 3 people on the day Ye King died had 100,000 yuan transferred into them. If Mu Waning knew that her mother's death was only worth 300,000 yuan, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mu Waning successfully moved into the Mu family's house. The atmosphere could be said to be freezing. Mu Cheng looked for opportunities to appease Chang Haitong, saying that Mu Waning no longer had a mother, he was her father, so he should fulfill his duties a little. Chang Haitong immediately sneered, "Duties? The money you're spending now, is there a single cent that isn't mine? If you want to be good to her, go ahead. The money belongs to me and my daughter. It has nothing to do with you and your daughter." After all, Mu Cheng was a man, and a man who had been in a high position for a long time. These words were nothing short of a blow to his pride, but he endured it all. If Chang Haitong hadn't used her money back then to help him get to his current position, he would have surely dumped this woman already. A woman like a tigress, with no charm whatsoever. Did I cause trouble for you too? Mu Waning huddled in the corner of the dining table, her head bowed. Mu Cheng sighed. I have a house in the suburbs. I'll have the driver take you there later. Mu Waning pressed her lips together. I didn't come back to fight for anything. Besides you, Dad, I don't know who else to turn to. Mom is gone. The moment Mu Cheng heard this, his heart tightened. After all, the two of them were once a couple, and during this time, he had also learned of some shady dealings. Ye King's death was Chang Haitong's doing. Having a murderer by his side, Mu Cheng was also uncomfortable. Don't worry. Whatever plans you have in Didu, tell me. If I can help, I definitely will. Mu Cheng said this very quietly, afraid that Chang Haitong would hear. Mu Waning shook her head. Dad, can you help me find a job? Anything is fine, as long as I don't starve to death. Compared to the daughter raised at home, Mu Cheng still favored his child from outside. This comparison would cause hurt. The one at home followed Chang Haitong's lead, acting tyrannically, showing him no respect. Mu Waning, on the other hand, seemed easy to bully. Mu Cheng sighed. You'll see what I can do for you tomorrow. The main thing is that you haven't graduated from university yet. Oh, right. Didn't I hear you got into Zheng University? Why don't you have money? Mu Waning bit her lip, looking troubled. I couldn't afford it. Mu Cheng sighed and said nothing. He had his own selfish intentions. He wanted to keep this daughter. He didn't want Chang Haitong to keep looking down on him. These years, if he hadn't devoted himself to managing the company, could she just sit at home and enjoy the fruits of his labor? Ridiculous. This woman only knew how to hold his past weaknesses against him and never saw his efforts. Was it because she thought he had no backing? He wanted to support Mu Waning and see what she would do. I squatted in front of the elementary school gate, holding my face. The gum in my mouth had lost its flavor. The first time in my life doing something like this, I was a little panicked. I recognized the child who ran out in the middle of the crowd, one hand in his pocket, the other carrying snacks as he approached. Zhao Zhimao had his arm around someone else. The child stopped and turned his head to look at me. I put on what I thought was my most harmless smile and waved. Come here, come here. Zhao Zhimao was the son of one of the doctors, currently in the 4th grade of elementary school. Were you just calling me? Zhao Zhimao seriously sized me up. Who are you? I'm your dad's intern. I even pretended to take out a red booklet, which was a hospital employee ID. Tomorrow is Saturday. Your dad said he wants to take you out to play, but he's busy with work and doesn't have time, so he asked me to come take you. Where are we going? To the amusement park. This kid, Zhao Zhimao, was quite sharp. He opened his mouth and asked, if we're going out tomorrow, why didn't you come to pick me up tomorrow? But I reached out and tapped him on the head. The amusement park is most fun at night. We'll play all day and night, and tomorrow your dad will come to pick you up himself. Don't worry. Otherwise, should I give him a call for you? I glanced at the parents around us and sighed. I wonder what you got on your monthly test. If your dad knew your score, I don't know if he'd still let you go. I should probably ask him. Don't, big brother. I was just taking a gamble, but I gambled correctly. Let's go to the amusement park right now. Okay. I reached out and took his backpack. Let's go now, by bus. We said we were going out to play and Zhao Zhimao had his fun, but the Zhao family was going crazy. A letter was sent directly to Zhao Zhang at the hospital. He was immediately scared pale when he confirmed his son really hadn't come home. Zhao Zhang was terrified. He didn't dare make a fuss. He looked at the letter, took a deep breath, and only saw that it said, "I've taken your son out to play. I wonder if your son is worth that 100,000. You can call the police if you want to spend the rest of your life in prison. It'll give you time to think it over carefully. I will come find you." Zhao Zhang was indeed very anxious, silently waiting for the kidnapper's call. I was at the amusement park, having played until I was about to vomit. I saw that he was tired from playing. The two of us were lounging on a bench eating ice cream. I should give your dad a call, so he won't worry. Okay, but don't talk about my grades. My dad will definitely be angry. Don't you worry. How could he possibly be angry? He's crazy about you right now. I made the call, my tone teasing. I've taken your son out to play as instructed. I wonder if you've thought things through yet. Hello? What do you want? Zhao Zhang's voice had started to tremble. I don't want anything. I took a bite of the crispy ice cream cone and turned on the call recording function on my phone. I'm going to ask you a few questions and I hope you'll tell me the truth. You guys were the ones who did something to Yiqing, right? The other side was silent for a long time. I patted Zhao Zhimao's head. Zhao Zhimao looked bewildered. I said again, "Oh my, it seems your dad isn't very willing. What should we do?" Zhao Zhimao was flustered. Dad! I covered the phone's microphone with one hand. Let me persuade your dad. You wait here for a bit. Don't run around, okay? I stood not far from the bench. You heard your son, didn't you? If the lives of the patients in your hands aren't lives, then what about your son's life? I don't need to treat it as a human life either, right? He was on speakerphone. Zhao Zhang's wife had started wailing, telling me not to touch her son, and telling Zhao Zhang to confess quickly. I like people like that. Rest assured. If you don't call the police, I won't call the police either, I said lightly. I just want to use you to threaten the people who gave you money. Don't worry, I won't let it implicate you. If you're really scared, I can give you an even larger sum of money for you and your family to leave Didu. I frowned, afraid this man wouldn't talk, and started to get annoyed. He'll count to 3. If we don't reach an agreement, he'll take your son to play somewhere farther away. Whether you two, father and son, can reunite in this lifetime, I can't say for sure. I can't afford to offend the person who gave me money. I can afford to offend them. That's enough. I opened my mouth and said, "It's Chang Haitong of the Chang Corporation, right? You already know everything. Why are you still asking me? She bribed the 3 of you to remove Yiqing's oxygen tube. What else?" Zhao Zhang fell silent again. I frowned. But this time, Zhao Zhang didn't make me wait too long. He quickly opened his mouth and said, "The patient was allergic to penicillin, but I wasn't the one who did it. It was another doctor. He gave her a shot. I was just following orders to play some tricks when necessary. But in reality, I didn't do anything." Very good. I just need the important information. I saved the call recording, called Zhao Zhimayo over to let the father and son talk. As for what they talked about, I didn't care to know. At night, while Zhao Zhimao was fast asleep, I found an internet cafe, used editing software to change. The voice in this call recording removed the critical information and sent it to Chang Haitong's inbox, saying that if anything happened to Mu Wanning, no matter who was responsible, I would pin the blame on her. After I was done, I hid my information, transferred 300,000 to Zhao Zhang for them to leave Didu. Seeing the email status change to read, I chuckled softly. It's finally time. I used the trigger quest to once again accelerate the plot's progression. So what if Chang Haitong is tyrannical? This is a society ruled by law. If you kill someone, you have to obediently go to jail. Chang Haitong had naturally seen it. When she received this email at night, she became restless. Mu Wanning didn't care about those trivial matters. She just wanted to try to infiltrate the company and get what Gu King wanted. As for the outcome, that was a battle between businessmen. She discovered that Chang Haitong had been paying close attention to her movements recently. At the breakfast table, Mu Wanning finally couldn't hold back and asked, "Aunt Chang, have I done something wrong recently?" "You've done very well." Chang Haitong almost spat these words out through gritted teeth. Mu Wanning smirked. Chang Haitong immediately slammed her chopsticks down. "Just based on that stuff? And you want to threaten me too? I don't understand what you're saying." Mu Wanning lowered her head, frowning. She really didn't understand. I did this without ever mentioning it to her. "Didn't you send that email?" Chang Haitong laughed out of anger. "Using this to threaten me, you really don't know your own limits. If you have the guts, then go ahead and sue me. Let's see what a stray dog like you can do to shake the heavens and earth." Mu Wanning pursed her lips. She wasn't foolish enough to ask what email it was, but seeing Chang Haitong acting so agitated, like a snake whose vital spot had been stepped on, she was willing to take the blame. Mu Wanning wiped the corner of her mouth and said with a smile, "Then Aunt Chang, just you wait and see." Mu Wanning left and immediately came to my hotel. She deliberately observed her surroundings, and after confirming no one was following, she rented a room to hide. On the way to her room, she took the stairs to find me. As soon as I opened the door, Mu Wanning immediately pulled my hand, making me sit down on the hotel sofa. Let me ask you, what email did you send to Cheng Haitong? I was stunned again and immediately blurted out, she told you? How did you know it was me? Do you think I'm stupid? Mu Wanning pointed to herself. In the capital, I was the only one who could help her. She basically didn't even need to think about it. I shook my head, scratching the back of my neck, looking tired. It's nothing much. I just found a little weakness of hers. I was afraid she wouldn't leave you alone at the Mu family's house, so I threatened her a little. How are you living at the Mu family's house? Are they bullying you? I looked her up and down, seeing no marks of being hit on her skin, and only then did I feel relieved. What did you do behind my back again? Mu Wanning asked. I was just about to speak, but then I thought about how this matter involved her mother. Maybe Mu Wanning would seek revenge on those doctors later. For someone like her who always repays a grudge, you really couldn't say for sure. I just compiled some of the bad things she's done, I answered vaguely. But this still isn't enough to completely ruin her. We have to wait for a good opportunity and release it. If it doesn't kill her, it'll at least skin her alive. Seeing my determined, oath-like expression, Mu Wanning frowned. In her eyes, I was just a delinquent teenager who didn't know how to do anything proper, but knew a lot of mischievous tricks. Mu Wanning leaned down and took my hand. Guxian, you actually don't need to do so much for me. I'm not a child who needs protecting. That's right. I feigned disappointment. I never said Mu Wanning needed protecting. I'm doing these things so that I can complete my mission smoothly. I smiled, reached out to take her hand, and patted it meaningfully. Girlfriend, you must remember, we can't do anything illegal, you understand? You shouldn't do it. Mu Wanning placed her hand back on top of mine, looking even sadder. I think compared to you, you seem less like a good person. I, who had just kidnapped a child the day before yesterday, was speechless. Mu Wanning and I watched the sunset at the hotel. After dealing with the MU family's affairs, do you have any other plans? Like, doing things you enjoy? I turned my head. Mu Wanning looked up at me. I don't have anything I like to do. She paused, then spoke again, her calm eyes on me. But on second thought, I think I do now. I blinked. In the original story, after killing me, she was like a soul every day, wandering the world alone, without any warmth. Blinded by hatred, she had no way out. In the original story, she loved Lin Zixuan. On the surface, she loved him to death, but in reality, it was a sick obsession. She saw Lin Zixuan as the light of her life, desperately wanting to have him. And after being shattered by reality, she clung to the thought that if she couldn't have him, no one else could, and killed him. She was a psychopath, plain and simple. I don't want her to become that person again. Even if I leave, I hope Mu Wanning can live well, like a human being. Mu Wanning suddenly moved closer to me. Her eyelashes trembled, a smile playing on her lips. I want to be with you. Mu Wanning stuffed into my stunned mouth a chestnut. I have to make a lot of money. I had the chestnut in my mouth, chewing it. It was fragrant, sweet, and soft, but my mouth tasted bitter. Do you think what we have is love? Mu Wanning's hand paused. Why would you say that? You said before that you didn't like me and you never would, but I also said if you kept flirting with me, I wouldn't let go, not even in death. Mu Wanning wiped her hands, held my shoulder with one hand, and pulled me into her embrace. You were the one who barged into my world. Now that you're here, don't even think about running away. Time seemed to stand still. I could hear my own heartbeat. A strange thought flashed through my mind and quickly disappeared. What about you? Mu Wanning asked. Do you have any ideas you want to pursue? I do. I looked at the scenery. I want to go somewhere to see who is waiting for me. Mu Wanning could see from my expression that I wasn't lying. It was also the first time she had seen this expression on my face. Vague, sorrowful, and helpless. I was clearly right in front of her, yet I seemed as distant as the horizon. Mu Wanning instinctively pulled me, her eyes dark. Besides that Jiang Yudao person, are you pining for another woman? Why are you suddenly bringing her up? I frowned. In Mu Wanning's eyes, I looked completely evasive. She reached out and pulled me closer, a smile on her face. What's wrong? I mentioned your fiancé. Are you not happy about it? What fiancé? Don't talk nonsense. I tapped her forehead. That was all arranged by our parents for business benefits. I caused the Gu family to fall apart, and then I already broke off the engagement with her family. Listening to you, it sounds like you regret it. I don't. Don't talk nonsense, I said cautiously to Mu Wanning. Jiang Yudao and I can only be called bad friends. I was ignorant before, but now that I have you, I don't need any other friends of the opposite sex besides you. I leaned on her shoulder with a fawning expression, acting obediently, which to a certain extent satisfied the possessiveness deep in Mu Wanning's heart. It's best if that's the case. Mu Wanning leaned in and kissed my cheek. I have to go back. Remember to let me know when you go out. Things will only get more serious. I can't guarantee your safety. Mu Wanning was terrified inside. After having a weakness, she was no longer the indifferent person who had nothing. Okay, don't worry, I assured her. Mu Wanning didn't take it to heart at all, because my words were like farts, since I never listened anyway. But surprisingly, I really did turn a deaf ear to the outside world. I lay on the large hotel bed, resting leisurely, replaying Mu Wanning's daily life in my mind. Seeing the host depravity, on the third day, the little assistant finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Why don't you seem worried about her at all? Worried? I'd rather worry about myself than worry about her. I snorted coldly. I saw through it a long time ago. Mu Wanning is more independent than any target I've ever had. She's a living person with strategies and plans. Just because of one wrong word, her favorability score dropped by 20 points. My God, it was so hard for me to earn those 20 points. With just one thought, Mu Wanning knocked me back to square one. So, in order to increase the favorability score, I discovered a little trick. Mu Wanning likes obedience. Every time I proactively reported what I did that day, what I was thinking, the favorability score would always increase by 3 or 5 points. The darkening value would also decrease as the favorability score increased. Mu Wanning said I was the only one she had left. Those words weren't false. She already considered me the only medicine that kept her alive in this world, helping her hold on to her sanity. Subconsciously, she wasn't someone who had nothing. Mu Wanning wanted a better future, completely entrusting herself to me. Of course, these were things I didn't understand. I was just happy because it meant the mission's success rate would be higher. I also don't know why, but Mu Wanning sometimes gave me a very familiar feeling. I tossed and turned in bed. Little assistant, do you still remember how I entered the system space? My memory of these things is already very vague. I only remember when I first arrived, I seemed very obsessed with one thing, which was getting what I wanted most. But I've forgotten what it was that I wanted most. I remember you were like an idiot back then. Shut up. The little assistant was immediately cut off by me, pouted, but didn't say anything more. I rarely dream. Originally, traveling through parallel universes, following the system's orders, completing missions was dreamlike enough. I was anxious and scared every day, or tired as a dog. How could I have time to dream? However, this time, I dreamed of a scene that was both strange and familiar. I was sure I had never experienced this before. It was a woman. The woman's face was covered by a layer of mist. I couldn't see it clearly, but my heart couldn't take it, aching with dull pain. The scene was a bathroom. Blood flowed ceaselessly from the woman's body, washing down the drain with the shower water. The man, wearing a blood-stained suit, held her face, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. This feeling was like being in the system space, watching a mission movie from a parallel universe. I moved a little closer and heard the man's words. He said, "Don't leave me, please." Then he said something else unclear, but the system issued a warning sound, accompanied by an electric shock. I immediately woke up from the nightmare, staring at the ceiling. The feeling from the dream lingered, but the images began to fade. What happened? I asked, discovering my voice was hoarse. I struggled to get out of bed, wanting to get a glass of water. When I heard the system say the target was under attack, was now severely injured with a critically low life value. What? At the system's words, the glass in my hand fell to the ground, shattering with a crash. What happened? I hurriedly got out of bed, quickly changing out of my pajamas. In my rush, I put my shirt on backward, without realizing it. The important footage was clipped by the system. Mu Wanning and Mu Cheng were on their way home, discussing company matters. Mu Wanning really was talented in this area. She understood many things after just a brief explanation, making Mu Cheng look at her a few more times. Who would have thought the peaceful scene between father and daughter would be shattered? A car, while they were waiting at a red light, lost control and sped towards them. Mu Wanning instinctively threw herself from the passenger seat onto Mu Cheng, getting covered in blood from shards of broken glass. The largest shard stabbed directly into her back. The airbag deployed, hitting Mu Wanning hard on the forehead. Her body stiffened, and she passed out. The scene changed. Mu Cheng pulled Mu Wanning out of the car, still in shock. Mu Wanning looked like she was dead. Her chest wasn't moving at all. How could this be? My mind thought back to the almost forgotten dream. I seemed to have clearly seen the face of the woman in the dream. It was Mu Wanning. This realization made my heart almost stop beating. I squatted down in pain, coughing violently, feeling a metallic taste in my throat. I gagged and threw up. Red blood was hidden in the red carpet. I was stunned, wiped my lips, and almost crawled my way to the hospital where Mu Wanning was in the emergency room. Mu Wanning, don't you die. If you die, I'm done for. I got into a taxi and suddenly remembered the system's words. It said it was an attack. This wasn't an accident. It was deliberate. Someone wanted Mu Wanning dead. When I arrived at the hospital, Mu Wanning was still in the emergency room. There was no one outside the emergency room. I deliberately went to Mu Cheng's room. It was packed with people inside. Mu Cheng was well protected by Mu Wanning. He only had a few superficial wounds. The gifts were piled up like a small mountain. The contrast between the two was clear to see. Although I had expected it, seeing it with my own eyes, I still felt a bitter discomfort. I could probably understand why. The original Mu Wanning did what she did. Just as I had said, she sprouted from the darkness and bloomed on the edge of a cliff. Is Mu Wanning's family here? The doctor came out, saw the empty hallway, and was a bit surprised, probably the first time he'd encountered a situation where there was no one outside. How is she? I wiped my tears and stood up. Hello, Doctor. What are you to Mu Wanning? She's my girlfriend. I have the right to make decisions on these matters. Is she okay now? The surgery was very successful. There's no internal organ damage, a mild concussion, and the glass shards have all been removed from her body. The surgery is in its final stages. We need your signature. I glanced at it. It was the hospital bill. I sniffled. Where do I pay? The payment counter on the first floor. Thank you. I signed my name fluently, stood at the door, and waited until the operating light went out. When Mu Wanning was wheeled out, her eyes were still open, her head and body were wrapped in bandages. Wanning. I rushed over. I wanted to take her hand, but her body was covered in wounds. I was afraid I would carelessly hurt her. Why are you here? Mu Wanning opened her mouth with difficulty and twitched her lips. I'm fine, just a little dizzy. The patient received local anesthesia. She needs to rest now. The doctor reminded me. I nodded. I know. It'll be over in a bit. I sniffled, carefully leaned down, and brought my face close to Mu Wanning's. Don't be afraid. I won't let anyone hurt you again. We won't attack unless we're attacked. Mu Wanning's life is more precious than my own. These things weren't in the original story. I feel like if I negotiate with the system about this, I probably won't be punished, right? Don't. Mu Wanning suddenly reached out her hand to grab me, her emotions agitated. Don't go. I looked at her and pulled her hand away. Rest well. Mu Wanning rarely saw my back. When we walked together, I would always take 2 small steps back, following behind her like a little tail. It was the same before. Mu Wanning always walked ahead. She was always the one to leave first. As the elevator doors closed, Mu Wanning saw me through the gap, my back getting further and further away. She couldn't grasp me. She couldn't hold on. This feeling of loss made her dizzy until she finally couldn't bear it anymore and fell into a deep sleep. I leaned against the corridor wall of Mu Cheng's hospital room, looking up at the fluorescent light above. Was it Cheng Haitong? But what reason would she have to kill Mu Wanning? Could it be because of that email? No, that's not right. Cheng Haitong is the only daughter of the Chong family. She has always been domineering and unforgiving, but she is still a woman at heart. Otherwise, why would she go crazy when her daughter was plotted against and her husband wrote a will for no apparent reason? It shows that she is very weak inside, even if she doesn't show it on the surface. But carrying everything alone is already very tiring for her. Then who was it? I pursed my lips and made a decision. This is a good opportunity. Regardless of whether Cheng Haitong attacked Mu Wanning or not, she has to take the blame for this. To ensure Mu Wanning's safety, only power will do. I suddenly wanted to eat candy. I don't have this habit. It was just a sudden thought that popped into my head, so I went and bought a handful of candy and stuffed it into my pocket. After waiting for everyone in Mu Cheng's room to leave, I took the opportunity to slip in. Mu Cheng didn't know what he was thinking. He didn't even notice me come in. Hello? I spoke first and pulled up a chair myself. Mu Cheng came back to his senses, looking at this strange boy, who wasn't old, one could even say very immature, with a cold expression on his face, pretending to be mature. Mu Cheng chuckled. You are. Your wife wants to kill you, I said coolly. Mu Cheng frowned. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of this before. Because of Mu Wanning's appearance, his relationship with Cheng Haitong was already at a freezing point and had reached its absolute limit. She was someone who couldn't tolerate a single grain of sand in her eye. The reason he hadn't gone to see Mu Wanning yet was because he was afraid that if Cheng Haitong's first attempt failed, she would try a second time. These words couldn't be spoken lightly. Who are you? Why did you come here to drive a wedge between my wife and me? Do you want to see the evidence? I didn't answer. I raised my head and looked calmly at Mu Cheng. You wait for me. I'll go find the evidence for you. Shh. Our meeting is a secret. I stood at the door, pointed my index finger at him, and made a silencing gesture. As for why I came to tell you these things, I can only tell you, she messed with the wrong person. Even if you don't do anything, I won't let her go. After I left, Cheng remained deep in thought. Who is the person one shouldn't mess with? Who is this person? Mu Cheng reached out for a glass of water. Too many things have happened recently. He couldn't organize his thoughts at all. I put my hands in my pants pockets and wandered around the hospital. The system assistant dazedly asked me what I was thinking. I said that events had deviated from their original trajectory. This is obvious. Check Mu Wanning's darkening value. Villain's darkening value, 70. Do you know why humans have the emotion of hatred? The little assistant couldn't understand my train of thought and could only foolishly ask, why? Because of prejudice, because of helplessness, because of unwillingness. I squatted down. Although I don't understand what your system's definition of darkening value is, but I feel that this isn't what you call Mu Wanning's darkening. This should be the emotion a normal person should have. To expect her to live peacefully in this situation, to be a good person, let alone Mu Wanning, even I would go crazy. So, the host wants to. The little assistant vaguely had a bad feeling. My expression was hazy. Anyway, the Mu Wanning in the original setting was also full of stains, so I don't dare to bet. I'm also afraid she'll find pleasure in revenge and repeat the same mistakes. So, what others owe her, I will claim it back for her. The things she is helpless with, I will bear them for her. The things she is unwilling to accept, I will make up for those regrettable shortcomings. I squeezed the piece of gum in my hand until it was soft. I can't believe she can still darken like this. She's not the one darkening, but the host has darkened, the little assistant said gloomily. It knew its host didn't act according to common sense. At the beginning of the system mission, it was even more chaotic, doing whatever he pleased. Now he can do everything a villain does and beautifully calls it a rescue. It felt that it seemed to be acceptable. It thought, maybe by following this host, its own train of thought has gone wrong. Although I said I was going to find evidence, I didn't make a move. When no one was around, I snuck into Mu Wanning's hospital room and took care of her with all my heart. This time I was really discussing it with Mu Wanning. Discussing it for a while was fine, and we actually came up with some clues. The culprit was indeed hired by Chang Haidong. Mu Wanning said these words as if discussing someone else's business. I frowned. Is she that vicious? I didn't affect Chang Haidong's storyline at all, so why has it deviated from the original setting? But he only wanted to scare me a little. Mu Wanning smiled. It was me who talked to the culprit, telling him to be a little more ruthless and to make it look real. I took a sharp breath of cold air. Are you scared now? Mu Wanning looked at my expression, the corners of her lips curling up. What you said before was probably right. I was never a good person to begin with, but you didn't harm anyone else. I pulled the corner of the blanket to cover her. But from now on, don't harm yourself either. This is the easiest way to gain Mu Cheng's trust. Mu Wanning sighed. You did the right thing in this matter, but next time before you do something, can you discuss it with me first? I was just throwing Mu Cheng a piece of bait. If Chang Haidong really did this, then we can find evidence, I said with a smile. Even if Chang Haidong didn't do it, I have a way to pin the blame on her. Mu Wanning stared into my eyes. I appeared very innocent, but the words that came out were extremely malicious. Mu Wanning reached out and caressed my face. Thinking about it, the two of them were truly a match made in heaven. These past few days, Mu Cheng indeed started investigating Chang Haidong. After that strange young man left that day, he never came again. He didn't believe what others said. He only believed what he saw. Lying on the hospital bed, Mu Cheng felt a chill all over his body. Chang Haidong made soup for him, but he didn't touch a single bit of it. He was afraid this woman would poison him. When Chang Haidong heard that Mu Wanning was in the emergency room, and Mu Cheng was also covered in injuries, she was actually very scared. Although the investigation found that the car's brakes had failed, and the driver was tight-lipped, she didn't expect those people to be so reckless. You should go. Mu Cheng sighed. He had tolerated Chang Haidong for too long. This woman was never satisfied, and on top of that, she was wildly ambitious. He was truly exhausted. It's true that back then he was greedy for power, so he married this woman to have a life above others. But now he no longer needed Chang Haidong. This woman, the woman lying next to him, had the heart of a snake. When Mu Cheng saw her, he felt as if his head was hanging in midair, not knowing when it would be severed from his neck. Chang Haidong not only secretly transferred his shares, she also bought a huge insurance policy for him. Why should he work himself to exhaustion for the company, only to have to trade his life for money in the end? Did their 20-year marriage leave? No affection at all? Chang Haidong did something wrong, so her attitude had indeed improved a lot. She listened to whatever Mu Cheng said. But this didn't make Mu Cheng feel that she had softened. Thinking that Chang Haidong was probably just afraid of being exposed. After Chang Haidong left, Mu Cheng immediately began to act. On the surface, he was in charge of the corporation now, but who didn't know that Chang Haidong was still behind this company? He wanted to kick her out. If she wanted to be ruthless, then don't blame him for being merciless. I didn't expect the plot to progress so quickly. Seriously. When I saw the corporation's news on the front page, I was completely stunned. Wanning, look at this. I showed this good news to Mu Wanning. It said the stocks had plummeted and the marriage was over. Above was an ugly, naked, blurred photo of Chang Haidong. The pose was extremely ridiculous, not to mention the comments below. I clicked my tongue, my expression worried. You didn't do this, did you? In the original setting, this was indeed done by Mu Wanning. However, at this moment, Mu Wanning frowned. You're with me 24 hours a day. Where would I find the time to do this? Then it must be Mu Cheng. The expression on my face was hard to describe, as if I had just eaten mouse droppings. I mean, they've been married for so many years. How could he? How could he release such news about his own wife? And this photo too. Mu Wanning also hated this kind of behavior, but she said nothing. Sigh. The next step. Mu Cheng will probably get tough with Chang Haidong, I said with a sigh. The Mu family's affairs have finally reached a climax. Moreover, all of this was not done by Mu Wanning. What could be more fun than watching the snipe and clam fight and then reaping the fisherman's benefits? Just as I said, the Mu family had collapsed. Chang Haidong didn't dare to go out. She couldn't imagine at all that Mu Cheng would plot against her. And this man was using a fake official facade, pushing a contract in front of her, telling her, for the good of the company, you should sign this agreement. Mu Cheng, Chang Haidong said through gritted teeth. You truly are an ungrateful wolf. I should have let the car run you over back then. So you admit it? Mu Cheng was expressionless, silently looking at her. I've tolerated you for a long time. What, did you King do wrong that you had to take her life? Chang Haidong slammed the table. You're still pining for that bitch? You told me such nice things back then, saying you only loved me. This is how you love me, Mu Cheng cursed. For all these years, I never cared about them. I watched my own daughter suffer outside, wandering, and I was already ashamed. And what about you? A woman like you, I don't dare to keep you by my side. I didn't do anything either. When I found out that Mu Cheng only wanted to kick Chang Haidong out of the house, I went to an internet cafe late at night and hacked into the back end of the Chang family's official website. Mu Cheng was too naive. He couldn't get rid of Chang Haidong. This company originally belonged to the Chang family. Even without Chang Haidong, there were still other Chang family members. A love scandal is too easy to handle. At the same time, the media was already targeting the corporation, wanting to dig up some sensational news. When they saw news like covering for gangsters, inaction, and inhumane murder, pop-up notifications that jumped out from this official website, they immediately exploded. Starting tonight, the most important plot point affecting Mu Wanning officially entered its final countdown. My original estimated time was 6 months. Looking at it now, I might be able to finish a little earlier. I was peeling an apple for Mu Wanning. The wounds on her body were 70 to 80% healed. It's just a pity that her body, already covered in scars, now had a few more small scars. Compared to my heartache, Mu Wanning seemed very relaxed. She subconsciously touched her face. Fortunately, she didn't scratch her face back then. I looked at her with pity and said, "Just a few more days. I'll go to the company to get what your father wants. I have a way." Before I could finish my words, they got stuck in my throat because Mu Wanning was looking at me, her gaze heavy, carrying an unclear, vague emotion. I never wanted those things. I never felt like I was part of the Mu family. "When did you start planning this?" Mu Wanning gradually became a bit oppressive. She was half leaning on the bed and leaned over. "Or did you know all along that I was from the Mu family and that's why you're nice to me? Do you want the Mu family?" I quickly turned my head away. "That's not what I mean. I just want," she interrupted me again. "If you want it, I'll go fight for it." I felt like I had done something wrong again. It seems I was too fixated on the plot in the original setting, so I kept pushing her down the original path. At that time, did I really just want to interpret it? But there was no other way. I lowered my head and didn't answer. If I leave Mu Wanning, she'll be all alone again with no one to rely on. As soon as I thought about these things, I felt extremely distressed. I cut the apple in my hand into pieces and brought it to Mu Wanning's mouth. "Have a taste. It's delicious." Mu Wanning obediently opened her mouth. I lowered my head and let out a sigh. Then I asked, "Actually, I don't want you to get involved in places like that. I just want your life to be a little better. Have you ever heard a saying?" Mu Wanning raised her head and looked at me doubtfully. I continued, "Besides yourself, no one can walk with you until the very end." Mu Wanning's actions froze. She suddenly got angry and grabbed my arm with one hand. "What do you mean? Just say whatever you have to say. You can ask me to do anything. Just don't always say things that make me feel like you'll leave me at any moment." I looked at her agitated expression and fell silent. I really felt sorry for her and wanted to protect her well. But at this moment, Mu Wanning continued to speak. Her voice carried a plea, her tone trembling, and the rims of her eyes gradually turned red. She said aggrievedly, "I'm scared. I'm really, really scared." At this point, she pulled me closer to her. "I don't know why I'm like this either. If you don't like it, I can change." I shook my head. Before I finished speaking, I put my arm around her shoulder. "You don't need to change anything. I won't say it anymore in the future." Mu Wanning's eyes were red, and tears streamed down unconsciously. She said aggrievedly, "You want me to study medicine? I'll retake the exam this year. I'll study hard in medical school. Wait for me. I still want to live a long life with you. Promise me, we have to live together and die together, okay?" I thought to myself, that's definitely not possible. After all, Il-soon no longer belonged to this world. It was very hard for me to say no, so I agreed against my true feelings. Actually leaving the system also means that my life in this world is declared over. But there are other ways. Then you must live well. I squatted down, looked at her at eye level, and said worriedly, "I like kind, simple people." Mu Wanning was stunned. She felt my gaze, as if it had seen through the filth in her heart, piercing her and causing a sharp pain. Simple kind? She was nothing of the sort. Mu Wanning didn't even know what such a person was like, but if I liked it, she would learn how to be one. Mu Wanning's method was effective. Mu Cheng trusted her very much. She easily got into Mu Cheng's office, and while Mu Cheng was away, she plugged a USB drive into his computer. Throughout the entire process, Mu Wanning was calm and composed until copy complete appeared on the screen. She pulled out the USB drive. The mission was accomplished. All of Chang Haidong's secrets were exposed. On the day of the trial, Mu Wanning also secretly came to watch. That still charming woman had become haggard in a short period of time. Her mother's death was not revealed. This trial was another old affair dug up by the reporters, also one of Mu Cheng's romantic debts. That girl was 7 months pregnant and died on the operating table. The methods were almost identical. That girl died when she was only 19. Let's go. When I heard that Chang Haidong was sentenced to 10 years, I took Mu Wanning's hand. In any case, she got what she deserved. I whispered, "You see, the law will never let any bad person go. Right?" Mu Wanning said nothing. She understood very well that without me, the justice that should have been served wouldn't have come so quickly. I walked out of the hall and stretched. The next second, Mu Wanning hugged me from behind. At that very moment, the system announced that her darkening value had dropped to 30. I turned around and kissed her on the lips. "You should also thank yourself." I smiled. "Your life was so hard before, but you made it through." I reached out and patted her head. "You've worked hard. I also have to thank Mu Wanning for not killing me. Thank you, Mu Wanning, for giving me the chance to complete the mission." Gu Qing got what he wanted. He publicly announced the identity of Mu Wanning at a party as my fiancé and promised that when we graduated from university, he would hold a wedding for us. It was also that night that the Mu family fell into crisis. There was too much illegal information on Mu Cheng's computer. Gu Qing used it to trade with Mu Cheng's rivals in exchange for a trump card to establish a foothold in the imperial capital. When Mu Wanning heard that her father was imprisoned for tax evasion and bribing officials, her expression was cold from beginning to end. When she heard that Mu Cheng wanted to see her, she was not moved at all. She told the messenger that she never wanted to acknowledge Mu Cheng as her father. Mu Cheng's existence disgusted her. Mu Wanning was now holding my hand, strolling down the street. By the way, are you really not going to fight for the Mu family's assets? If it's not mine, I won't fight for it. Mu Wanning turned her head and said to me, we don't need other people's things. But if you really want something, I'll try my best. Hearing this, I pouted. If you don't need it, then forget it. The Mu family is just an empty shell now. Mu Qian's parents are both gone now. She's single-handedly supporting a corporation on the verge of bankruptcy and has no time for anything else. Mu Wanning's darkening value has been hovering around 30. I don't quite understand what other knot in the plot could possibly make her darken. Logically speaking, the people she should have taken revenge on have all met their deserved ends. No, I'm planning to drop out of school soon, Mu Wanning said. I'm going to register for the exam this year and retake the university entrance exam. Why? Did you forget that I want to study medicine? Mu Wanning pinched my cheek. Although there are doctors everywhere, but to let them treat you, I'm not at ease. There's no need. I thought to myself, it can't be cured anyway. Mu Wanning frowned. Didn't you say it at the beginning? You wanted me to study medicine? That a doctor's white coat would suit me. But my thoughts have changed now. I want you to study something you like. What you need is what I like. Mu Wanning said this very naturally. Seeing her so determined, I was silent for a moment. Let me talk to my dad. With your grades and with some help, transferring schools should be very easy. No need. I don't want to rely on others. No matter how much Mu Wanning changed, the pride in her bones was still there. It's good that I'm not determined to leave. This way, the storyline of Lin Zixuan and Shen Yue is completely cut off. Okay, I'll listen to you. I rented a house nearby. Mu Wanning's request to drop out made the academic advisors very regretful, but no one could stop her from her decision. I went to school every day, and every day I came back. I saw Mu Wanning either doing university entrance exam papers or reading related medical books. Day after day, I still couldn't wait for the moment her darkening value returned to 0. Tell me, what lingering obsession does she still have? I couldn't figure it out, so I asked the little assistant. The little assistant didn't know either. The pain had no accumulated points, which forced me to lose the golden finger of knowing the thoughts in the heart of my target. I could only lie on the bed, tossing and turning, thinking about the plot in the original setting. The situation reached a stalemate, and I was also very helpless. In a flash, half of the 6 months had passed. The weather was gradually getting colder. Seeing that I had to go to school early in the morning, Mu Wanning grabbed a jacket and draped it over me. What do you want for lunch today? You're so capable. I wrapped my arm around her waist. Anything is fine. I'll love anything you make. Mu Wanning let out a small chuckle. They'll wait for you at home. On your way, buy a jar of the fruit jam you like. Okay, I nodded. Mu Wanning buttoned my shirt one by one all the way to my neck and smoothed out my slightly messy short hair. Go on, I kissed her cheek. Then I'm off. Reluctantly, I took a few steps back. Mu Wanning waved at me, then watched me get into the elevator. Just thinking about the possibility of becoming my wife in the future, Mu Wanning always had a strange feeling in her heart, both magical and terrifying. She was afraid she wouldn't take good care of me, afraid that things were going too smoothly, and that the price to pay would be too heavy. I didn't care about Shen Yue and Lin Zixuan's progress. I had just moved out of the dorm, and the three of us were not in the same class, so our paths barely crossed. We weren't on greeting terms, not even a single, "How are you?" I went to the supermarket right after class. It looked like it was going to rain today. The late autumn wind was a bit bone-chilling. I rubbed my hands and pushed a shopping cart around. Suddenly, I heard people arguing nearby. I only glanced over and froze on the spot. It couldn't be. That man looked a little familiar. He had a scar on his face that ran from his forehead to the corner of his eye, bright red and very menacing. I thought for a long time and suddenly slammed my hand on the shopping cart. I remember now. This was the first time I had seen him in this real world, but when I watched the original plot in the system space, I had a very deep impression of him. This was the thug who had insulted Mu Wanning's mother back then. Back then, he was arrogant and looked down on everyone. But I don't remember Mu Wanning seeking revenge on him. Could it be that Mu Wanning's darkening is only related to this man? The man was arguing with a sales clerk. I pretended to be casually wandering around, secretly eavesdropping on their boring conversation. I grabbed a few items off the shelves, and seeing the man was about to leave, I immediately started following him. After paying, I carried the few items I had and quietly followed him. The person got into a car, so I ordered my family's driver to follow it. The driver was confused, but he had to carry out the young master's orders. The man twisted and turned until he reached a rundown one-story house. I don't know what happened, but a woman's cries came from inside, along with the sound of things being smashed. I immediately called the police. "Officer, there's a fight going on here. A man is beating a woman. He's about to beat her to death." "Oh right. We're at number 74 Qingjiang Road. Hello, officers. Please hurry. That woman is in bad shape." After I did that, I told the driver to pull over to a corner and waited for the police to arrive. Soon, the man was let out. I quickly took a picture. I'll show it off to Mu Wanning then. The moment the darkening value hits 0, I can apply to leave this world. Mu Wanning had checked my class schedule twice. I was 2 hours later than usual. She frowned, and just as she was about to call me, she heard a noise at the door. The food is already cold. I didn't care at all. Snuck into the kitchen, took a couple of bites, and ran out. Hey, I saw something interesting on the way here and wanted to share it with you. Mu Wanning was a little helpless. She sighed. Then why didn't you tell me? Just quietly going off to watch the commotion. I thought something happened to you. What could happen to me? I thought she was acting a bit strange, glanced at her and took out my phone. I just saw a man beating his wife, so I called the police. Let me tell you, the police officers are really effective. They have zero tolerance for any potential law breaking. Look at the way he was being escorted away. It's hilarious. I chuckled and showed the phone to Mu Wanning. Mu Wanning's pupils contracted. Before I could even rejoice, I heard, "Villain's darkening value, 90%. Gu Xian, where did you see this person?" Mu Wanning looked at me calmly. I suddenly remembered a saying, "The sea is always too calm before a storm." I unconsciously swallowed, and my words came out stuttering. Do you know him? If you want to find him, you'll probably have to go to the police station. He doesn't look like a good guy, so he probably won't be getting out anytime soon. Where did you see him? I shrank back. Mu Wanning took a step toward me. What were you doing there? I was bored, so I was just wandering around. I lied without batting an eye. Mu Wanning looked at me for a long time and let out a sigh. The darkening value dropped accordingly, getting stuck at the 5% boundary. I had never hated the number 5 so much. But one thing was for sure, Mu Wanning's darkening value had nothing to do with past events. Go wash your hands and eat. Mu Wanning set out the chopsticks, and a moment later she added, "Next time, if you're coming home late, remember to let me know. No matter what happens, you have to report to me immediately." After saying this, Mu Wanning frowned. Am I being a little too controlling? Not at all, not at all. This is great, I quickly denied. Controlling, possessive, stubborn, all these things mixed together are what make Mu Wanning. I never expected Mu Wanning to change anything. It's good for her to just be herself. It has nothing to do with me anyway. She didn't say anything, sitting on the opposite side of the table, quietly lost in thought. It was only through observation that I discovered that Mu Wanning has been spacing out a lot lately. Her mood has been erratic, and the notifications about her favorability score come about 3 times a day. And that's on a good day. Fortunately, her favorability score has never dropped below 50. I told her a few more trivial things about school. Mu Wanning suddenly looked up and interjected with a sentence. Is the food good? It's delicious. I chewed on my chopsticks. Mu Wanning frowned. Then why isn't it shutting you up? The atmosphere froze a little. I thought for a moment. Do you find me annoying? Mu Wanning put her chopsticks aside and lowered her eyes. I don't like you speaking well of others, not even a little bit. She was being serious, rubbing the spot between her eyebrows. I'm full. I'll clear the dishes later. I'll take you to school this afternoon. I didn't know what I had said wrong and just watched as Mu Wanning left the dining table. I don't get it. Me and a mouthful of rice. Mu Wanning's thoughts probably aren't like a normal person's. When Mu Wanning said she'd take me, she meant all the way to the classroom door. We finally ran into a classmate I had been mentioning a lot recently. That girl was indeed very pretty, with a good figure and a lovely face, and she smiled as soon as she saw me. The corner of Mu Wanning's lips curved into a cold, meaningful smile. She snorted. I had once praised that girl's fashion sense, and also said she seemed very cold and didn't have any friends, but she was very enthusiastic toward me. Today, I mentioned that during the exam, I saw her writing furiously, very quickly, and she even passed me the answers. That's when Mu Wanning couldn't take it anymore. He probably doesn't even realize that he himself has been paying a little too much attention to this classmate. Mu Wanning looked the other girl up and down, sizing her up with a provocative gaze, and pulled me in to kiss my forehead. Go on, study hard. All the classmates knew that I had a very beautiful girlfriend, and seeing her today, she was indeed extraordinary. We were hit with a mouthful of public display of affection, and everyone was oohing and ahhing. I smiled back and waved. Well, I'm going to class. Wait. She suddenly thought of something and quickly left. Soon, she came back holding a room-temperature bottle of green tea and handed it to me. I don't want to drink this. Then look at it more. What? Get to class. Mu Wanning gave me a gentle push, but didn't leave right away, leaning against the door with her hands in her pockets, her eyes never leaving the other girl until the teacher arrived. Did Mu Wanning finally leave? I held the bottle of green tea, still wondering what Mu Wanning meant. Your girlfriend was staring at me so fiercely just now. The girl saw that Mu Wanning had left and turned around from the front row. Gu Xian, does your girlfriend have a bad temper? I was stunned for a moment, unable to react. Not at all. Why would you think that? We girls understand girls best. Have you two not been together for long? I looked at the bottle of green tea in my hand and seemed to understand something. The girl was still talking. Right now she treats you like a treasure, but after a while, her true personality will show. Look how fierce she is with strangers. Her attitude toward her boyfriend later on definitely won't be good. I listened to these words and nodded and handed over the bottle of green tea. What is it? The girl was stunned. I smiled. My girlfriend bought it for you. But this girl was right about one thing. Girls understand girls best. My Mu Wanning really just needed one look to see through her true nature. The Mu Wanning I was thinking about seemed to sense it. At her desk by the window, she looked up as the curtains stirred slightly, letting in a few dazzling rays of sunlight. She held out her hand and the light fell into her palm, but unfortunately, light cannot be held. What about Gu Xian? She opened her palm again, looking at her covered fingertips. Would he stay quietly in her palm for a lifetime? There were too many things about me she couldn't understand, so she felt afraid. She knew I wouldn't harm her because everything I did was like, I wished I could tear out my heart and liver to show her my sincerity. So what was his purpose and what did he want from her? Mu-Wanning still hadn't figured it out. She didn't want to understand either. This self-deception, though a bit foolish, she still held on to hope. For example, it would be best if I could deceive her like this for a lifetime. Tell me what on earth Mu-Wanning is thinking. This question has been nagging me for 4 months. Every time I look at Mu-Wanning, I have an uncontrollable urge to ask her, what on earth are you still not resigned about, that you can still darken? But every time I held back, I felt like I could hold on a little longer. Mu-Wanning was a perfect girlfriend every day. It was like she wanted to put me in her pocket to protect me. If I weren't on a mission, I think being with Mu-Wanning, living a simple life like this, wouldn't be so bad. It's almost New Year's. Mu-Wanning interrupted my thoughts, suddenly saying such a thing. I looked at the bare trees outside the window and nodded. That's right, we've known each other for almost a year. When Mu-Wanning said this, I instinctively prepared to nod, but then I froze, turned to look at Mu-Wanning in surprise and said, You remembered wrong. We've known each other for 2 years. Is that so? Mu-Wanning turned her face away, and my heart was pounding. Was that really a slip of the tongue just now? Not necessarily. I sensitively smelled danger. On New Year's Eve, can I be with you? When Mu-Wanning said this, she turned her head slightly, meeting my scrutinizing gaze, watched me frantically avoid her eyes, nodded randomly, and added, Just the two of us, okay? Originally, Guqing wanted the two of them to come home for New Year's. After being deceived by a woman and raising someone else's daughter for nearly 20 years, he suddenly became enlightened and thought that the person he could rely on was probably just me. Although Guqing never spoke of his bitterness, his care for me had indeed doubled. When I said I wanted to celebrate New Year's alone with Mu-Wanning, Guqing was silent for a long time and said, All right then, you young people have your own lives. I won't bother you. Just tell me if you need anything. Thank you, I said casually. Guqing hesitated, then sighed. You are my son. Why say thank you? It's a given. Regarding the school's winter break, I didn't feel very involved. Many couples at the school gate were saying their reluctant goodbyes. Mu-Wanning patted my shoulder. You've cleared out all your things from school. Why? Are you not going to school next year? My heart clenched. That was indeed what I was thinking. This 1-month winter break, I would be with Mu-Wanning the whole time. The purpose was simple, to grind down her darkening value as soon as possible, to avoid any further complications. By the time the next semester started, the bad news about me would probably have reached the school. I didn't want my family or Mu-Wanning to have the trouble of cleaning up my belongings, to avoid being reminded of me by my things. Didn't you move out of the school a long time ago? I found it troublesome before, so I didn't clear it out. So I took this opportunity to clear it all out. I smiled and made an excuse. Mu-Wanning pressed her lips together and said nothing. As time went by, the New Year's atmosphere grew stronger. Mu-Wanning seemed to take this matter very seriously and had cleaned the duplex apartment spotless early on. I teased her about being like a river snail fairy. Mu-Wanning just glanced at me. Have you been unhappy lately? I casually tossed a cherry over. Mu-Wanning raised her hand and caught it, watching me intently. After a long moment, no. You are. I decisively ran to her side and leaned down to look at her expression. Did I make you unhappy? No. Mu-Wanning put down the broom in her hand, a very faint smile on her lips. I was just thinking that this year, my mother can't celebrate New Year's with me, and it feels a little strange. My body stiffened. I had forgotten. I had taken life and death very lightly, but Mu-Wanning was a real person. No one, after losing their mother, could still on these happy days. These days of reunion, laugh out loud. I wiped the expression off my face and said softly, I'm sorry. It's okay. Life and death are fated. Mu-Wanning shook her head. I put my arm around her waist, but it's okay. You have me from now on. If you're willing, I can be with you for a very long time. Really? Mu-Wanning didn't seem surprised. I nodded sincerely. Really, I'm not lying to you. You'd better be. I realized Mu-Wanning was very strange. I had noticed her words a long time ago and her behavior. If it weren't for the fact that Mu-Wanning's era didn't have high technology, she had no contact with AI, and intelligent systems didn't have such wild ideas, I would have suspected that Mu-Wanning had seen through my identity. I thought the system probably wouldn't be so boring as to make me go after another task doer. I eagerly awaited New Year's Eve. When I saw what she brought out, I was stunned for a moment. What happened after I got drunk last time I still remembered vividly. Mu-Wanning slowly opened the bottle of wine. On such a good day, can't we have a drink? No way. I quickly waved my hand. Mu-Wanning lowered her head and poured half a glass of wine. It's okay, it's just you and me here. No need to be afraid of getting drunk. I saw her approaching with the wine and shrank back. You're very cute when you're drunk. Mu-Wanning brought the glass of wine to me. Sweet? You trying to fool a ghost? I cursed inwardly. It's not like I haven't had wine before. This stuff has a strong kick. I really can't handle alcohol. Just 2 sips and my face turns red. 1 glass and I start to lose control of myself. Seeing that I wouldn't take it, Mu-Wanning poured herself a glass and sat opposite me. She clinked the rim of her glass and drank it all herself. Thank you for meeting me. My heart stirred. Mu-Wanning picked up the bottle and poured another glass. She drank it hard and fast. I quickly covered the mouth of the glass with my hand. Don't drink anymore. Drinking this will make you feel very uncomfortable later. If you drink, then I won't drink anymore. This sentence from Mu-Wanning made my eyes lock on her. She slowly frowned. You really don't want to drink? Are you afraid of saying something nonsense after getting drunk? Mu Wanning said it half-jokingly. My body stiffened. I tend to make a scene when I drink a lot. It's very unsightly. I don't want to lose face in front of the person I like. You've already lost plenty of face. I gritted my teeth, hesitating. I can't drink. My health is not good. Mu Wanning suddenly froze, seeming to have remembered this, and quickly put the wine away. Sorry, I forgot. This time, I clearly felt Mu Wanning's probing. She must be suspicious of something. I reviewed what I had done, and every single thing had a flaw. A normal person would probably also be suspicious of my identity, let alone this high-IQ potential criminal. Bad move, I thought to myself. I can't wait anymore. I have to take the initiative. Success or failure depends on this move. I was taking care of Mu Wanning in the middle of the night. She clearly couldn't drink either. The aftertaste hit and she had to hold her head, her eyes never leaving me. Her gaze made my scalp tingle. I waved my hand in front of her eyes. Stop messing around. Mu Wanning irritably pushed my hand away, sat dazed for a long time, then waved her hand again. Come here. I didn't know what she was planning.
I don't have to argue with a drunk person. But as I walked in front of her, I was suddenly pulled hard by her. I lost my balance, placed both hands on her shoulders. A little resentfully. What are you doing? I want to ask you a few questions. You have to answer me honestly. Mu Wanning's words allowed no refusal. I hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Mu Wanning took my wrist and slowly caressed it. Her eyes were full of bloodshot veins. The gesture looked serious, but was incredibly suggestive. She looked up, her expression indifferent. Do you really like me? I was stunned for a moment, then nodded. My small action was very glaring in Mu Wanning's eyes. Mu Wanning took a deep breath. She asked again, Are you approaching me with a purpose? Isn't liking you enough? I decided to keep up the act with a cold expression to the very end. Mu Wanning's lips twitched. It seemed she wanted to ask something else, but in the end, she didn't. Suddenly, she reached out and hugged me. Don't lie to me. Mu Wanning's voice was very soft. The smell of alcohol and her hot breath brushed against my ear, making my face gradually flush as if it were on fire. It tickled, so I dodged away. Her hand brushed across my neck. Anyone can lie to me, but you can't, Mu Wanning said in a low voice. Why? I turned my head in astonishment. Seeing her expression, I involuntarily froze. I felt a small hint of killing intent. I've always been very sensitive to danger. Just like now, I was in Mu Wanning's warm embrace. I felt a chill all over my body. I was eager to escape. Mu Wanning lowered her voice, adding a bit more gentleness. Because I trust you. I only trust you. Before the mission was successful, my relationship with Mu Wanning could be described as walking on thin ice. After the mission was successful, I had a different perspective. Me and Mu Wanning, this is called dancing with wolves. Mu Wanning suddenly remembered something. She started rummaging through her bag. I immediately wanted to jump away, afraid she would pull out some kind of weapon and end my life with a single stab. Mu Wanning's hands were shaking. My heart was trembling. Suddenly, I felt a cold sensation on my wrist. I subconsciously closed my eyes. The next second, I heard Mu Wanning say in my ear, Gushian, Happy New Year. The sound of New Year's firecrackers echoed from outside the window. The fireworks exploded, dazzlingly brilliant in the sky. I looked down and saw a watch on my wrist, which I could tell was not cheap at first glance. I frowned. Mu Wanning asked, Don't you like it? Did it cost a lot of money? Not that expensive. The mall was having a sale. Mu Wanning said, Wear it carefully. Don't lose it. I didn't ask her where she got the money. I turned and hugged her, nodded in a low voice. Okay. I realized something very serious. Subconsciously, I was still very afraid of Mu Wanning. It was a fear that came from the depths of my bones. Mu Wanning seemed a little unable to restrain herself. Her hand slowly moved to my waist. She lowered her eyes, her gaze evasive. Can I kiss you? After Mu Wanning said that, she moved closer and closer to me. My heart was pounding. I widened my eyes, vaguely unsure of what to do. Her breath was intertwined with the sweet smell of wine. Just as our lips were about to touch, only a centimeter apart, she suddenly stopped. She glanced at me, then sighed. Go to sleep, it's late. I felt my throat was a bit dry. Aren't we kissing anymore? So eager? Mu Wanning huffed and pulled down the hem of my shirt that had ridden up. Wait, we'll kiss next time. I've been drinking. After Mu Wanning said this, she went straight into the bathroom, leaving me with a bewildered expression. I didn't know that. After the bathroom door closed, Mu Wanning had stared intently at her reflection in the mirror, turned on the faucet, and suppressed her tears for a long time. When she came out, I was already fast asleep on the sofa, dead to the world. She didn't know why, but she desperately wanted to remember how I looked. Mu Wanning took a blanket and covered me with it. She watched me for as long as I slept. When I woke up, I met Mu Wanning's eyes, red from staying up all night. My eyes were still sleepy. I spread my arms wide. Good morning, dear. Villain's darkening value, 0. I was being held tightly by Mu Wanning at that moment, our hearts close together. Suddenly hearing this, I even suspected I was hallucinating. The system's notification was still reporting item by item. Villain's darkening value, 0. Villain's favorability score, 80. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked. Mission complete. Reward, 1,000 accumulated points. Host, do you wish to leave the mission now? My body trembled. Mu Wanning immediately looked worried. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? No. I looked at Mu Wanning with an incredulous expression, completely not understanding what had just happened.
Mu Wanning seemed to be such an incomprehensible person, always giving me a pleasant surprise when I least expected it. Mu Wanning saw me, my expression was still not quite right, and became a little impatient. You didn't have another nightmare, did you? No. I reached out and hugged Mu Wanning tightly, dreamily resting my head on her shoulder. Should I leave? I only hesitated for a moment. I reached out and stroked her hair. I saw her look up at me doubtfully. Wanning, it's me. Our foreheads touched. I was ready. I gave a meaningful smile. Do you want to kiss me? No. Mu Wanning frowned. She didn't know why I was smiling so happily. This was the first time she had seen me smile like that. Little did she know, it would also be the last. I felt a great sense of regret. I blinked and tilted my head to repeat the question. You really don't want to kiss me? Maybe next time. Mu Wanning stood up. I hesitated for a moment and leaned in and kissed her on the forehead. I said, I have to go. I actually felt a little reluctant. Just a little bit. It's still early, you should sleep a little longer. I'll go buy you breakfast. The same as usual? 3 steamed buns, a bowl of congee with extra sugar. I nodded. Get 2 more eggs. Okay? Mu Wanning took her wallet and went out. The moment she stepped out the door, she felt a bit of panic in her heart. She unconsciously turned her head to look at the young man sitting on the sofa.